Sorry, I'm currently observing levels right now. Oh fuck, now I realize I could have done something else. Damn it. Anyway, hi! It's today. It's today. It was only like... Okay, that's why. Okay, so, before I even get started, so, you want to know the funniest thing? I had everything planned out. I got everything ready within, within a 10 to 15 minute time span, right? I have... It's like I had YouTube ready, I have my sources ready, I have my tier list ready, like I had everything ready. The only thing I had left to do was just to hit the start streaming button. Sushi, what are you doing? Don't mess with that, that's a bag. But anyway, the only thing I had left was just to oh yeah, I lost my place. So yeah, I had everything ready. I just had to have the start streaming button. I do that, and you want to know what happens? OBS freezes and crashes literally as I'm about ready to stream. I was like, what the fuck? So I had to quickly pull OBS back up and hit the streaming button as soon as possible. And now it just feels like I am out of sorts. Anyway, I'm doing something a little different. Anyway, I'm doing something a little different with the music. Like, if you've noticed, I don't have one song looping in the background this time. I actually... So, for context, if you can read the title of the stream, yes, I am doing a tier list stream. But I think I've explained this part before, where I'm going to be doing a Pokemon tier list stream for 2 gens each time. So, obviously for this week we're doing Kanto and Johto, because I was initially thinking of going with 3 gens, just so we can get through these streams quicker, but then I realized that would probably be way too much work, and I want to avoid having another 9.5 hour long stream. So the thing is, why is the music still so loud for me? So the thing is that, I wanted to do something special for this because it's like, unlike the last tier list stream, which was Genshin, where I didn't really know a lot about everything that has to do with Genshin, it's like, with Pokemon, it's like, I know practically everything. A lie that is 90% false. A lie that is 90%... Okay, that makes no sense. But, I do know a lot about this. Like, I'm very knowledgeable, partly because of the autism. But, obviously, when it comes to the last tier list stream, I had music playing in the background, just so you guys aren't just listening to my voice all the time. Especially when I go on long tangents that are probably not related to the subject at hand, or whenever there's just dead silence. However, with the last tier list stream, we only had one song looping in the background, which was the Kingdom of Uriah from Xenoblade Chronicles 2 OST, and as much as I love that song, we needed something a little different for this one. So what I've been doing for the last, 2 weeks now? Yeah, that sounds about right, like 2 weeks. I have been slowly compiling playlists of music from the various regions of Pokemon to play in the background. So for the first half of this stream, we're going to be listening to music of the Kanto region by various artists. Okay, that music kind of got to me. Alright. But yeah, I've been slowly compiling playlists of the various regions of Pokemon's music with remixes and such. And I'm not gonna lie, it was so we're currently listening to the Kanto playlist I made 2 weeks ago. Actually, no, I don't think it was 2 weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks? No, it feels like 2 weeks ago. But you want to know what was hard about this? For some reason, all the artists that all the music artists I tend to, like, you know, use their music for during streams, they don't have a lot of Kanto remixes. I had to search high and low for Kanto remixes, and I could only find like 25. Like, at least I think that's according to the playlist. Yeah, I could only find like 25. I could only find like 25 remixes. Remixes across like a handful of artists. That's insane. But you want to know what's funnier is that once I finished a Kanto playlist and I started on the Johto playlist, that number doubled, like almost doubled. And then a few days ago, I started and finished the Hoenn playlist. Y'all, the Johto playlist I think is at 40 videos. The Hoenn playlist is at 55. And for those wondering where my progress is, I am almost done with the Sinnoh playlist. I started it 2 nights ago. And I'm already at 55 videos, and I still got a couple more artists to go through. So basically the pattern I've noticed is that the further along we get into this, meaning like once we get to Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar, the more music we're gonna have to listen, and the more music we're probably not gonna have to listen on a loop. I'm really hoping the music is not too loud. I don't think it is. Like, I might have to speak a little louder, but, so I'm trying to think of what else there is to do. I know I need to read out the rules, because we do have rules. We had them for the last tier list stream, and those were important to read. And these are as well. I guess the only thing left is that, like, we're only going to, so, in terms of this stream in particular, we're only going to go up to the last Pokemon of Johto tonight. So that way we don't have another 9.5 hour long stream, because we did that for Your Turn to Die last time. And oh my god, I literally, my throat the next day was still a little sore from everything I had done that night. Now, whether or not I'm gonna end up with, you know, in the same position as I did last time, I don't know. But hopefully this means this stream will be a little shorter. Maybe, who knows? That depends on how deep the autism brain rot is. Okay, for a moment I was like, wait a minute, when did I turn on piano? Elevator music. So, as I said before, we're gonna be, doing the first half of Kanto. We're gonna be doing the Kanto Pokédex in the first half of this stream, and then we're gonna take a break, and then after that we're going to start on the Johto, and then we're gonna do the Johto Dex in the second half. And obviously, as in regards to the music, once we get started on the Johto half, I'll switch over to the Johto playlist. And y'all, I'm not gonna lie, I actually really like the Johto playlist I actually really like the Johto playlist I compiled. It's actually really good. But Hoenn I think is gonna be where you could really see like, oh wow, there's like an eclectic taste of music, isn't there? So there's that. And I think that's about it because we have the rules and then I'll explain how we're gonna do the tier list, how we're gonna rank each Pokemon afterwards. So let's head on over to the rules down in the description down below. So, if you will read the description, please. So, there are a few rules we need to keep in mind. 1. Keep in mind that what I say in this is purely my opinion and should not be taken as fact. Now, I know every Pokemon out there has its fans, but I may not be one of them, so please understand that there can and will be places where we'll have to agree to disagree. Considering how many Pokemon are in... What would you even call it at this point? Like, the global dex? Yeah, that's not... Actually, I really like that. The global dex, like, there's over 1,000 Pokemon. And that's a lot of Pokemon to go through. That's why we're doing like a multitude of streams for this. And basically this rule is, I think, the only one I kept over from the Genshin tier list, where it's like, you know, basically, do not take my opinion as fact. If there's a Pokemon that you like that I don't, and you think should be higher up on the list, then you can make your own tier list. And vice versa. If there's a Pokemon I like that you don't, and you want to put it, lower on the tier list, that's fine too. Like, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree. We're both fans of Pokemon at the end of the day. We just have differences in over what we like. Rule number 2, and this is important. I'll only be covering Pokemon from games I have experience with, meaning this series of streams will only go up to Sword and Shield. This also means Pokemon that appear in games I never played, for example Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and the Sword and Shield DLC, will not be covered. Apologies to fans of Scarlet and Violet in advance. So what this means is that for any Pokemon that appeared in games or DLC that I never played, as I said, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, because there were Pokemon that appeared in that series of games, along with the Sword and Shield DLC that I also don't have any experience with, and of course because I've never played Scarlet and Violet, meaning basically what this means is that those Pokemon from the former 2 examples and then the entire Paldean Pokedex are not going to be involved in this series of streams. Mainly because I don't feel like it would be fair of me to rank Pokemon that I don't really have have any experience with in regards to like, in regards to like playing. It wouldn't be fair to rank them based on just opinion. Like, it's one thing to do it for Genshin when it's like, you know, you can, you know, where it's like, you could just, I mean, to be fair, the Genshin tier list stream was more ranking the attractiveness of each character, and again, even that was variable. Whereas with Pokemon, it's like, there's a lot more going into it. So yes. And then, of course, the last rule, please don't harass me because I may not like certain regions. This is important because I know how the Pokemon fandom can be. I might have to take off my earbud for this. I can't fucking focus. So, I know how the Pokemon fandom is. I've been a part of it for over a decade at this point. And believe me when I say that when we get to my opinions on each region, meaning Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, etc., like, I'm gonna have some hot takes. And maybe some opinions that a lot of people may not agree with. Especially when we get to Sinnoh. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're gonna hear me talk shit about Sinnoh. But that's not but this is not the time or place for it. At least not now. Sorry, just checking chat right now. But yes. So please don't harass me because I may talk shit about your favorite region. Or I might speak praises about a region that you don't like, because I know a lot of people don't really like Kalos, Alola, or Galar. And it's funny considering the fact that I actually really like my experiences with all of those regions. Oh, that reminds me too. I can't believe I forgot about this. I'm also not going to be covering Pokemon that appeared in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Here's the thing. That's mainly because I know I have some experience with it, but I haven't finished the game yet. Trust me when I say I am going to be going back to that eventually. Especially now that Pokemon Legends ZA is going to be released sometime next year. So I need to finish Arceus before I get to play that game, whenever that comes out. But in consequence of that, we're not going to be reviewing Hisuian Pokemon. Believe me when I say there would be some Pokemon that I would love to review, but we're not going to cover that. We're not going to cover that. So, with that out of the way, I'm going to head on over to the main stream. Hello? Is it because it's minimized? Oh. I was confused. I was like, wait a minute, why is it not showing up? And it's because, I minimized my, I minimized the window. I didn't know that it would just fuck up like that. Alright, so, as you can see, the tier list is looking a little bit different from last time. And the reason for that is, when I did my Genshin tier list stream, there came a point during that stream where I realized that I needed to specifically divvy up the B tier. Because there were so many characters that were ending up in the B tier. However, my likeness of them very much varied, depending on certain factors. You know, if you watched that stream, you notice that there were some characters that I was like, okay, we will put them in the high B tier or the low B tier. However, there was no real indicator as to who was going to be a high B, who was going to be a low B outside of the characters that I said were going to be high B, low B. So, as you can see here, I don't, actually, is my cursor showing up? It doesn't look like it. I don't know why my cursor is not showing up. Let's try that. Anyway. So as you can see, the B tier has been divided up a little bit. I'm sorry that the letter B is not exactly centered. I can't figure out how to do that without redoing the whole table over. And it's like, do I really want to do that for just one tier specifically? So, let me explain. So obviously, unlike the Genshin tier list stream, we're not going to be rating the attractiveness of Pokemon. We're instead, how the Pokemon are going to be ranked this time, how the Pokemon are going to be ranked is, I'm going to be taking in a variety of different factors. One, of course, is the design, and that's definitely going to play a part, like, you know, whether a Pokemon is cool, cute, gorgeous, beautiful, ugly, whatever, that's going to play a part. However, I'm also going to be taking in stats, meaning how good a Pokemon is, whether it's just in, you know, in-game battles, meaning, like, you know, you're playing along with the story, versus competitive-wise, because I do have some experience in regards to the competitive scene of Pokemon. Granted, I was never a fighter myself, but I did watch people play competitively, and that was always kind of interesting, especially, like, when you get some good players. However, keep in mind that this knowledge came all the way back in Oraz, meaning Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, meaning 6th gen, and that was my experience in terms of the competitive scene. It went up from X and Y to Oraz, so... But regardless, we're going to be taking stats into account as well, and then I think finally, it's going to be my own personal experience with a Pokemon, meaning, you know, like, what are some fond memories I have with this Pokemon, what are some awful memories I have with this Pokemon, etc., etc. So those are mainly the 3 factors I'm going to be going into in regards to ranking Pokemon. Let me switch back over to Firefox here. Now, in terms of how I'm going to be introducing each Pokemon, I actually had to think a lot about this, because it's like, it's not going to be like Genshin, where I just copy and paste a picture of the character on screen, read out their name, and then the voice actor, both in English and Japanese. Nah. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the copy and paste picture of a Pokemon. However, also say the name. But I'm going to be saying the name in both English and Japanese, because that's pretty prominent. And then I'm going to have Bulbapedia up on a separate tab, where I get to basically read you a simple, well, I say simple, but a detailed description of what the Pokemon is if you're not aware, which I don't know why you would be watching the stream if you weren't. But basically it'll be a description where it helps me with, describing, like, which may help me in describing, like, how good Pokemon is, / how cute a Pokemon is, / how, just some neat little tidbits that, the page has. What is this music? I can barely hear it. Excuse me. Oh, and of course, I'm also going to be reading the Pokedex entries out aloud. However, I'm only going to be reading the Pokedex entries from the region that they debuted in. For example, I have Bulbasaur pulled up on the Bulbapedia page. Speaking of which, please go to the Bulbapedia page. It is super, super informative and descriptive in terms of a lot of game data. Why is this so loud? I swear the volume is at, like, the normal level. I think some people just have weird mixing issues. But as I was saying, but yeah, Bulbapedia is essentially, if you don't know what Bulbapedia is, it is basically a Pokemon encyclopedia that is ran by a huge community of Pokemon fans, where they compile information regarding each and every Pokemon that exists, and putting them on pages where you can basically get anything and everything, from their biology, from their game data, to their stats, their movesets, and they even have, like, appearances from both the games and the anime, along with the manga and whatever other spin-offs you can think of, along with the trivia that basically tells you, how they came into being, essentially. Like, it's very informative. Like, it's really good. So yeah, I'll be using Bulbapedia for this. Just trying to think, is there anything else I want to get to before I get started? I can't think of any. You're probably gonna be hearing me drinking a lot, because I'm gonna be talking a lot, meaning I need to take a lot of drinks. So, nanda da yo. What? Are you gonna be a menace tonight? Yeah? What? Listen, can you just lay down? Like, either on the bed or on the couch upstairs. You had your dinner. Sorry about that. I have to talk to my kid. Actually, let me check real quick. Okay, just making sure. Alright, I don't think there's anything else. So, I think now is the time to get started. Alright, so let us start off our Pokemon tier list stream for the Pokemon of Kanto. So, first Pokemon up on the chopping block, or on the list, is obviously the one, the only, oh, for fuck's sake! It froze, that's why I was like, what? Okay. It froze again. Come on, I know it's been a while, but you can do this, come on. Where's the image? Where's the image? What the? Hello? I do not know why the image is not showing up. Why is the image not showing up? I do not know why the image is not showing up. Alright, let me get another... Let me try and see if I can pull the image from another source. That's weird. I've never had that happen before. It's like... Whoops. Oh my god. There we go. Alright, look at this big, fat dinosaur. And yes, this is a dinosaur. So, obviously, we have Bulbasaur. As I said, big, fat dinosaur, and chronologically, the first ever Pokemon in the Pokedex. Again, chronologically, like, I know that, like, conceptual-wise, like, it was right on. But listen, we'll get to him in eventually. So, Bulbasaur is known as the seed Pokemon. Its Japanese name is Fushigidane, and it is a dual-type grass and poison Pokemon introduced in Generation 1, which is Kanto. It evolves into Ivysaur starting at level 16, and who then evolves into Venusaur at level 32. Along with two other Pokemon that we'll get to eventually, Bulbasaur is one of the 3 partner Pokemon of Kanto available at the beginning of Pokemon Red, Green, Blue, Fire Red, and Leaf Green. With abilities such as Overgrow and a hidden ability called Chlorophyll. And if we read into the biology section on Bulbapedia's page, it is said here, and I will be going into a, let's just say a National Geographic voice if you don't know what that is. Let me just display it for you right now. So, according to the biology section of Bulbasaur's Bulbapedia page, it says, Bulbasaur is a small quadrupedal amphibian Pokemon that has blue-green skin with darker patches. It has red eyes with white pupils, pointed ear-like structures on top of its head, and a short, blunt snout with a wide mouth. A pair of small pointed teeth are visible in the upper jaw when its mouth is open. Each of its thick legs ends with 3 sharp claws. On Bulbasaur's back is a green plant bulb that conceals 2 slender, tentacle-like vines, which is grown from a seed planted there at birth. The bulb also provides it with energy through photosynthesis as well as from the nutrient-rich seeds contained within. First partner Pokemon are raised by breeders to be distributed to new trainers. Having been raised by humans from birth, Bulbasaur are regarded as both a rare and well-behaved Pokemon. It is known to be extremely loyal, even after long-term abandonment. Bulbasaur have demonstrated a nurturing instinct towards younger, weaker Pokemon, one individual even using its vines to pick up a crying Pokemon, gently rocking it back and forth through the air while singing a Bulbabai. Its vines are long and strong enough to allow Bulbasaur to grab the branches of trees and pull itself up to reach berries. Bulbasaur can survive for days without even eating a single morsel. As shown in the spin-off media of Pokemon Sleep, Bulbasaur are known to sleep in sunny spots. It is found in grasslands and forests throughout the Kanto region. However, due to Bulbasaur's status as first partner Pokemon, it is hard to come by in the wild and generally found under the ownership of a trainer. It has recently been seen living in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy. That's Scarlet and Violet stuff, I don't know why. Bulbasaur's bulb will flash blue when it is ready to evolve. If it does not want to evolve, it struggles to resist the transformation. Many Bulbasaur gather every year in a hidden garden in Kanto to evolve into Ivysaur in a ceremony led by a Venusaur. So that's what the biology section says. That was an awful National Geographic voice, by the way. I might not do that for the entirety of this thing, because it's actually really hard to pronounce certain words in that accent. Music? Hello? Anyway, but yes, look at this big, fat dinosaur. Like, I know it says it's an amphibian, but it's like, this is a dinosaur. I will say, I love Bulbasaur. It's cute, it's grass type, and I do like my grass types. And again, I love how fat it is. Like, I love how chubby it is. It's just so cute. Now, in terms of the stats, if I can look real quick. Oh, Pokedex entries. Pokedex entries. So, according to Red and Blue, the original Red and Blue, the Pokedex entry states, a strange seed was planted on its back at birth. The plant sprouts and grows with this Pokemon. According to Yellow, the Dex entry states, it can go for days without eating a single morsel. In the bulb on its back, it stores energy. Now, if we move on to Generation 3 with Fire Red, the Dex entries for that game states, there is a plant seed on its back right from the day this Pokemon is born. The seed slowly grows larger. However, the Pokedex entry for Leaf Green is essentially the same thing as the original Red and Blue Pokedex entry, so we will be skipping over that one. And in terms of its stats, now I know you guys won't be able to see the stats, so you're gonna have to really pay attention to me here. Just making sure everything is okie dokie. So according to the stats here, the Bulbasaur's special attack and special defense are tied for it being its highest stats. And then you have physical attack and physical defense, which are pretty okay-ish. And I mean, again, we gotta keep in mind, like, Bulbasaur is a starter Pokemon. However, this is also the first Pokemon, like, this is a baby, essentially. Like, a baby without being labeled a baby. And then when you look at Bulbasaur's HP and speed stats, they're basically tied for the lowest. You know, so I'm trying to think here. So in terms of like some people may be wondering, would I have chosen like if I were playing the original Red and Blue, well, actually no, Red and Green, I gotta remember, Blue was Japanese only, we got Green. So would I have gone with a Bulbasaur? Yes, most abso-fucking-lutely. Again, I like Bulbasaur's design. I like how cute and fat it is. I'm gonna keep saying that. And not to mention, too, when I played through X and Y, when I played through X for the first time, meaning when I got it back in 2013, I believe, you know how there's a part where Professor Sycamore is like, when you arrive to Lumio City, and he's like, Alright, here, choose out of these 3 Pokemon here, which are the Kanto Pokemon, which one you would like, and of course you would get the Mega Stone involved with it. I think I chose Bulbasaur because... I don't necessarily like Squirtle. And Charmander, it's like, listen, I do like Charizard X, but I wouldn't necessarily want a Charmander, especially because I think at that point I had already had Fennekin, or actually, was my Fennekin evolved? Yeah, was my starter evolved into Braixen? Braxton? How do you pronounce that name? So at that point I was like, okay, I'm already rocking too many fire types, so I'm just gonna choose Bulbasaur. So yeah, I chose Bulbasaur. And yeah, just, I mean, look at this fucking thing! It's so cute! It's so cute! I will say, I don't know if I necessarily have any, like, memories of Bulbasaur, though. I mean, I have plushies of the fucking thing. I mean, where's the Bulbasaur plushie I have? I have a Bulbasaur plushie on my desk, actually. I just can't pull it out right now because that involves a lot of movement. But yeah, it's just, but I love Bulbasaur. Not to mention, my friend Gary loves Bulbasaur, too. Although I'm pretty sure if I were to ask them who they would prefer, would it be Bulbasaur or Chikorita? I'm pretty sure they would say Chikorita, honestly. But yeah, so in regards to where I would rank Bulbasaur at, I would say, definitely not in the C or B tier. It's definitely A or S or A. I'm leaning towards S. So, hopefully that's how you spell its name. I gotta remember, I'm not spelling Genshin anymore. There we go. Alright, so we have our first Pokemon. Bulbasaur is added to the S tier. I think it's gonna be interesting to have... I think it's gonna be very interesting when we get to certain Pokemon. I'm just gonna be like, oh my god, why is it so fat? Then again, I guess yeah, it's like we're so used to fat Pokemon. Alright, so next up on the list is the evolution of Bulbasaur. Once we get to it. Is Ivysaur. As you can see, our little baby chubby dinosaur has grown up a little bit, including the plant on its back. Alright, so we have Ivysaur numeral dos in terms of both the Kanto Dex and the global Dex. It is also known as Fushigi So in Japanese. It continues on with its typing as a dual grass poison type, and it carries over the same abilities as well with Overgrow and Chlorophyll. And according to the biology section on Ivysaur's Bulbapedia page, it says, Ivysaur is a quadrupedal amphibian Pokemon that has blue-green skin with darker patches. On top of its head are pointed ears with black insides, and it has narrow red eyes. Ivysaur has a short, rounded snout with a wide mouth and 2 pointed teeth in its upper jaw. Each of its feet has 3 claws on them. The bulb on its back has bloomed into a large pink bud. A short brown trunk surrounded by leafy green fronds supports the bud. The weight of the plant prevents Ivysaur from running fast and standing on its hind legs, forcing its legs to grow sturdy. When its flower is ready to bloom, it gives off a distinct sweet-smelling aroma and starts swelling. Ivysaur will also start spending more time in sunlight in preparation for its upcoming evolution. Exposure to sunlight adds to the strength of both Ivysaur and its plant. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Ivysaur is known to sleep in sunny spots while undergoing its photosynthesis process. Researchers cannot decide if Ivysaur is awake or asleep during this process. And Ivysaur are typically found in plains. According to the Pokedex entries for the original Red and Blue, it states, when the bulb on its back grows large, it appears to lose the ability to stand on its hind legs. And according to the Dex entry in Yellow, the bulb on its back grows by drawing energy. It gives off an aroma when it is ready to bloom. Switching on over to Generation 3. According to its Fire Red entry, it states, there is a plant bulb on its back. When it absorbs nutrients, the bulb is said to blossom into a large flower. The leaf green entry is the same as the original Red and Blue entry. So we'll be skipping over that. Now, in terms of Ivysaur's stats, it gets a little bit stronger, gets a little bit better, as opposed to its first state. However, special attack and special defense are still its highest stats, tied. But in terms of the physical and attack and defense, physical defense is actually 1 point higher than its physical attack stat. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just 1 point of difference, honestly. And of course, its HP and speed stats are tied with the lowest at 60. And I should express, I'm reading off of the base stats. This does not include the EVs and IVs. And of course, not in terms of nature. Excuse me. And keep in mind that the numbers that I might as well be saying, these are just the averages. So do not take this as complete fact. Alright, so switching back on over to the picture here. As you can see, it grows a little bit meaner, but it can also be really cute, especially when you pick it up. Actually, how heavy is this thing? Let's see. 28 pounds. I mean, it's around 30 pounds-ish. How much was Bulbasaur? Was it like 20? Yeah, 20 pounds. Well, 15 pounds. I mean, to be fair, you could probably lift an Ivysaur. I mean, it's only like somewhat 30 pounds, give or take. But yeah, I mean, you can lift a 30-pound dog. I've lifted my dog before when she was 30 pounds. But yeah, he gets a little bit bigger. He grows a little bit of a plant. And that's about it. I might have to turn the music down again. But yeah, for the most part, it's still pretty cute. He just grew up a little bit. It's pretty much like if you were to look at a dog, right? Like Bulbasaur is the puppy, Ivysaur is the juvenile, and then you have Venusaur, which is the adult. But yeah, he looks a little bit more serious. But I imagine we could still have a smiling Ivysaur. But yeah, losing a little bit of that chunk. So where would I rate this in terms of the tier list? Still not C or B. I don't think it's that bad yet. Honestly, I am leaning towards A. So basically, I guess I should also... I never explained what the tier lists mean, what the tiers mean in this context, huh? So, the S tier is basically Pokemon that I would absolutely love to have on my team no matter what. Hence Bulbasaur. A tier is essentially Pokemon that, like... that I don't... That, like, I can necessarily... You know, that I can, like... I don't feel that hard-pressed to get. Unlike S tier where I'm like, I absolutely fucking need it. A tier is basically without that. B tier is essentially Pokemon that I could go with or without. And there's probably going to be a lot of Pokemon in this list. And then C tier is basically Pokemon that I would never catch unless absolutely necessary, like last resort. And there's probably going to be some Pokemon here too. But for now, we have Bulbasaur in the S tier and Ivysaur in the A tier. Alright, so say goodbye to the Ivysaur as we move on to number 3 in the Kanto Dex and in the Global Dex, which is the final Mega Evo. I was about to say that. Which is the final evolution of Bulbasaur. Dun 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 dun! Yes, we are listening to Lavender Town, by the way. Venusaur! Look at how big this motherfucker is! Seriously, got the dump truck ass! I couldn't even say that without laughing. But yeah, he is big and mean, but he can still be a sweetheart, I imagine, at times too. You just gotta get to that point. Alright. So, Venusaur. Oh, I never said what Ivysaur was. Is this still the sea Pokemon? Yeah, the sea Pokemon. Venusaur! Come on, Bulbapedia. I know I'm doing a lot here. Alright. Bulbasaur. Venusaur, still known as the sea Pokemon. Japanese name is Fushigibana. And it carries on with the typing of grass poison. And it is the final form of Bulbasaur. Keep in mind, however, that Venusaur has 2 forms brought on by later generations. Mega Venusaur, courtesy of Gen 6, and Gigantamax Venusaur, courtesy of Gen 8. It can Mega Evo into Mega Venusaur using the Venusaurite, and can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Venusaur if it has the Gigantamax factor. And, however, this is stuff that was introduced in the Isle of Armor, which is Sword and Shield DLC, which I never played! And one thing to keep in mind is that Venusaur is the game mascot of Pokemon Green and its remake Pokemon Leaf Green, appearing on the box art of both games. In terms of the abilities, it carries on the same abilities as with Ivysaur and Bulbasaur, which is Overgrow, the hidden ability of Chlorophyll. However, with the Mega Evo, it gains the ability of Thick Fat, which I believe, if I remember right, makes it so that ice attacks are not as effective against Venusaur. Which is good, because Venusaur is 2 times weak to ice. Alright, so, according to the biology section of Venusaur's Bulbapedia page, and we're not looking at the different forms, by the way, we're looking at the first part. Venusaur is a squat quadrupedal amphibian Pokemon with bumpy blue-green skin. It has small circular red eyes and a short blunt snout. Its mouth is wide with 2 pointed teeth in the upper jaw and 4 in the lower jaw. On top of its head are small pointed ears with reddish-pink insides. It has 3 clawed toes on each foot. The bud on its back has bloomed into a large pink, white spotted flower. The flower is supported by a thick brown trunk surrounded by green fronds. However, a female Venusaur has a gynosium in the center of its flower, which I'm assuming means another seed. What is that? What is a gynosium? I have to go to Wikipedia for that. We're not going to do that. Alright. Venusaur uses its flower to catch the sun's rays to convert them into energy, which causes the flower to become more vibrant. The flower releases a soothing scent that attracts Pokemon and calms emotions. This scent becomes stronger after a rainy day. Venusaur is at its strongest in the summertime when there is much more sunlight to absorb. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Venusaur releases a soothing fragrance while sleeping. In the anime, Venusaur has demonstrated the ability to manipulate nature, release several vines from its back, and lead evolution ceremonies for Bulbasaur and Ivysaur. This Pokemon is rarely found in the wild, but it has been known to inhabit grasslands. Now, in terms of the different forms of Venusaur, it's, according to the Bulbapedia section, it says, Venusaur has 2 forms, Mega Venusaur and Gigantamax Venusaur. When Mega Evolved, the flower on Venusaur's back grows larger, and 2 smaller pink flowers bloom, one on its forehead and one on its rear. It basically gains a butt flower. Its legs and back have become sturdier to support the extra weight of the flower. Additional leaves with woody stems, which are supported by vines, are also grown around the flower. Mega Venusaur also develops dark markings on its forehead below the new flower on its forehead. As Gigantamax Venusaur, it becomes larger with its flower blooming even further, to the point of covering its body. These flowers have a taller bud, along with extremely thick and springy petals that are capable of shielding Gigantamax Venusaur. Its eyes have light green sclera and orange irises. More foliage grows from under its flower, and the trunk that supports said flower becomes shorter. It has several light green markings located at its belly. Gigantamax Venusaur attacks with its thick vines, which are powerful enough to topple down a 10-story building. Gigantamax Venusaur's flower can similarly spread enough pollen to resemble a volcanic eruption. Breathing in this pollen can cause uncontrollable sneezing, and inhaling large amounts can even cause fainting. However, this pollen also promotes plant growth in areas where it lands. Gigantamax Venusaur is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move, G-Max Vine Lash. Alright, according to the Pokedex entries for the original Red and Blue, it states, the plant blooms when it is absorbing solar energy. It stays on the move to seek sunlight. And according to its Yellow Pokedex entry, the flower on its back catches the sun's rays. The sunlight is then absorbed and used for energy. Moving on over to Generation 3, in regards to Pokemon Fire Red, a bewitching aroma wafts from its flower. The fragrance becomes those engaged in a battle. And the Leaf Green entry states essentially the same thing as the original Red and Blue states. However, because Venusaur has two forms, as I described before, Mega Venusaur and Gigantamax Venusaur. Let me see. Alright, so according to Generation 6, meaning X and Y, because that's where Venusaur will come out of. Excuse me. So, according to the Kalos Dex in Pokemon X, it states, by spreading the broad petals of its flower and catching the sun's rays, it fills its body with power. And going on over to Y, after a rainy day, the flower on its back smells stronger. The scent attracts other Pokemon. Now, in terms of the Mega Venusaur Pokedex entry, you can only really find this in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, which I never played, but why would I need to play a really baby game? But regardless, according to those games' Pokedex entries, Mega Venusaur states, in order to support its flower, which has grown larger due to Mega Evolution, its back and legs have become stronger. And according to Gigantamax Venusaur's Pokedex entries in Sword and Shield, first off is Sword. It says, in battle, this Pokemon swings around two thick vines. If these vines slammed into a 10-story building, they could easily topple it. And then according to Shield's Pokedex entry, huge amounts of pollen burst from it with the force of a volcanic eruption. Breathing in too much of the pollen can cause fainting. Moving on over to the stats of Venusaur, regular Venusaur. Obviously, because it is the final evolution of Bulbasaur, it's going to have some pretty good stats. However, special attack and special defense are still tied for its highest stat. Physical attack and physical defense, pretty much the same as Ivysaur. Physical defense is 1 point higher as opposed to physical attack at a pretty nice 83 with attack at 82. And of course, HP and speed stats are still the lowest at just a pure 80. However, according to Mega Venusaur, these stats raise up, and now we have special attack as its, no, not special attack, physical defense at its high stat at 123, followed by special attack at 122, and then special defense at 120. However, physical attack, while it does get up a little bit in terms of, points at 100, and this, keep in mind, this is physical attack. However, the HP and speed stat are still tied with the lowest, and they pretty much stay the same in its regular form at a measly 80 points. Now, apparently I am not seeing anything in regards to Gigantamax Venusaur, so I think now we can move on to the personal section of Venusaur. Also, I'm very sorry if people begin to chat. I'm probably not going to be paying attention to much of that. Alright, so Venusaur. I will say, it's big. I love it so much. It's thick. And, yeah, I would honestly love to have this. I would honestly love to have this. Another Lavender Town theme mix? Oh, another Pokemon. God, I gotta remember. Pokemon Tower and Pokemon in Lavender Town are not the same. Alright, back over here. So yeah, Venusaur. Big, thick. And I will say, I do love the Mega Evo. I honestly think, like, I honestly do think that, like, it's definitely better than Mega Blastoise. I don't know if I would necessarily say if it's better than Charizard, because the thing is with Charizard in particular, Charizard has 2 Mega Evos, depending on which version of X and Y you get. Because the thing is, I got X, so I got the cool Black Dragon Charizard. But with Y, you get this. You basically just get like a more anime version of Charizard, which is weird to say. But in terms of Mega Venusaur, I do like it. I do love the flowers. I do like the flowers that it sprouts, and I do like. I don't know. So I just feel like. Not to mention the thick fat ability could definitely help, especially if you're going up against an ice type. And considering the fact that and considering that Mega Venusaur's defense stats also go super up and are in the top 3 and are in its top 3 stats, that could be good. I don't know, honestly, though. Like, I mean, to be fair, I guess if we were also thinking in terms of, like, pure, like, difficulty factor in terms of Pokemon Blue and Green, not Blue and Green, Pokemon Red and Green, Venus, I get, because, I think if I remember right, I think there are some people when it comes to Kanto, like, if you're playing through the original, Red and Green, I do know that the first 2 gyms, Brock and Misty, are ground/rock type and then water type, and the starter you get can definitely make that easy. So, yeah, so the thing is with the Bulbasaur line is that, essentially, because ground, rock, and water types are all weak to grass types, you're basically choosing the easy route when it comes to Bulbasaur. Although I imagine that by the time you get to Misty, your Bulbasaur would have already evolved into Ivysaur. Maybe? Yeah, that sounds about right, because Ivysaur is level 16, and yeah, Ivysaur is at level 16. And I think you could be at Misty at level 18, so maybe, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I think Venusaur's neat. Pretty nice. Again, I just love how fat it is. But would I... Okay, but in terms of the tiers, where would I want it? Definitely, I still think it is pretty useful. So C is definitely not going to be it. You know what? I'll put it in the A tier. Alright, so we have 3 Pokemon down. We gotta... God, we got so many to go. So Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur. Alright, so I am gonna save it just in case, because you never know. Thankfully, this is a separate document as opposed to the actual template. So, yeah. So Venusaur is in the A tier along with Ivysaur. So, let us move on past the first starting line of Pokemon as we move on to So now we move on to the fire-type starter of Kanto, which is Charmander! Why is this picture so big? What the fuck? But yeah, look at him. Look at it. It's the boy. It's the boy. Alright. So, now that we have moved on from Ivysaur to Charmander, the fire-type starter of Kanto, Charmander is known as the lizard Pokemon. Its Japanese name is Hitokage. It evolves into Charmeleons at level 16, which then evolves into Charizard at level 36. Along with Bulbasaur and one other starter-type Pokemon, Charmander is one of the 3 first partner Pokemon of Kanto available at the beginning of Pokemon Red, Green, Blue, Fire Red, and Leaf Green. Its abilities are Blaze, and the hidden ability is Solar Power. How's the music coming in? According to the biology section on Charmander's Bulbapedia page, it states, Charmander is a bipedal reptilian Pokemon with a primarily orange body and blue eyes. Its underside from the chest down and the soles of its feet are cream-colored. It has 2 small fangs visible in its upper jaw and 2 smaller fangs in its lower jaw. A fire burns at the tip of this Pokemon's slender tail and has blazed there since Charmander's birth. The flame can be used as an indication of Charmander's health and mood, burning brightly when the Pokemon is strong, weakly when it is exhausted, wavering when it is happy, and blazing when it is enraged. It is said that Charmander would die if its flame were to go out. However, if the Pokemon is healthy, the flame will continue to burn even if it gets a bit wet and is set to steam in the rain. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Charmander is known to sleep while curled up. Supposedly, Charmander is drawing warmth from the flame on its tail. During quiet nights, one can hear the sound of a flame burning if you listen hard enough while Charmander sleeps. Charmander can be found in hot, mountainous areas. It has recently been seen living in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy, which is more ScarVio knowledge. However, it is found far more often in the ownership of trainers. As shown in Pokemon Snap and New Pokemon Snap, spin-off media, Charmander exhibits pack behavior, calling others of its species if it finds food, and watching the flames on each other's tails to ensure they don't go out. Alright, according to the Pokédex entries for the original Red and Blue, it states, obviously prefers hot places. When it rains, steam is said to spout from the tip of its tail. According to the Yellow Pokédex entry, the flame at the tip of its tail makes a sound as it burns. You can only hear it in quiet places. Moving on over to Generation 3, we have the Fire Red Pokédex entry, which states, from the time it is born, a flame burns at the tip of its tail. Its life would end if the flame were to go out. And according to Leaf Green's Pokédex entry, it states, it has a preference for hot things. When it rains, steam is said to spout from the tip of its tail. Moving on over to the stats for Charmander. So, seen here, the stats for Charmander are already pretty different from Bulbasaur. Speed is actually its highest stat at 65, followed by special attack at 60 points, and then, unfortunately, the rest of the stats kind of just really fall to par. I mean, don't get me wrong, physical attack is pretty good at 52 points, and then you have special defense at 50 points. However, in terms of the defense and HP, granted they're not tied for lowest stat as they were for Bulbasaur, but the physical defense stat of Charmander is not looking great. There's a 7-point difference between it and the special defense. However, the HP is at the lowest at 39 points. Basically meaning that, like, even if this Pokemon were to tank a hit, its HP would be pretty low. Moving on over to the personal section. Look at how cute it is. It is the boy. I have a plushie of it right here. That is me hitting the mic with its snout. It's adorable. I remember the anime so well. This was a little shit Pokemon once it evolved into Charmander? Charizard. But overall, I think it's really cute, and it had a really sad backstory with it being considered like a failure, I think. Because I remember in the anime, Charmander was abandoned, essentially. Well, actually, was it abandoned or was it, like, left behind by its trainer? Because I remember the episode, like, basically, like, I can't remember if Ash tried to catch it and it failed because that particular Charmander was already belonging to another trainer. But I remember later on in the episode, like, it starts to storm and the Charmander's trainer was basically just, like, being an asshole, was like, yeah, I left my Charmander out in the rain, I'm not gonna go get it because it's raining. Like, he's such an asshole, right? Despite knowing the fact that the flame on the tail, like, it's pretty much at risk of dying. Fuck that trainer. And it's like you get like this really sad pan over to Charmander curled up under a freaking leaf trying to keep its tail safe, and it's like, what the fuck is wrong with this series? Yeah, and then after that, it's just like Charmander is adorable, especially when you hear it cry. It's like, Charmander! I love it so much! Seriously, if it weren't for the fact that, like, I love Bulbasaur, I definitely would believe Charmander is, like, my favorite starter of Kanto. It's so cute! Honestly, I would put it in, I'm gonna put it in, S tier, because it's so fucking adorable. It's so cute! So freaking dickin' cute. Also, look at the way that the flame is, like, done here in this art here. Like, wow. Granted, I know this is actually, how old is this art? I mean, this has to be pretty old. Like, it just has that feeling to it, you know? But look at how the flame is done. Like, it's really nice. Really nice. So, with Charmander out of the way, let us move on to its first evolution. Look at this. Charmeleon! It gets a little bit bigger. The flame grows a little bit fiercer. Hello? The flame grows a little bit fiercer and it gets a little bit more of a mean look in its eyes. What are we listening to, by the way? Oh, we're Pokemon Mansion. Okay. Alright, so Charmeleon is known as the Flame Pokemon? Was that the same? No, it's different. Okay, good. Charmeleon is known as the Flame Pokemon. Its Japanese name is Lizardo. I'm not fucking joking to you. It is a... Oh, I never said the so, unlike Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur, Charmander and Charmeleon are both primary Fire-type Pokemon. And the abilities remain the same as it was as a Charmander, with Blaze and Solar power. And according to the biology section on Charmeleon's Bulbapedia page, it states, Charmeleon is a bipedal reptilian Pokemon. It has dark red scales and a cream underside from the chest down. It has blue eyes and a long snout with a slightly hooked tip. On the back of its head is a single horn-like protrusion. It has relatively long arms with 3 sharp claws. Its short legs have plantigrade feet with 3 claws and cream-colored soles. What the fuck does plantigrade mean? The tip of its long, powerful tail has a flame burning on it. The temperature rises to unbearable levels if Charmeleon swings its tail. Charmeleon has a vicious, hot-headed nature and will constantly seek out opponents. Strong opponents excite this Pokemon, causing it to spout bluish-white flames that torch its surroundings. Charmeleon enjoys tormenting the opponents it fights. That's funny. However, it will relax once it has won a battle. It is rare in the wild, but it can be found in mountainous areas. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Charmeleon is known to sleep with a laid-back posture, using its hands as a pillow. Its fierce fervor disappears when it sleeps. According to the original Red and Blue Pokedex entries, it states, when it swings its burning tail, it elevates the temperature to unbearably high levels. And then, according to Yellow, tough fights could excite this Pokemon. When excited, it may blow out bluish-white flames. Fast forwarding to Generation 3, Fire Red Pokedex entry states, it lashes about with its tail to knock down its foe. It then tears up the fallen opponent with sharp claws. And then in terms of the Pokemon Leaf Green Pokedex entry, it's pretty much the same as the original Red and Blue Pokedex entries. Pokedex entry. Moving on over to the stats. It is obviously because it is the first evolution of Charmeleon. It has definitely Charmander. It has better stats. You know, with special attack now matching its speed at 80 points. However, this does leave its other stats in the dust. With special defense at 65 points, attack with only 1 point below. However, the physical defense and HP stats are significantly better than how they were as a Charmander. But they're not super better. And then you have, actually I think I did mention the attack stat. Whoopsie, my bad. But regardless, I don't know whether or not I would say this is doing better than Ivysaur. I don't know, because I honestly don't remember the stats because I've been talking so much at this point, and we've only been going for an hour and 17 minutes. But Charmander is pretty nice. Going on over to the personal section. It's cool. Don't really have much to say about it. Outside of, I don't really remember a lot of this Pokemon from the anime, honestly. And I think a part of it is because it didn't really spend that much time as a Charmeleon in the anime, as opposed to Charmander and Charizard. But, definitely cool. Definitely neat. I mean, I don't think there's much else to say, really. Now, in terms of, where would I put this in? I know not C tier. We haven't gotten to a C tier Pokemon yet. But, I'm definitely not feeling S. Honestly, I'm not feeling A either. So, it's gonna probably be in the B tier, but I don't know whether or not it's gonna be in the upper B or the lower B. Is this more Team Rocket? Yeah, it is. Let me think in terms of B. I mean, it's not particularly that cool looking. Like, it's nice, but, I mean, it's nice, but I wouldn't necessarily say, like, you know, it's cool. And I know to a lot of people it's like, how dare you talk about our Lord and Savior Charmeleon like that, but it's like, I'm being serious. It's like, I mean, it's just like, it's bigger. It's a little bit meaner. The flame is a little fiercer. But other than that, it's like, I'm not really feeling anything. Honestly, I'm thinking the lower B tier. Again. But I mean, again, it's not in the C tier, but it's definitely not super, like, you know, I don't think it deserves to be in the B tier. It's cool, but that's it. Alright, moving on to the final evolution of Charmander and the Pokemon that comes after Charmeleon, number 6. Oh, whoops. I'm about ready to copy a URL instead of the freaking image. We have Charizard! Yes! The dragon himself. That's not really a dragon, but fuck you. He should be a dragon anyway. Charizard. So, Charizard is number 6 in terms of the Kanto Dex and in the Global Dex. And unlike Charmeleon and Charmander, unlike the previous forms before it, it gains a secondary typing in the form of Flying, so Charizard is known as a dual-type Fire-flying Pokemon. And it is the final form of Charmander. It is known as the Flame Pokemon with its Japanese name as Lizardon. Excuse me. However, like Venusaur, Charizard, however, somewhat similarly to Venusaur, Charizard has 3 forms actually. Mega Charizard X, Mega Charizard Y, and Gigantamax Charizard. It can Mega Evo into Charizard X using the Charizardite X, and Mega Charizard Y using the Charizardite Y, and can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Charizard if it has the Gigantamax factor. Another piece of trivia for you, Charizard is the game mascot of Pokemon Red and its remake Pokemon Fire Red, appearing on the box art of both games. Now, something to keep in mind is that regular Charizard is Fire Flying, as is Mega Charizard Y. However, with Mega Charizard X specifically, the Dragon typing replaces the Fire typing, making Mega Charizard X a Fire Dragon type. In terms of the abilities, it keeps Blaze and Solar Power. However, with Mega Charizard X, it gains the ability of Tough Claws, and with Mega Charizard Y, it is Drought. According to the biology section of Charizard's Bulbapedia page, it states, Charizard is a draconic bipedal Pokemon. It is primarily orange with a cream underside from the chest to the tip of its tail. It has a long... Sorry, I had to see, I was like, wait, is the music playing? I have to make sure the music is, like, able to be heard. Alright. It has a long neck, small blue eyes, slightly raised nostrils, and 2 horn-like structures protruding from the back of its rectangular head. There are 2 fangs visible in its upper jaw when its mouth is closed. 2 large wings with blue-green undersides sprout from its back, and a horn-like appendage juts out from the top of the third joint of each wing. A single wing finger is visible through the center of each wing membrane. Charizard's arms are short and skinny compared to its robust belly, and each limb has 3 white claws. It has stocky legs with cream-colored soles on each of its plantigrade feet. The tip of its long tapering tail burns with a sizable flame, which can intensify to a blue flame if Charizard is irritated. Charizard flies in search of powerful opponents to battle, and its fire will burn hotter as it gains experience. Its fiery breath is capable of melting boulders and massive glaciers, and has been known to accidentally cause forest fires. Though its fiery breath is hot, it never turns it on any opponent weaker than itself. Charizard typically inhabits mountains and valleys, such as the Charcific Valley in Johto. The anime episode Charizard's Burning Ambitions showed that only a weak Charizard would show off its power. The side story episode, Those Damn Electabuzz, I'm not joking when I said, I'm not lying, showed that Charizard can swim underwater, with Pokemon Origins further showing that the flame on the tip of the tail can still keep burning underwater. Much like an underwater volcano, right? Charizard's wings can carry it to an altitude of 4,600 feet, or for overseas people, that is 1,400 meters. Charizard lives in herds with Charmander. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Charizard is known to sleep in an incredibly relaxed position. This is because Charizard is very confident in its own power. Some Charizard are occasionally seen sleeping flat on their backs, which is potentially a sign that those Charizard are especially strong. And in Alola, Charizard is a ride Pokemon, being used by the natives to fly around the region or make deliveries. Now, in terms of the forms of Charizard, this is going to be a long section, folks. Charizard has 3 alternate forms, Mega Charizard X, Mega Charizard Y, and Gigantamax Charizard. Both the Charizard's Mega Evolutions feature a shorter snout, light vertical slit pupils, and a bright underside reaching the lower jaw. First off, Mega Charizard X. As Mega Charizard X, its body and legs are more physically fit, though its arms remain thin. Its skin turns black with a sky blue underside and soles. 2 spikes with blue tips curve upward from the front and back of each shoulder, while the tips of its horns sharpen, turn blue, and curve slightly upward. Its brow and claws are larger, and its eyes are now red. It has 2 small, fin-like spikes under each horn and 2 more down its lower neck. The finger disappears from the wing membrane, and the lower edges are divided into large rounded points. The third joint of each wing arm is adorned with a claw-like spike. Mega Charizard X breathes blue flames out the sides of its mouth, and the flame on its tail now burns blue consistently. It is said that its new power turns it black and creates more intense flames. Meanwhile, Mega Charizard Y. As Mega Charizard Y, it becomes sleeker in appearance but retains its normal coloration. It has 3 pointed horns on the back of its head, the middle of which is longer. Its snout has larger fangs and a ridge on the nose. Its neck is shorter, but its torso is thinner and longer. It features longer digitigrade feet. Is that how you pronounce it? Its hands are less developed, with extremely shortened fingers that are no longer separated from each other. Small wings develop on its wrists, while the ones on its back become larger, lose the wing finger passing through their membrane and end up with ragged edges. The back of its tail has a large spike at the base and 3 smaller ones near the tip, which now burns with a longer flame. Mega Charizard Y is said to have incredible flying prowess that is greater than a jet fighter. Oh, my nose. And in terms of the Gigantamax form, as Gigantamax Charizard, it becomes larger and more physically fit. The lower part of its body glows white with several yellow diamonds located on the lower belly. There are also diamond-shaped spots located on the front legs. The claws located on its hands and feet have become longer and sharper. I'm so out of it right now. The feet become longer and digitigrade, retaining small glowing soles under the forefeet. The sclera of the eyes become yellow. The glow of a flame can be seen in the mouth, and the teeth grow, the lower front teeth and 3 teeth in the middle now protruding when the mouth is closed. The flame on the tail extends out and has 3 red clouds surrounding it, like the clouds most other Gigantamax Pokemon have. 2 flames sprout from its horns, and its wings are transformed into literal flame wings extending to the shoulder blade. These colossal flamed wings were created from the energy of Gigantamaxing and are hotter than magma. Gigantamax Charizard uses these flames to burn its opponents. The flames within Gigantamax Charizard burn hotter than 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit, for overseas people that is 2,000 degrees Celsius, and increase in temperature when it roars. Gigantamax Charizard is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move G-Max Wildfire. Pokedex entries. For the original Red and Blue Pokedex, it states, it spits fire that is hot enough to melt boulders, known to cause forest fires unintentionally. With the Yellow Pokedex entry, when expelling a blast of super hot fire, the red flame at the tip of its tail burns more intensely. Fast forwarding to Generation 3, we have the Fire Red Pokedex entry, which states, its wings can carry this Pokemon close to an altitude of 4,600 feet, or for overseas people, that's 1,400 meters. It blows out fire at very high temperatures. However, the Leaf Green entry states pretty much the same thing that the original Red and Blue entry states. In terms of the Mega Charizard forms for both X and Y, according to Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, Mega Charizard X Pokedex entry states, this overwhelming power that fills its entire body causes it to turn black and creates intense blue flames. And for Mega Charizard Y, its bond with its trainer is the source of its power. It boasts speed and maneuverability greater than that of a jet fighter. And I forgot about X and Y, excuse me for a moment. Generation 6 with Pokemon X. Charizard is stated, when expelling a blast of super hot fire, the red flame at the tip of its tail burns more intensely. And then for Y, oh, it's pretty much the same thing. Okay. Alright. So, for fast forwarding to Generation 8 with Gigantamax Charizard, the Pokedex entry from Sword states, this colossal flame-winged figure of a Charizard was brought about by Gigantamax energy. And then with Shield's Pokedex entry, the flame inside its body burns hotter than 36 degrees Fahrenheit / 2,000 degrees Celsius. When Charizard roars, that temperature climbs even higher. Moving on over to the stats for Charizard, it definitely gets better, with its special attack reigning superior at 109 points, followed by its speed at 100 points, and then overall the stats are pretty consistent throughout. We have special defense at 85 points, with attack being only a 1 point difference, and then you have HP and then you Oh, yeah. Okay, okay. With defense and HP stat at the same at 78, basically meaning it's a little bit better. Well, actually, is it a little bit better than Venusaur? I don't remember. But overall, I would say that this is definitely a little bit better than Venusaur in terms of some stats. And then when you have Mega Charizard X stats, the special attack and attack stats go way up to 130 points with speed... Oh wait, with physical defense actually as the third highest / second highest stat. I mean, attack and special attack are tied at 111 points, with speed staying the same at 100, but unfortunately, special defense and HP stats remain the same at 85 and 78 respectively. With Mega Charizard Y, however, the special attack goes super up at 159 points, with special defense following that up with 115, and then you have speed staying at 100 speed across all forms, but its physical attack actually goes up a little bit by 104. Not as good as Mega Charizard X, but still a significant improvement as opposed to base form Charizard. However, defense goes up a little bit. However, defense and HP remain the same as its base form at 78 points. Moving on over to the personal section of Charizard. It is a fucking cool dragon, I will say that right now. And I have so many memories of Charizard from the anime, how much of a little shit it was and how bratty it was. But honestly, I still like it for its actions in the third movie of Pokemon when it beat Entei's ass and was about ready to although it did almost get killed by Entei, but listen, we'll get to it when we get to it. And I do honestly love the fact that Mega Charizard X does get an X form. But I don't necessarily like Mega Charizard Y's design. I just feel like it's a more shonen version of Charizard, which I don't know how is possible. But it works, I guess. But overall, I really do like Charizard. I think it's cool. And it does confuse me that it's like it basically looks like a dragon, but it's not a dragon unless you count Mega Charizard X. But it's like you shouldn't need a different form for a Pokemon to have a typing that makes sense. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. But I guess the question... Jesus, don't do that. But I guess the thing is, what would I rate this as? Where would I put this at? It's definitely higher than B. Honestly? Honestly, I'm gonna put it in S. Honestly, I would put it in S. Like, I really do like Charizard. I have so many fond memories of it. I love Mega Charizard X. And honestly, it can be cute. It can be cute. Like, I've seen the anime. I've seen the screenshots. It's adorable. I mean, yeah, he may be a little bratty, but it's still cute. And besides, wouldn't you get a plushie of this? Like, that way, like, imagine a life-size plushie of Charizard. You can just hug it. I mean, not to mention, like, listen, if you're a dragon fucker... No. I don't want to... I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. Pokemon, like, I think this is one of the very few things I would never lewd, because this is way too much of my childhood. But regardless, I think Scalies would understand, like, listen, would you like to have a Charizard? I think you would. Moving on. With that, we finished up the Fire-type starter for Kanto, and now we move on to number 7 of the Kanto Dex and Global Dex, along with the final starter, which is also the Water-type starter of Kanto. Kanto. Boop, boop. We got Squirtle. I will admit, it's cute. Cutie patootie. It's cute. Alright. So, Squirtle is the water-type Pokemon, the water-type starter for Kanto. It evolves into Wartortle starting at level 16, which then evolves into Blastoise at level 36. And along with Bulbasaur and Charmander, Squirtle is one of the 3 first partner Pokemon of Kanto available at the beginning of Pokemon Red, Green, Blue, Fire Red, and Leaf Green. It is known as the tiny turtle Pokemon with its Japanese name of Zenigame. It is a pure water-type Pokemon with the abilities of Torrent and Rain Dish as its hidden ability. And according to the biology section of Squirtle's Bulbapedia page, it states, Squirtle is a small reptilian Pokemon that resembles a light blue turtle. While it typically walks on its 2 short legs, it has been shown to run on all 4s in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. That's interesting. It has large purplish or reddish eyes and a slightly hooked upper lip. Each of its hands and feet have 3 pointed digits. The end of its long squirrel-like tail curls inward. Its body is encased by a tough shell that forms and hardens after birth. This shell is brown on the top, pale yellow on the bottom, and has a thick white ridge between the 2 halves. Squirtle's shell is a useful tool. It can withdraw into the shell for protection or to sleep. The grooved, rounded shape helps to reduce water resistance, allowing the Pokemon to swim at high speeds. Squirtle can spray foamy water from its mouth with great accuracy. Squirtle are scarce in the wild, although it can be found around small ponds and lakes. Squirtle can also be found residing around rivers and mountainous regions, as shown in Pokemon Snap and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. In the anime series episode Beach Blankout Blastoise, Squirtle are shown to be found living on secluded islands with other members of their evolutionary line. Sharpedo is a natural predator of Squirtle. However, as shown in Pokemon Sleep, Squirtle are known to sleep by withdrawing its limbs and head into its shell. It does this to protect itself from threats while sleeping. It also on occasion rocks contentedly from side to side while sleeping. In Generation 2, Squirtle and its evolved forms were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Skull Bash naturally, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Alright, Pokedex entries for Squirtle. The original Red and Blue state. After birth, its back swells and hardens into a shell, powerfully sprays foam from its mouth, and then in yellow, shoots water at prey while in the water, withdraws into its shell when in danger. Fast forwarding to Generation 3, the Fire Red Pokedex entry states, when it retracts its long neck into its shell, it squirts out water with vigorous force. However, the Leaf Green the Leaf Green entry is essentially the same as the original Red and Blue entry, so we can move onwards to the stats of Squirtle. Now, it is very different from Charmander in that the special defense and physical defense are both its highest stats. However, there is a 1-point difference between defense and special defense, but who's counting, right? However, all its other stats are not that great. Special attack is only at 50, with physical attack at 48, HP at 44, and speed is its lowest at 43. Now granted, that does mean it's a little bit better than Bulbasaur in some departments, but a little bit worse than Charmander in some other departments. But honestly, it's fine. That's the thing with Pokemon, is that, like, listen, there's not one that is above all powerful. Like, they all have their weaknesses. So moving on to the personal stuff. Squirtle is cute. I will say that right now. Squirtle is cute. However, I'm not gonna lie, I would not pick this starter unless I absolutely had to. I mean, I think it's just because of the fact that, like, I've never really been interested in reptiles. I don't know, I've never really been interested in reptiles. I mean, don't get me wrong, turtles can be cute, but it's like, the thing is, I don't really have a lot of experience with turtles. The only turtles that I remember having in my childhood, they both died. So, due to inexperience. But it wasn't my fault. But yeah, it's cute. But there's really not much to say about this. As I said before, I would not pick this. Like, I would sooner choose Bulbasaur and Charmander as opposed to Squirtle. That's not to say, though, that Squirtle is, like, hated. It's like, I don't hate him. I don't hate it. It's just definitely, like, just not a favorite. So where would I rate this? Honestly, I would put it at a B. A high B, of course, but still a B. So yeah. Moving on from Squirtle. I wonder if I've gone through all the music in this playlist already. I think I have. Well, actually, about to, because I remember I calculated the total time for the Kanto playlist. It's only over 2 hours, and we're about at the 2-hour mark. So, moving on to the next Pokemon, number 8 in terms of the Kanto Dex and the Global Dex. We have Wartortle. I'm not gonna lie, I like it better than Squirtle. Not gonna lie. It looks a lot cuter and I love the fins. Like, look at the tail, it resembles waves. Look at the fins, it looks like a fishy tail. Alright, so Wartortle is another is another primary water type. It is known as the turtle Pokemon, not the tiny turtle like Squirtle was, but turtle. And its Japanese name is Kameru, or Camille. Kameru. Actually, how do you say that in English? Kamale? Kamale. Its abilities remain the same as Squirtle with Torrent and Rain Dish. And according to the biology section on Wartortle's Bulbapedia page, it states, Wartortle is a bipedal indigo reptilian Pokemon similar to a turtle. It has brown eyes, a dark blue streak on each cheek, and 2 sharp teeth protruding from its upper jaw. It has 3 clawed fingers and pointed toes. On each side of its head are feather-like ears covered in pale blue fur. That's fur?! You mean to tell me that's fur? There's no fucking way. It should be scales. Oh, wait a minute. Or are they saying, like, the ears are covered in fur? Well, that still doesn't make any sense. How is it fur? A brown shell with a pale yellow underside encases its body. A thick white rim separates the upper and lower halves of the shell. An older Wartortle may have scars and algae growing on its shell. Poking out of the bottom of the shell is a thick, wavy tail that also has light blue fur and cannot be fully withdrawn into its shell. Its tail fur will darken with age. Its tail is a popular symbol of longevity and good luck, making this Pokemon popular with the elderly. Because they are larger than Squirtle and have a larger shell, Wartortle will have a more difficult time walking on land and keeping their balance in the water. To maintain balance while swimming at high speeds, Wartortle moves its furry ears and tail as both rudders and balancing rods. Air can be stored in its fur for extended underwater diving. It hides in water when hunting and emerges to surprise its prey. It's shown in the anime episode Beach Blankout Blastoise that Wartortle can be found living in colonies on islands, but its preferred habitat seems to be freshwater ponds and lakes. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, it is known to sleep with its body tucked into its shell while remaining wary of threats. It leaves its long furry tail poking out a bit to feel out its surroundings in case of danger. In Generation 2, Wartortle and its evolutionary relatives were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Skull Bash naturally, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Okay, because I'm basically noticing... Did we actually go through? I think we did. I think we went through all this music in the playlist because this is the first song that played in the stream. So yeah, we went through a entire playlist in like an hour and 45 minutes. Great! As I was saying, because I'm noticing that we might have to start skipping Pokédex entries because basically the biology section just states everything anyway, so it's like, what's the point, right? But that doesn't... Well, yeah, okay. Not to mention, we're almost like 2 hours into this, and we're only on like number 7. Well, actually, what number is? It is number 7, right? Number 8. Sorry, number 8. Moving on over to these stats, it gets a little better. Special defense and defense are now tied for the highest stat at 80 points. However, and even its special attack and physical attack get upgraded. Get upgraded a bit as well. Granted, special attack has a 2-point high difference with physical attack at 65 points and 63 points, with HP and speed following up a little bit better, but not quite at 59 and 58 respectively. I mean, to be fair, Squirtle line is basically known to be like the normal route because it can get you through Brock, but not Misty. So moving on to... Nandadeyo. So moving on to the personal section. Honestly, I find Wartortle to be cuter than Squirtle. Mainly because of the tail and the ears. I still can't believe these are actually furry. It's like, you would think that, like, with a turtle, it'd be scaly. Or at the very least, like, these would be made of, like, cartilage or something like that. Like, what is considered cartilage to a reptile? But I still find it really cute. I find it really cute. Now, granted, would I want this on my team? Maybe. So obviously this means that this is going up into the A tier. Is that how you spell Wartortle? I missed a R. There we go. Wartortle. So going up with the Ivysaur and Venusaur, Wartortle. But yeah, it's cute. I like it. I love the tail and I love the ears. But other than that, it's cute. It's nice. Moving on. So now we have the final evolution of Squirtle. And it is number 9 in the Kanto Dex / Global Dex. Okay. I was like... Sorry, I think the, sorry for that. The music's having a little bit of a problem here. Alright. So now we have Blastoise. Here's the thing. I can acknowledge that it's cool. I mean, look at the cannons coming out of its back. I can acknowledge that it's cool. But honestly, that's all it has going for it, is the cool factor. And here's the thing. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm gonna like a Pokemon just based on how cool it is. Like, I need something more to it. Anyway. Blastoise. It is the final form of Squirtle. It evolves from Wartortle. And it says here, so much like Charizard and Venusaur, Blastoise has 2 forms, Mega Blastoise and Gigantamax Blastoise. It can Mega Evolve into Mega Blastoise using the Blastonite, how do you pronounce that? Blastoise-nite, and can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Blastoise if it has the Gigantamax factor. Gigantamax Blastoise was introduced in the Isle of Armor Sword and Shield DLC. And one more piece of trivia. Blastoise is the game mascot of the Japanese and international versions of Pokemon Blue, appearing on the box art of both games. Blastoise is known as the shellfish Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Kamex. Interesting, that's one of the musical artists that you've been hearing music from. However, unlike Charizard and Venusaur, Blastoise retains its primary water typing. Retains its primary water typing and does not get a secondary typing with either Mega Evo or Gigantamaxing. Its abilities also remain the same with Torrent and Rain Dish, but when it Mega evolves, it gains the ability Mega Launcher. Now, according to the biology section on Blastoise's Bulbapedia page, it states, Blastoise is a large bipedal turtle Pokemon. Its body is blue and is mostly hidden by its tough brown shell. This shell has a cream-colored underside and a white ridge encircling its arms and separating the upper and lower halves. 2 powerful water cannons/jet nozzles reside at the top of its shell over its shoulders. These cannons can be extended or withdrawn. Blastoise's head has triangular ears that are black on the inside, small brown eyes, and a cream-colored lower jaw. Its arms are thick and it has 3 claws on each hand. Its feet have 3 claws on the front and 1 on the back. Poking out of the bottom of its shell is a stubby tail. The powerful cannons on this Pokemon's back are capable of producing water blasts that can pierce steel and concrete and can be used for high-speed charges. The speed of Blastoise's charges is similar to the force of a rocket. Blastoise deliberately makes itself heavy to withstand these powerful blasts and to crush its opponents. It is shown in the anime episode Beach Blank Out Blastoise that Blastoise can take the role of a leader in large groups of Squirtle and Wartortle. Its preferred habitat seems to be freshwater ponds and lakes. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Blastoise is known to sleep soundly while protected by its tough shell. Blastoise has also been seen sleeping with its belly exposed on very rare occasions. This is due to Blastoise feeling completely secure in its surroundings and quickly falling asleep. In Generation 2, Blastoise and its pre-evolved forms were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Skull Bash naturally, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. This is set to repeat, right? Okay. And in terms of the forms, Blastoise has 2 forms, Mega Blastoise and Gigantamax Blastoise. When Mega evolved, Blastoise develops 2 smaller shells over its arms, each with their own water cannon. The 2 cannons on its back are extended by The 2 cannons on its back are replaced by a single central water cannon of greater size that can retract into its shell. This cannon extends forward over Mega Blastoise's head and is said to have a blast range of over 6 miles, or for overseas people that is 10 kilometers. Small ridges develop over its now red eyes and extend to its ears. The ears angle slightly backward and there is a small point on its chin. As Gigantamax Blastoise, it becomes larger. Its eyes are white with bright blue sclera. Its blue arms, head, and legs change to light blue, and the underside of its shell becomes dark red. Its shell transforms into a battleship-like formation, with 31 cannons of different sizes. Sets of twin cannons emerge from hexagon and rectangle-shaped holes within the shell, and a main cannon protrudes from the center. Several white triangular spots are located on its tail and legs. 3 red clouds surround the main cannon. Gigantamax Blastoise can adapt to any situation using various cannon combinations. It is not very good at precision shooting, so instead of aiming its attacks, it prefers to overwhelm its opponent by launching dynamic, powerful torrents from its cannons. According to one legend, its main cannon is so staggeringly powerful it can blast holes through the mountains. Gigantamax Blastoise can also align the 12 cannons surrounding its main cannon individually to attack in any direction. Gigantamax Blastoise is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move G-Max Cannonade. And in terms of the stats for base Blastoise, the special defense is its highest stat at 105 points, followed by its defense at 100 points. And then you have its special attack at 85 and and physical attack at 83. And its HP and speed are actually pretty good, honestly. Like, HP is at 79 points, with speed being just below that at 78. But honestly, this is a pretty nice, nice rounded stat block. However, in terms of Mega Blastoise, it is astonishingly neither of its defense stats or its top stat. Instead, it is its special attack stat at 135 points, with physical defense actually being better than its special defense at 120 points, special defense is at 115 points, and physical attack stat is even over at 103 points. However, the HP and the speed stat remain the same as always at 79 and 78 points respectively. But I will say, it is actually surprising to know that Mega Blastoise's special attack stat is higher than both of its defense stats, when we have seen up to this point that Blastoise's defense stats have been its highest stats. Now, moving on over to the personal section. Here's the thing. As I said before, I do think Blastoise is cool, but honestly, I don't necessarily... I think that's all it has going for it. Like, again, stats are pretty nice, but as I said before, I can't recall a time in which I've ever picked Squirtle and thus had a Blastoise. Oh, we're gonna be here a while. But as I was saying. But yeah, I think that's all it has really going for it, is the cool factor of the fact that, like, oh, it's a turtle that can shoot water from its back. And that's it. Like, I don't know. I don't really think it's that, like... You know, I just don't think it's that inspiring. And then when you take into effect, right, the Mega Evolved forms and then the Gigantamax form, like, it evolves more into the gun aspect. And it's just like... I don't know. Like, honestly, I find the Gigantamax form to be a little cooler than the Mega Blastoise form, mainly because of the fact that it's like a fucking battleship. Jesus, try to play like, if anybody knows what I'm talking about, like, you know how, at least back when I was a kid, there actually used to be commercials for toys. Battleship was one of them. If you can, go to your local toy store or whatnot. If it's not Toys R Us, I don't know what is better than Toys R Us. Go to a Toys R Us, a Walmart, like, go to any place that has a toy aisle, pick up Battleship, and try to see if you could be a Blastoise, I guess. A Gigantamax Blastoise. That way you know what it's like to play Battleship. Actually, I just remembered, Battleship also had a movie. I don't think it was good, though, so don't subject yourself to that. But yeah, overall, I don't think Blastoise is cool. Honestly, I think it was probably, like, my least favorite out of the Kanto starters. So, because of that, it's, like, here's the thing. I think, as I said before, I think the cool factor is honestly what is the only thing that has it going for it. So, I will put it in the lower B tier. So, yeah. Sorry to any fans of Blastoise of the Squirtle line. I'm just not a fan. Alright. We're now done with the starter, so now we can move on to other Pokemon that aren't starters. Excuse me. We're now 2 hours, and we're not even 100 away. Alright. So moving on to number 10 in the Kanto Dex / Global Dex, we have Caterpie! Our first bug-type Pokemon. Now, I will say this right now. It doesn't look that cute. But if you think about the anime, and of course Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red and Blue Rescue Team, it is pretty cute. It is pretty cute. Alright, so Caterpie is a primary bug-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Metapod starting at level 7, which then evolves into Butterfree at level 10. Caterpie is known as the worm Pokemon, and its Japanese name is the same as its English name, actually, which is, although in Japanese they would pronounce it as Caterpie. And its abilities are Shield Dust and Run Away as a hidden ability. And according to the biology of it, it states, Caterpie is an insect Pokemon that resembles a green caterpillar with a yellow underside and teardrop-shaped tail. There are yellow ring-shaped markings down the sides of its segmented body, which resemble its eyes and are meant to scare off predators. Its most notable characteristic is the bright red antenna, or osmeterium, on its head, which releases a stench to repel predators. Despite these features and its camouflage in green foliage, Caterpie is often preyed upon by flying-type Pokemon. Its 4 tiny feet are tipped with suction cups, permitting this Pokemon to scale most surfaces with minimal effort. Caterpie is easy to capture and grows quickly, making it ideal for new trainers. As Caterpie grows and develops over time, it will shed its skin many times before finally cocooning itself in thick silk. It can also spit this silk in order to entangle foes, as seen in the anime episode Ash Catches a Pokemon. I remember that episode. It has a voracious appetite, which drives it to eat 100 leaves a day. It will even eat leaves bigger than itself. According to Pokemon Adventures, which I think is the manga for Pokemon, its favorite food is the vermilion flower. Caterpie lives in temperate forests and jungles. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Caterpie is known to sleep occasionally while using String Shot. On occasion, it drools out strings instead of saliva. That's disgusting. Alright, and in terms of its stats, they are shit. Like, these are shit stats. I'm not joking. These stats are worse than the starter Pokemon, meaning Caterpie's stats are worse than Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle. Honestly, its highest stats are only its speed and its HP at 45 points. Physical defense is basically 10 points below that at 35. Then you have physical attack, which is at 30. And you have special attack and special defense, which are utter trash. Basically, Caterpie is known as a baby Pokemon. Let's just say that. It's a baby. Excuse me, it's baby. It's a baby. It's just baby. Moving on to the personal stuff. I will say, though, it is still rather cute. It is rather cute. But, again, that's really all it has going for it. Like, I don't even know if I would want this on my team. But then again, it's also like, well, I don't know. Again, at the very least, it's shit. Like, for anything outside of like not pre-game, in the beginning. Again, it's cute, but that's it. It's just crap. So it's obviously not going to the S or A tier. But I do think it is going to go somewhere in the B tier. Honestly, I think it's going into the lower B tier. Like, again, it's cute, but it's shit. Again, we gotta think about designs, too. This is part of the reason why it's not even in C tier yet. Like, honestly, if it weren't for the fact that it's cute, and of course, like, my personal experience with the anime and the spin-off stuff, this would be going in C tier. So, next up, we have Number 11. As soon as I can get it up. And it is Metapod. 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 Oh, Jesus Christ. It's like, I'm not gonna lie. You see the eye here and you see like the point here. Why does it look like a face? Like it just looks like it's just side-eyeing you. Alright, Metapod. It is the first evolution of Caterpie, and it keeps on with the primary typing of Bug. It is known as the Cocoon Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Toranseru, or Trancel. And its only ability is Shed Skin. And according to the biology, it is stated, Metapod is an insect Pokemon that resembles a green chrysalis. Its body is crescent-shaped with several segments making up the lower point. The front of Metapod's shell resembles a face with heavy-lidded eyes and a sharply pointed nose. The back of its shell consists of several geometrically shaped portions and projections. Metapod's soft body is protected by a hard outer shell as it undergoes metamorphosis. While this shell is said to be as hard as steel, a sudden powerful impact could cause its liquid innards to pop out, leaving it completely exposed. Disgusting. But then again, I imagine that's also the thing with a lot of, like, caterpillars, changing into butterflies. It's just like, they go into a cocoon and it's just like, you just cut it open and it's just goop. Oh, that's actually gross. Metapod generally remains motionless, rebuilding its cells for evolution. If an enemy discovers Metapod, it is unable to do anything other than harden its outer shell. Metapod lives in temperate forests and jungles, often in groups. Pikipek is a natural predator of Metapod. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Metapod is known to sleep while using the move Harden constantly to protect its innards. It stays still while sleeping to avoid getting attacked by foes. Now, obviously, according to the stats, it's also shit. Granted, it's better than Caterpie's, but it's still shit. Like, I mean, the physical defense stat is at 55 points, its highest stat. And then you have its HP, which is at 50 points. However, all of its other stats, like, I mean, speed is better than Caterpie's at 30 points, but special attack, special defense, and attack, they're all crap. Like, you are way better off. Like, basically, Metapod and others like it are basically Pokemon that I think are gonna mainly be in the C tier because they're so fucking useless. Like what's the point? Like, here's the thing, and I have to honestly ask, what point is there in sending out a Metapod and others of its kind out into battle if not to get experience? Like, I mean, obviously, from Gen 6 onward, you have the experience there. You have the experience share on, which allows you to give the experience to all Pokemon, not just the one who holds it. Which is good for me, because, God, I don't have enough patience for that. But, again, why would you send out a Metapod? It's fucking useless! The only thing it does is just sit there and harden. Much like a cock. Oh my god. Someone take the mic away from me, please. Going to the personality stuff. Honestly, it's, as I said, it's awful. It's fucking useless. It does nothing except sit and harden. Honestly, do we even need to say anything more? It goes in the C tier. Metapod is C. Is mid. It's ugly, too. Fuck this thing. Like, just no point other than for you to wait. And, like, basically, it's like, you only think of this as a transitionary period. This is a transitionary period. Screw this thing. So now we move on to number 12 of the Kanto Dex / Global Dex. And remember how I said the Metapod is a transitionary period? Well, this is the thing it transitions into. Butterfree! Really nice Pokemon. I love the wings. It's cute. It's nice. Alright. Oh my god, why do I like the Gigantamax form? What the fuck? Alright, so, unlike Metapod and Caterpie, Butterfree, it is the final form of Caterpie, and it has a Gigantamax form. If it has the Gigantamax factor, it is known, however, oh, I forgot to say, however, upon Metapod evolving into Butterfree, it gains the Flying type. So Butterfree is a dual type bug flying Pokemon. It is known as the Butterfly Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Batafuri, which is basically Butterfree. It's the same in Japanese. And it gets new abilities such as Compound Eyes, and its hidden ability is Tinted Lens. And according to the biology section of Butterfree's Bulbapedia page, it states, Butterfree is a that's a word, insect Pokemon which resembles a vaguely anthropomorphic butterfly with a purple body. Unlike true insects, it only has 2 body segments and 4 light blue legs. The upper pair of its legs resembles small 3-fingered hands, while the lower pair resembles long digitless feet. Butterfree has 2 black antennae, a light blue snout with 2 fangs underneath, and large red compound eyes. Its 2 pairs of wings are white with black venation. 2 oval scales on a female Butterfree's lower wings are black, but they are white on a male. The wings of Butterfree are coated with poisonous scales that easily fall off continuously as it flies. If inhaled, it results in several status conditions. So please do not snort it. Do not inhale it. Do not use. Why the fuck am I thinking? Why am I now thinking that, like, bruh, why do I feel like there are some risky motherfuckers out there that would try to, like, smoke poison, like, Butterfree scales, like, in a bong? Why do I think that? It will defend Caterpie from bird Pokemon using this powder. This powder also repels water, enabling it to fly and gather honey even in the rain. Butterfree can use its sensitive antenna to detect the odors of blooming flowers 6 miles, or 10 kilometers, from its nest in search of nectar, which it carries with the hairs of its legs. Sometimes it has territorial disputes with Cutiefly over fields of flowers. It also consumes sap from trees pierced by Heracross, as seen in the anime episode A Sappy Ending. Butterfree is found in temperate forests and jungles, but it has also been observed flying near the ocean as part of its migratory breeding pattern. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Butterfree is known to sleep while flapping his wings. It tends to accidentally scatter highly toxic dust while sleeping. So pretty much don't sleep near this thing, otherwise you will die. Moving on to the forms. Butterfree has a Gigantamax form. As Gigantamax Butterfree, its wings become shades of bright and dark green with a white pattern on them. And I'm not gonna lie, that is a really pretty pattern. Really nice. At the base of the wings are a fur-like circle, which attaches to Gigantamax Butterfree's back. Its antennae become bright green as well, and extend to the point where the tip bends, and 3 red clouds surround them. Its eyes glow bright red. Several green scales created from crystallized Gigantamax energy can be seen floating around Gigantamax Butterfree. These are its most effective weapons, capable of causing paralysis, poisoning, or sleep. Gigantamax Butterfree scatters these scales by the winds that it generates with each flap of its wings. These winds are powerful enough to lift a 10-ton truck. Gigantamax Butterfree is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move G-Max Befuddle. My poor YouTube playlist. Alright. Moving on to its stats. Now, granted, unfortunately, that despite how pretty Butterfree is... Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so there's 2 stat blocks for Butterfree. One stat block portrays Butterfree's stats from generations 1 through 5, which means from Kanto to Unova, and then from generation 6 onwards, which is Kalos onwards, there's another one. Well, I guess in terms of the first stat block, I mean, to be fair, it's definitely good in terms of the beginning. I mean, 80s. I mean, again, special attack and special defense are tied in terms of the highest at 80 points, with speed at 70 and HP at 60. But unfortunately, physical attack and physical defense are pretty crap. So that sucks. However, with the second stat block, which is the stat block that is used nowadays for Butterfree, they actually upped its special attack, but to 90 points instead of 80. But it basically just kept every other stat the same. But I mean, honestly, I don't think it's bad. I mean, again, like, Butterfree, I imagine, is not necessarily known to be like a physical, like attack Pokemon. It's more of like a support, because my personal experience with Butterfree, and I guess we could use this to move onward to the personal section. My personal experience with Butterfree is that, like, they are annoying as fuck because of the fact that when NPCs have Butterfrees to battle with, they obviously have paralysis. Not paralysis. What's that move? I know it's poison powder, sleep powder. What the hell is that other move called? Excuse me. What is that other move called? The move that causes paralysis. I honestly don't know. I forgot. But yeah, like, regardless, like, Butterfree is meant to be more of a support Pokemon as opposed to, like, one that you would use to attack, which, to be fair, that's fine. But I will say, like, overall, like, Butterfree is really nice. It's got a really neat design. Not to mention, I think Butterfree was probably, like, the first source for a lot of people of angst in the anime. I mean, are we all gonna simultaneously forget, like, bye-bye Butterfree? Like, I wouldn't. I remember the shiny Butterfree. The pink one. But yeah, I think it's fine. Now, I wouldn't necessarily have this on my team. Like, again, I'm not a big fan of bug-type Pokemon in general. Mainly because I just find bug-type to be one of the weakest shits ever. But I do like this design, honestly. So, I'm not gonna put him in C tier. I honestly would put her... I keep assigning gender to these things, and it's like they don't have a gender. I would put Butterfree in the upper B tier, next to Squirtle. Again, it's cute and I really like its design. But I wouldn't necessarily... But I can do without it, right? But I can do without it. Like, it's... Like, basically, if I have a chance to have it, I'll have it. But if I don't, it's not a big deal. Speaking of which, I have not been saving, just in case. So, Butterfree is done. So now we move on to number 13, and oh god, this is the worst one. This is the worst Caterpie. And it's disgusting. I hate it so much. Weedle! I fucking hate it so much. Like, honestly, at least Caterpie is cute. This isn't cute to me. It's gross to me. Alright. Unlike Caterpie, however, Weedle is a dual-type bug poison Pokemon, which evolves into Kakuna at level 7, which then evolves into Beedrill at level 10. Weedle is known as the hairy bug Pokemon that is gross as fuck, and its Japanese name is Beedleru, or Beedle, with a D, by the way. And its abilities are Shield Dust and Runaway as its hidden ability. The biology of Weedle states, Weedle is a larval insect Pokemon with a segmented body ranging in color from yellow to reddish brown. Each segment of its body is a sphere. Oh, okay. It has a... Do I have a phone? It has a bulbous red nose, 2 small black eyes on its face, and two spherical feet on each body segment. The combination of red and yellow in its color scheme creates a bright warning to predators that it is poisonous. Weedle has a conical 2-inch or 5 centimeter venomous stinger on its head and a barbed one on its tail. Weedle can retaliate against attackers and those who step on it with its strong toxin. It can distinguish its favorite kinds of leaves using its acute sense of smell. As a young bug-type Pokemon, its daily appetite for leaves matches its weight. Weedle can be found in temperate forests and usually hide in grass, bushes, and under the leaves it eats. And according to the stats, it's also shit. Honestly, I think it's worse than Caterpie. Actually, I don't know. Is it worse than Caterpie? I don't know. I mean... excuse me. I mean, Weedle is at like 50, has 50 points in speed, so it's its highest stat. And you do have its HP, which is 10 points below that. At physical attack, 5 points below that. And physical defense, 5 points below that. And then you have its special attack and defense, which are at 20 points each, and they are pretty crap. And honestly, moving on to the personal section, fuck this Pokemon. I hate it. It's disgusting. It's gross. I don't like it. I would never have a Weedle in my effing life. Like, honestly, I don't... This is a Pokemon I've never tried to catch because I just don't like the look of it. It's gross. And because of that, it joins Metapod in the C tier. I think the less I have to say about this Pokemon, the better. So fuck this thing. However, we're not done with the grossness yet, because we have to move on to number 14. And it is Kakuna. Now, admittedly, I will say this, I do like it better than Metapod, but it's still fucking useless. Alright. Keeping on with its typing up from Weedle, Kakuna is a dual-type bug poison Pokemon. It is known as the Cocoon Pokemon, and it's basically, the Japanese name is the same thing. It is Cocoon. And its ability shares the same as Metapod's with Shed Skin. And the biology segment states, Kakuna is a yellow insect cocoon-like Pokemon. Kakuna has a dome-shaped head and... Kakuna has a dome-shaped head and black triangular eyes with glowing white pupils. It has 2 scythe-like arms in the middle of its body. When it comes close to evolving, its body gives off heat that makes it warm to the touch. Kakuna remains virtually immobile and waits for evolution, often hanging from tree branches by long strands of silk. When attacked, however, it can extend its poison barbs. Kakuna nests in temperate forests and misty wooded areas. Occasionally, it will also nest at the mouth of tunnels and caves, as seen in Pokemon Snap. Now, I imagine if I look at its stats, it's also shit. Yeah, it's still shit! Like, honestly, I think these are the same stats as Metapod's. Defense is its highest... Physical defense is at its highest at 50 points. However, with HP following at 45 and speed at 35. However, its physical attack and special defense are all the same at 25 points. It's essentially another transitionary Pokemon that is pretty fucking useless. I mean, hey, I will give it this. I do think it's cooler than Metapod. I will say this. I do think it is cooler than Metapod. Oh. When did I drop frames? When did that happen? I didn't even notice. Okay, I gotta check OBS real quick. Not OBS, the YouTube thing. Alright, it's just 20 seconds behind, that's fine. As I was saying, it's another transitionary period for a better Pokemon, and it's just useless. Again, as I said, I do think it is cooler than Metapod. But it's still going in this freaking C tier. Because it's just, I don't want it. I don't want it anywhere near me. It's gross. It's disgusting. And besides, I've seen the sprites in which, like, the arms that the biology section states are actually, like, pointed out. You can see them. And it's fucking freaky. I hate it. I hate it so much. Now we move on to number 15 of the Kanto Dex / Global Dex. And this one gives me nightmares because it reminds me of wasps. Beedrill! I'm not gonna lie, it's the very fact that this looks like the wasps I deal with on a daily basis, and I hate them so much. Seriously, the moment a wasp enters my room, I'm spraying it with the bug spray. I hate it so much. Alright, so, Beedrill keeps the same typing as Kakuna and Weedle with the dual type bug and poison. However, Beedrill can Mega Evolve into Mega Beedrill using the Beedrillite. Beedrill is known as the Poison Bee Pokemon, and its Japanese name is literally Spear, or Supia. Supia. Its abilities, however, have changed into Swarm and Sniper as its hidden ability, but when it Mega Evolves into Mega Beedrill, it gets the ability Adaptability. And according to the biology section of Beedrill, it states, Beedrill is an insect Pokemon which mostly resembles a bipedal yellow wasp. It's like, if it was a bee, I would... Then again, they're cute. There's actual bee Pokemon, aren't there? Anyway. However, it only has 4 legs instead of 6 and lacks pigment pits. What? Beedrill's head is round with a slightly pointed mouth, large red eyes, and black antennae with a sharp bend in the middle. Its 4 legs are tipped with long conical stingers. It stands on its other 2 legs, which are long, segmented, and insectoid in shape. Beedrill has 2 pairs of rounded veined wings and another stinger on its yellow and black striped abdomen. The abdominal stinger contains Beedrill's most potent poison. Excuse me. Beedrill is highly territorial, and unlike real bees, Beedrill live in colonies rather than true hives, and they work together to solve basic problems regarding food, territory, and reproduction. A behavior more similar to that of wasps than of bees. As seen in the anime episode Challenge of the Samurai, Beedrill seems to be especially concerned with the welfare of Weedle and Kakuna, and it will respond aggressively to those that disturb them. Disturbing one Beedrill will cause the whole colony to attack. It flies at high speed and attacks using the large venomous stingers on its forelegs and abdomen. It will then take the victims of its attacks back to its nest for food. Beedrill nests in temperate forests and misty wooded areas. It is known to collect pollen, which Teddy Ursa combines with fruits to concoct honey. Beedrills have been seen living in hives and producing honey. Prior to Generation 5, Twin Needle was its signature move. Moving on to its forms, Beedrill can Mega Evolve into Mega Beedrill. As Mega Beedrill, it gains more defined features. The antennae are shorter and T-shaped. Its eyes become longer and sleeker. It now has 3 pairs of wings. The uppermost pair is larger with black trim along the top. Its stingers become longer and larger, resembling lances. Additional conical black and yellow stingers with white tips take the place of its legs. Its abdomen becomes larger, grooved, and is attached to its thorax by a black structure. A similar black structure connects its head and thorax. The stinger on its abdomen is now a pale yellow, and it now has black stripes over its entire body. Fast-acting poison is stored in the stingers on its limbs, while the tail stinger produces a slow-acting poison that is used to finish opponents. The instantaneous poisons are instead used to prevent the foe from fleeing. Jesus Christ. Alright, and according to these stats, it has the same thing as Butterfree, where we have stat blocks for generations 1 through 4, and then generation 6 onward. Honestly, Beedrill does... So I'm looking at the stat blocks. Beedrill basically seems to be the more physical-oriented typing to foil to Butterfree, because the physical attack stat is at 80 points, and it's tied with special defense at 80 points, with its speed at 75, and its HP at 65. However, its physical defense and special attack are crap. And then in terms of the second stat block, which is the Generation 6 onward, they mainly just upped its physical attack stat to 90 instead of 80. However, with Mega Beedrill... Oh, wow. With Mega Beedrill, its highest stat is, of course, the physical attack stat, presumably so that it could sting you over and over again until you fucking die. And its speed is only 5 points away from being 145. However, Mega Beedrill's other stats... I mean, special defense and HP remain the same at 80 and 65 especially. Oh, and physical defense stat too. However, the special attack at Mega Beedrill is a abso-fucking-lutely pitiful 15 points. Basically, it doesn't need to attack you with any like strategy or whatnot. Just like sting, 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 sting until you're dead. Much like real wasps. God, I hate Beedrill so much. It's so gross. I hate it so much. It's so weird. I hate it. Again, it resembles wasps. And I hate wasps with an absolute passion. Like, I find them so gross. Like, seriously. There's I don't normally look up bug pictures on the internet anyway. What is this song? Ah, okay. But still, it's like, I hate looking at wasps. I hate looking at pictures of wasps. Like, I get that uncomfortable feeling across my back, like all along my spine. That is just like, stay the fuck away from me. Like, I hate them so much. Like, I would rather take bees than wasps. Because at least with bees, they can be furry. I've seen fat bees before, and they're helpful for the environment. That's not to say, of course, that wasps aren't helpful to the environment, but wasps are scary, and they're ugly. I hate them so much. Fuck Beedrill, you're going in the C tier. Fuck that. No, you don't get to be with the other buddies. Screw you. Die, please. Get out of my screen. Alright, moving on. We have number 16 on the list. Whoops. Oh, shit. Alright, chotomate. Yeah, chotomateo. Why did that sound like something was clicking? Alright, sorry about that. I'm currently trying to get stuff ready. Alright, number 16 is... Pidgey! We're finally away from the bug types. Alright. Alright, so Pidgey. It is a dual-type normal flying Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Pidgeotto starting at level 18, which then evolves into Pidgeots at level 36. Pidgey is known as the tiny bird Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Popo. Popo. Its abilities can be Keen Eye or Tangled Feet, although I think that's from Generation 9 onward, with Big Pecs as its hidden ability. The biology of Pidgey states, Pidgey is a small, plump-bodied avian Pokemon. It is primarily brown with a cream-colored face, underside, and flight feathers. On top of its head is a short crest of 3 tufts. The center crest feathers are brown, and the outer 2 tufts are cream-colored. Just under its crest are its narrow eyes, which have white sclera and pupil along with its black irises. Angular black markings extend from behind its eyes and continue down its cheeks. It has a short, stubby beak and feet with 2 toes in front and 1 in back. Both its beak and feet are a grayish pink. It has a short brown tail made of 3 feathers. Pidgey has an extremely sharp sense of direction and homing instincts, and can travel straight back to its nest regardless of how far away they might have flown. It is a docile Pokemon and generally prefers to flee from its enemies rather than fight them. By flapping its wings rapidly, it can whip up dust clouds and create whirlwinds to protect itself and flush out potential prey. Pidgey is very common throughout its range and can often be seen in meadows and temperate forests. Ekans and Sneasel are natural predators of Pidgey. Pidgey preys on Seedot. In Generation 3, Feather Dance was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Now, in terms of its stats, I will say they're definitely better than both Caterpie and Weedles, but they're not as good as our starters. So, 56 speed, pretty nice. And then we have physical attack at 45, with HP and defense tied at 40, and special attack and special defense at 35. Honestly, with the exception of speed, the stats are pretty rounded, pretty nice, pretty balanced, all things considered. And moving on to the personal stuff, I will say, Pidgey's pretty okay. I mean, I don't find it cute, but I do like how it's nice. I just find it a little plain, a little boring. Not bad, just there. It just exists. So, honestly, I will say I don't want to put it in the C tier, so I'll put it in the lower B tier. Ugh, God. But yeah, it's just there. It just exists. Again, it's way better than the Metapod, Weedle, Kakuna, and Beedrill. But I think it does belong with Charmeleon, Blastoise, Caterpie, and Caterpie. Like, it's fine. It's fine. Not bad. It's fine. Moving on to number 17 of Kanto and Global. Pidgeotto! Now, I will say this. I do like the pink. I'm not gonna lie. I actually do like the pink. And it's honestly a pretty nice color scheme, all things considered. Alright, so, Pidgeotto is keeping on with its typing of normal flying. It is known as the bird Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Pigeon. Same abilities as Pidgey, and the biology states. Pidgeotto is a raptor-like avian Pokemon. It is covered with brown feathers, has a cream-colored face, underside, and flight feathers. It has a crest of pinkish-red feathers on its head and black... on its head and black angular markings behind its black eyes. The plumage of its tail has alternating red and yellow feathers with ragged tips. Pidgeotto's beak and legs are pink. 2 of its toes point forward, while 1 points backward. Additionally, it has powerful, sharp talons that it uses to grasp prey. Pidgeotto is a powerful flyer capable of carrying prey several miles to its nest. It has amazing vision, which helps it locate preferred prey Pokemon such as Execute and Magikarp. The anime episode Ash Catches a Pokemon depicts it preying on Caterpie. Pidgeotto claims a sprawling territory of more than 60 miles, or 100 kilometers, which it defends fiercely. Its nest is usually in the center of its territory, and it circles its territory throughout the day, looking out for food and intruders. It is most often found in temperate forests. In Generation 3, Feather Dance was his signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Now, in terms of its stats, I will say it's not much better than Pidgey's, unfortunately. I mean, it does get a little bit quicker. With 71 speed. And it's, and honestly, its HP also starts to overtake its other stats at 63. But unfortunately, and then you have its physical attack at 60. But defense, special attack, and special defense are pretty, again, it's another well-rounded stat balance with the exception of speed. But honestly, I don't think it's bad. It's good. It's good. So moving on to the personal stuff, I will say, I do think Pidgeotto is a nice Pokemon. I'm not gonna lie, I really do like the pink. I do like the pink used in coordination with the cream. Honestly, if we were to look at this in terms of... I feel it feels weird to say clothes, but if you were to design a character, right, where their primary color palette was basically this, honestly, I could totally see the brown and cream coming out in terms of the main outfit with the pink accessories, tying it all together. It could work. It could work. I do like the color scheme. I really like it's pleasing to the eyes, let's just say. And, yeah, I remember the anime, too. Pidgeotto was one of the most consistent, powerful Pokemon in terms of strength. And I think the police are here to catch me. Anyway, Honestly, I'm gonna put him in the B tier, but in the high B tier. Is that how you spell Pidgeotto? Yes. Honestly, yeah, I think it deserves to be in the upper B tier with Squirtle and Butterfree. I really like the design. I love the pleasing color scheme, let's just say. Alright, so there's I accidentally clicked on the picture. Alright, so getting rid of Pidgeotto. We move on to number 18 of the Kanto / Global decks. Why does it sound like I'm listening to Mario Kart? Pidgeot! Now, unfortunately, I will say this. I am already not liking this as much as Pidgeotto. I think it's just because of the fact and I think it's just because of the tail feathers here. Okay, actually, I'll get to that when it's time to move on to that. So, Pidgeot is the final evolution of Pidgey, and it keeps on with its dual typing of normal flying. It is also known as the bird Pokemon, and... Oh. Technically, its Japanese name is pretty much the same as its English. It's just, I think they just added the D in the English name just to kind of, help you figure out how to pronounce it, because it's Pidgeot, but the D is silent to me. However, Pidgeot can Mega Evolve into Mega Pidgeot using the Pidgeotite. Pidgeotite? And of course, it keeps with its same abilities as always. But when it Mega Evolves into Mega Pidgeot, it adapts. It gains the ability No Guard. And according to the biology of Pidgeot, it states, Pidgeot is an avian Pokemon. Pidgeot is an avian Pokemon with large wings, sharp talons, and a short hooked beak. Its glossy plumage is mostly brown with cream-colored underparts and flight feathers. Its head has a decorated crest that is nearly as long as its body. The center feathers of its crest are yellow, while the outer feathers are red. The fan-like feathers of its tail are red or brown. Its beak and legs are pink, and there are 3 forward-facing toes and 1 backward-facing toe on each foot. Behind each eye is an angular black marking.
Pidgeot's powerful wings are capable of stirring up windstorms in just a few flaps, and it may spread its wings to intimidate enemies. This Pokemon is capable of flying faster than the speed of sound. Its plumage is often described as beautiful, making it a popular choice for skilled trainers. Pidgeot typically dwells in temperate forests with thick growth and large trees. It is known to prey on Magikarp, which it can spot from great heights. In Generation 3, Feather Dance was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Moving on into the forms, Pidgeot can Mega Evolve into Mega Pidgeot. Pidgeot grows noticeably when it Mega Evolves, developing a larger body and longer, broader wings. Its wingtips and tail feathers are tipped with cyan, and its cream coloring is now white. Its eyes turn magenta and its pupils turn white. Mega Pidgeot has an even more elaborate crest on its head, with a streamer-like magenta plume extending from a mane of yellow feathers. A magenta feather projects from the front of its crest, and there's a single magenta highlight on the left side. The crest is sensitive to air currents, acting like a large antenna and stabilizing Mega Pidgeot's flight. Additionally, its increased wing power allows it to fly for 2 weeks without rest. Moving on to its stats. So Pidgeot definitely gets... It's another stat block thing. But regardless, Pidgeot definitely is a lot better than both Pidgeotto and Pidgey. I mean, speed is still always... Like, it's yet again, like, more of a well-balanced Pokemon with speed as its highest stat. I mean, from Generations 1 through 5, it's 91, but Generation 6 onward, it gets to 101. But I mean, honestly, I don't think it's that bad. I honestly don't think Pidgeot is that bad in terms of the stats. However, in terms of Mega Pidgeot, astonishingly enough, its speed is not its highest stat, it's special attack at 135. Speed, of course, is still pretty up there with 121. You know, but the thing is with, I will say that in regards to base Pidgeot, Mega Pidgeot's physical defense and special defense are both the same. They both actually upgraded a little bit to 80. However, HP and attack stay the same. But honestly, it's a pretty well-balanced Mega Evolution, notwithstanding the special attack and the speed. But, yeah. Not offensive. Not offensive. I will say, I don't know what... I will say, has anyone tried to use Mega Evolution in regards to, like, like, in regards to, like, the competitive scene? Sorry, my brain just farted here. But, I will say... So, moving on to the personality section... Personality? I keep saying personality. Personal section. Whether or not... I'm not gonna lie. I don't necessarily... I don't like Pidgeot's design. Like, I don't like it as much as Pidgeotto's. And I think a lot of it just has to do with the fact that the tail feathers do not have, like... I mean, I guess a good way to put it is that the pink really kind of just darkened to red, and it's like... I don't know. I feel like it just doesn't suit it as much as... Like, again, with the Pidgeotto, like, again, you had the pink that, again, like, when combined with the white and with the brown and cream, like, I honestly think it's a really nice color to tie it in all together. Not to mention it also adds color to an otherwise pretty earthy palette, right? However, you then have Pidgeot where it's like, the pink has now darkened to a red, and then you have yellow, adding on with brown and cream, and it's like, I feel like the colors don't mesh as well together as the pink did with the cream and brown. Though I will say, looking at Mega Pidgeot's form, I honestly do like it. Like, honestly, that looks a lot better than the actual Pidgeot form. than the base Pidgeot. But the thing is that, like, we have to settle with base Pidgeot. You know, you can't just have a Mega Evo Pokemon at all times. It would just kill it instantly. So honestly, as much as I hate to say it, I think Pidgeot
It's not going to go in the C tier, but it's definitely going to go up with its baby and Pidgey in the lower B tier, so. Bum-ba-dum, ba-dum-ba-dum. But yeah. Honestly, it's just like, it wouldn't go in the C tier, honestly, if the stats weren't actually that bad. If the stats were super bad, but the stats aren't that bad. Like, they're not. They're definitely not my tier, but they're not bad. Alright, gotta save real quick. Alright, moving on to number 19. Number 19, Ratatat. There is a part of me that is just like, can I just say right now this is not going in the B tier? Oh, excuse me. Alright, so we have Ratatat. It is primarily a normal type Pokemon, and it evolves into Raticate at level 20. However, Ratatat is the first Pokemon on our list to have regional variants. So in Alola, which is a long way from now, Rattata has a dual type dark and normal regional variant, and Alolan Raticate does carry up with that. However, Alolan Rattata evolves into Alolan Raticate when leveled up at night at level 20. Rattata is known as the mouse Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Korata. Now, the abilities are of course going to differ depending on whether we're dealing with the Kanto variant or the Alola variant. Now, for the Kanto variant, Rattata has Runaway or Guts with Hustle as its hidden ability, and Alolan Rattata has Gluttony or Hustle with Thick Fat as its hidden ability. Why the fuck does it have Thick Fat? Even as a dark normal type, it's not weak to ice. What the fuck are you talking about? And according to the biology of Rattata, it states, Rattata is a small quadrupedal rodent Pokemon. There we go. It has purple fur with a cream-colored face, paws, and underbelly. It has narrow eyes containing white sclera and pupil with red irises, rounded ears and with cream-colored insides, and a single whisker on each cheek. Its long tail is tightly curled at the end. Its most notable feature is its large teeth. Like most rodents, its teeth grow continuously throughout its life and must be worn down by gnawing. This also ensures that Rattata is not awoken by the sound of its grinding teeth while sleeping. Females will have shorter whiskers. Rattata can live wherever it can find food, which it searches for most of the day. Thanks to its sharp fangs, it is able to chew on nearly anything. When it is threatened, Rattata can deliver a powerful bite. Rattata constantly keep their ears up and will immediately scurry away from the slightest sound. Fur is the natural predator of Rattata. Its hardiness lets it live in many environments, although it mainly lives on plains and savannas. Because it reproduces so quickly, a pair of Rattata can quickly colonize an area. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Rattata is known to sleep sometimes with a log in its mouth. Prior to Generation 4, Rattata and its evolved form Raticate were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Hyper Fang and Super Fang. Now we move on to the Alolan variant. Rattata has a regional form Alolan Rattata. Rattata are non-native to Alola and arrived in cargo ships. The Rattata population in Alola was booming until Yungoos and Gumshoos were imported as a control measure. In order to avoid these new predators, Rattata altered its habits. It moved to more urban areas, became nocturnal, and formed large nests led by Raticate. Alolan Rattata searches out fresh food by smell and ignores anything spoiled. It has even been known to sneak into people's homes to find food. It has dark gray fur and grayish-purple ear insides. Ear insides? Really, my guy? There are 2 tufts of fur on each ear near the tip of its tail.
Its long, thin whiskers are replaced by shorter, thicker tufts of fur as well. The line where its cream underbelly meets its gray fur is ragged instead of smooth.
And in terms of these stats, they're still better than Caterpies and the Weedles, though I don't think they're as good as Pidgeys. I mean, granted, the speed stat is definitely better than Pidgeys, but other than that, it's just like, it's pretty crap all around. I mean, the physical attack stat is at 56. You know, but physical defense is at 35, and special defense too. HP is at 30, and special attack is at 25. Like, this is not nearly as rounded as Pidgey. Well, I guess in a way it is, but it's just the attack and speed that are throwing me off. But yeah, it's just, it's bleh. It's bleh. Bleh. Moving on to the personal stuff. Honestly, I don't care for Rattata. I don't. Like, I think it's boring. I think it's boring, and I don't see myself ever having a Rattata or a Raticate, honestly. Like, it's so boring. It's so boring. Like, there's just nothing there for me to latch onto. So, unfortunately, it is going in the C tier. Is that how you spell Rattata? I don't remember. Yeah. Oh, God. So yeah, it's boring. It's a boring Pokemon. I just don't like it. Next up is number 20. It is Raticate. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it's even grosser than Rattata. Meaning it's going into C tier, but before we get to that, we obviously gotta introduce it first. So, Raticate is keeping on with the normal typing of Kanto, and obviously because it also has a Alolan form as well. Raticate is known as the mouse Pokemon as well, but its Japanese name is just Rata. And the abilities are pretty much the same as Rattata's. Like, that's pretty much it. The biology section, though, says, Raticate is a large rodent-like Pokemon. Although it is often depicted on its hind legs, it is a quadruped. It is primarily tawny-colored with a cream underside. It has narrow black eyes, ears with ragged edges and dark insides, and large incisors that grow constantly. There are 3 whiskers on each side of its face, which it uses to maintain balance. It has short arms with 3-fingered hands and webbed feet with 3 toes. It's got webbed feet? Oh, gross. I hate it. The webbing on its feet allows it to swim. Its tail is long and scaly. Females will have shorter whiskers. I gotta remember, these are based off of actual rats. But to be fair, actual rats can be cute. Raticate isn't. If attacked, Raticate stands up on its hind legs, bares its fangs, and shrieks in an intimidating manner at its enemy. It is willing to take on larger foes if provoked enough. Its teeth are strong enough to gnaw through steel, and their constant growth means it often needs to gnaw on something, like rocks and logs. It may even chew on the walls of houses, and it is capable of chewing through cinder blocks and toppling concrete buildings. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Raticate is known to sleep with a log in its teeth, gnawing at it in the process. This Pokemon typically lives in plains and savannas. Prior to Generation 4, Raticate and its pre-evolved form Rattata were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Hyper Fang and Super Fang. And obviously we move on to the Alolan form of Raticate. In Alola, Raticate has become heavier and darker due to its urban environment and higher calorie diet. Its fur is mostly black with a brown leaf-shaped patch on its belly and brown inside its ears, its hands, feet, and cheeks and... Oh, yeah. I did not see there was a period. I am sorry. And brown inside its ears. Its hands, feet, cheeks, and tail are a whitish cream color, and its hands are much smaller.
It has large puffy cheeks with 4 whiskers under its chin and two sprouting sideways from the top of each cheek. Its large incisors are still visible, but its eyes are now red. This variant uses its nest as a food stockpile, and generally prefers to have the Alolan Rattata it commands to go out and forage for food while it remains in its nest and eats, like a lazy asshole. It is selective in what it eats, however, only eating fresh, high-quality foods such as fruits. Rumor has it that a certain high-class restaurant even exploits this selectivity, bringing Raticate along to buy ingredients and letting it test new dishes. Oh my god, Ratatouille? Remy, is that you?! Each Alolan Raticate has its own territory, and disputes over food and feeding grounds happen frequently. Alolan Raticate and Rattata are not native to Alola, having been brought to the region via cargo ships. Their populations grew drastically until Yungoos and Gumshoos were imported as a control measure. A special Alolan Raticate in Alola serves as the totem Pokemon for the Verdant Caverns Island trial, which basically this is the first motherfucker you fight, because I had to do this. Now, in terms of Kanto Raticate, it's not as good as Pidgeot. I mean, its speed is pretty great at 97. Like, geez. And of course you have its attack at 81. You know, then you have its special defense at 70, the physical defense at 60. However, HP is at 55 and special attack is 50, so it's not as well-rounded as the Pidgey line. The only thing it has going for it is speed and, of course, the frickin' fangs. The physical attack. But I hate that, because it's just like, it's like Hyper Fang, Super Fang, Super Fang, and I hate it so much. However, with Alolan Raticate, it looks as if the stats are a lot more balanced. It's not nearly as speedy. And the physical attack speed goes down, as does the special attack to 40, with it marking its lowest. However, Alolan Raticate has a lot more, it does seem like it has a lot more defense, honestly, and it's a lot more well-rounded as opposed to base Raticate. So I guess in a way, like, Alolan Raticate is probably better overall than base Raticate. Just keep in mind about that special attack stat. But then again, I don't necessarily think anyone is using a special attacking Raticate, so... So moving on to what I think. Obviously, as I said before, this is gross. I hate it. Like, seriously, it's so uninspiring. Not to mention, like, I don't like it. It looks so unkempt. Like, it looks like it hasn't showered in days. And then when you look at the Alolan Raticate, it's worse. Like, the cheeks are larger, and it's not in a cute way. It's like, ew. I'm expecting this thing to constantly be spitting. It's like, that's disgusting. Like, overall, it just looks unkempt. At least with Rattata, it looks like it's been washed. This doesn't. Like this motherfucker needs a fucking bath and a brush. Like, brush this motherfucker's fur, please. Keep the whiskers in shape. Trimmed. Whatever. Actually, you probably can't cut the... it's probably a bad idea to cut, It's probably a bad idea to cut the whiskers of a rat, because they need that. Like, if a rat's whiskers are anything like a cat's whiskers, it's probably not a good idea to cut them at all. Just keep it as is. You can at least brush them though, right? Like, you just be very fine with it. But yeah, so unfortunately, it's going into C tier because, again, I just can't imagine Eradicate being on my team for whatever reason. Although, honestly, I think a lot of people might like Eradicate mainly because of the theory that that is in God, I'm so tired. In Pokemon Red and Blue. Red and Green. I keep saying Red and Blue. I mean, to be fair, Red, Blue, Green are 3 games. But yeah, I think a lot of people might... I mean, honestly, I think the only reason, like, why Raticate might be a little bit higher is because of, like, Blue's Raticate, which is theorized that, like, basically, like, when you're battling Blue on the SS Anne, the next time you see Blue is in Lavender Town in the Pokemon Tower. And it's basically theorized that basically the Raticates that Blue had died during the battle on the SS Anne, or at least sometime after it, between the SS Anne to Pokemon Tower. And basically, like, the Raticate's supposed to be in Pokemon Tower. Basically, like, I don't know if it's ever been confirmed whether or not it's like, yeah, this Pokemon died, but yeah, that's pretty much, like, that's the only extent I know about Raticates. Just... Excuse me. I have been going for 3 hours, and I'm not even at the 100 mark yet. Oh, this is the SSN music. Speaking of which. Anyway, let's move on to number 21. Basically, number 21 is Pidgey's foil. It is Spearow! Oh, I dropped more frames again. When did that happen? I wonder if it's every time I have to go to the playlist screen. That could be it, honestly. Anyway, so, Spearow. Alright, so Spearow is a dual-type normal flying Pokemon introduced in Generation 1, and it evolves into Fearow at level 20. It is known as the Tiny Bird Pokemon, which basically means the same title as Pidgey, but its Japanese name is Onisuzume. Onisuzume. Suzume. I always get my pronunciation with that mixed up. And its abilities are Keen Eye with Sniper as a hidden ability. And the biology for Spearow is stated as... Spearow is an avian Pokemon that is very small. It has rough brown plumage on its head and 3 brown tail feathers. It has narrow dark brown eyes with white pupils and a short hooked beak that is light pink. The feathers covering its wings are pinkish red with lighter tips, and it has a beige underside with 2 thin horizontal stripes. Its light pink feet have 2 toes in front and 1 in the back. Black feathers cover its back. Although inept at other aspects of its flying, such as height and distance, Spearow is still capable of flying quickly to protect its territory. However, it must flap its wings at high speeds to stay aloft. Spearow's loud shrieks can be heard over half a mile or 1 kilometer away, and are used to warn others of its kind of danger. In the first episode of the anime, Spearow is revealed to see in black and white and will chase its foes in a large flock. Spearow are found naturally in open habitats with warmer climates, mainly desolate wastelands and fields, where it hunts for insects. Ekans is a natural predator of Spearow. Spearow preys on Sunkern. And so, of course, with the stats... I mean, again, it's supposed to be... Oh, my back. Excuse me. Oh, my back. So in terms of the stats, speed is obviously its highest stat at 70, with attack at 60. However, all the other stats are pretty bad. Like, I mean, HP is at 40, but defense, special attack, and special defense are all at, like, 30-ish. So it's not that great. It's not as well balanced as Pidgey, unfortunately. I mean, to be fair, it is supposed to be known as a foil, basically. And now onto the personal stuff. Like, I will say, I caught a Spearow in my Pokemon Moon playthrough, and I evolved her into Fearow. And honestly, Chestnut. That's what I named her. I named my Spearow Chestnut. Honestly, she's pretty cute in Moon. Like, at least, like, when you have, like, the Pokemon Ami stuff. Well, actually, it's not called Ami in Sun and Moon. What the hell is it called? It's just the grooming aspect, I think. Like,
Like, you know, like basically like when you're it's basically the me feature for Sun and Moon. And honestly, Chestnut was so cute. And honestly, she did help a lot in regards to like some of my battles in the early game. I mean, so long as you had a sharp beak on her, like she could fucking take hit. Like she could tank hits, honestly. Like she wasn't that bad. But in terms of regular stuff, like, I don't know if I would necessarily like, Spearow is another Pokemon I could do with or without. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Spearow is another Pokemon I could do without, honestly. I mean, again, I caught it because I needed a flying-type Pokemon that wasn't, like, Picky Peck. And because my Picky Peck was already, like, getting higher level than I wanted it to. So it's just like, okay, I'll just get a Spearow, why not? Honestly, I think it's gonna join, the other Pokemon. In, the lower B tier. Like, it's nice, but it's also just like, I could do without you. That sounds awful. Anyway, moving on to number 22 of the Kanto/Global decks. It is Fearow! Man, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of how Chestnut evolved into this. It's not great. Anyway, Fearow retains its dual typing of normal flying. It is known as the Beak Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Onidrill, or Onidoriru. Wait a minute. Onidoriru. Onidoriru. Doriru. Like, I know how it's drill, but still. And it keeps on with its abilities of Keen Eye and Sniper, and the biology states. Fearow is a large, mostly brown avian Pokemon with a vulturine neck and broad, powerful wings. It has a long, pointed pink beak and a decorative red coxcomb on top of its head. Sure, I know what that is. Its narrow eyes have very small pupils and do not appear to have colored irises. It has shaggy feathers at the base of its neck and covering the upper portion of its wings. These feathers are cream-colored, as are the tips of its flight feathers. Its sharp-clawed talons are pink, with 3 toes pointing forward and 1 pointing backward. Fearow has been around mostly unchanged for many years, as a Pokemon resembling it has been seen on ancient murals. Its large wings and stamina allow it to fly for an entire day without landing. Its long neck and beak allow it to pluck prey from both land and water, and has even been known to steal from unwary humans. It will shoot upward and then dive down to catch prey. It will also catch tiny insects that hide underground and circle the ocean for fish. Fearow are found naturally in open habitats with warmer climates, mainly wastelands and desolate fields. So moving on to the stats. Honestly, I feel like it's worse than the Pidgeot. I mean, yeah, it's a little worse than the Pidgeot, honestly. I mean, the speed stat is pretty close, with just 1 point of difference, with 100. And the attack speed... Excuse me. And the attack stat is at 90. But everything else, is basically within the 60s range, so it's just like, I feel like if anything, this is a more physically speedy-oriented foil to Pidgeot, because again, Pidgeot was well-rounded for the most part, but Fearow basically just seems like, I want to kill you with my beak, and that's it. Fuck you. And obviously, moving on to the personal stuff, I forgot to do something real quick. Give me a moment. Chotto mateo. Alright. So, not a fan of this design. I mean, I get the purpose of it, but, like, honestly, this just looks like
This honestly just looks like a more battle-ready Pidgeot, if we're gonna be honest. Which I know some people's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But it's like, look at this, man. It's like, I mean, look at the look at the wings. Look at the ombre of the cream and brown. It's just like it's like a ganglier, more rougher version of Pidgeot. Honestly, it looks. Not to mention, like, again, I stopped, and I hate to say that I stopped using Chestnut after evolving her into Furo, but it's just like, yeah. Not to mention, the anime, they look stupid. They look fucking stupid in the anime. Oh shit. But yeah, they look fucking stupid in the anime. So unfortunately, it's gonna actually end up in the C tier. Is there not a space? No, there's not. That was sad. Oh my god. I will say, it sucks that we have not been getting, like, any S or A's. But then again, we're gonna be approaching an S pretty soon, and you know what it is. You'll know what it is as soon as it shows up. Alright, save just in case. Oh, whoops. Hold up, I forgot. There we go. Alright, moving on to number 23. Do. Ekans! Pretty uninspired. Alright, so Ekans is our first poison-type Pokemon, and it evolves into Arbok at level 22. Ekans is known as the snake Pokemon, if you didn't figure that out already by the fact that Ekans is just snake backwards, and its Japanese name is called Arbol. Hello? What's up there? I'm sorry, I'm hearing the telltale signs of a bug fucking about with my light, and I can't see it. As I was saying. So yeah, and in terms of the abilities of Ekans, it can have Intimidate or Shed Skin with Unnerve as a hidden ability, and its biology is as states. Ekans is a purple serpentine Pokemon. Its eyes, underbelly, the thick stripe around its neck, and rattle are yellow. Ekans has 3 pairs of black lines encircling its body, as well as another line that connects to each slit-pupilled eye and curves towards its nose. Its large mouth has a round pink tongue and no visible teeth. While painful, a newborn Ekans bite is not venomous. This Pokemon grows longer with age. Ekans lives in grassy savannas and plains, where it moves stealthily through grass. It can also be found in forests and desolate wastelands, where it preys on eggs from Pidgey and Spearow nests, but will strike other prey from behind. By flicking its tongue out, it is able to detect danger and the scent of prey. Its jaw can detach to swallow large prey, but such a meal can make Ekans too heavy to move or become stuck and cause it to faint. It wraps itself around tree branches at night to rest. If not in a tree, it will coil itself up, a position in which it can defend itself from all directions. In the second movie, which is Pokemon 2000, it is revealed to possess some swimming abilities. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Ekans are known to sleep with its body all coiled up. It is believed that Ekans does this as a way to terrify foes, no matter which direction the foe is. Prior to Generation 2, Ekans and its evolved form Arbok were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Glare. And according to its stats, oh wow, they're pretty crap. They're pretty crap. Like, its highest stat is Attack, which makes sense, because, I mean, it is a snake. Sorry, I'm having to get up so I can stretch. But its speed and special defense stat are pretty up there in terms of being 55 and 54 respectively. But then everything else is just pretty crap with HP as its lowest at 35. I mean, physical defense is at 44 and special attack is at 40. Which is kind of interesting because I kind of figure with poison type Pokemon they would be more defensive. I mean, at least the poison type Pokemon I've seen are defensive. Anyway, going for personal preference, I'm gonna go get a pillow real quick. I mean, Ekans is pretty boring, all things considered. I mean, again, like, look at it. It's a fucking purple snake with a yellow accents. Like, there's nothing special about it. It's just like a meh snake. Granted, if it was one of the Kage Pro snakes where it was black and red, I would be a hell of a lot more interested. Actually, I might need a different pillow, honestly. But yeah, like, honestly, it's a boring-ass pillow. It's a boring-ass pillow. It's a boring-ass Pokemon. What can I say? And honestly, I've never even had an Ekans before. It's just boring. Like, it is just boring. Honestly, I think I would just put it in the C tier. Why is there 2 spaces? There we go. But yeah, it's just a boring-ass Pokemon. It's so uninspiring. Meh. Moving on. To number 24. We have... Da-da-da-dan! Arbok! Now this, I will say, is a lot cooler than the fucking Ekans. Oops, I clicked on the wrong thing. Excuse me. I didn't mean to call for that. Alright. Arbok is keeping on with the poison type, with the primary poison type. It is known as the Cobra Pokemon, which, by the way, it's the same thing as Arbok's name backwards. It's just Cobra with a K, and its Japanese name is the same as its English as Arbok. And I think it keeps its abilities as Ekans with Intimidate or Shed. Oh wait a minute, Shed Skin with Unnerve as its hidden ability. And its biology states that Arbok is a serpentine Pokemon that resembles a cobra. It has narrow eyes and several sharp teeth. Just below its head is a large hood with a face-like pattern. This pattern has over 20 possible variations. The pattern typically has 2 red and yellow eye spots outlined in black, a wide black streak resembling an upturned mouth, and a black V-shaped stripe above the eye spots. Arbok is capable of crushing opponents by coiling its body around them and squeezing them tightly. It can even flatten steel oil drums. If it encounters an enemy, it raises its head, mimics, and stuns the opponent using the frightening pattern on its body. It can also make eerie sounds by expelling air from its mouth. It has been stated that if any part of Arbok's body, except for the head, is cut off, it can regrow the rest of its body again in a matter of a few weeks. It also has the ability to detect vibrations as shown in the anime episode The Whistle Stop. In the anime episode The Misty Mermaid, it is shown that Arbok is capable of spending long periods underwater and surviving in aquatic environments. One particular Arbok could change its pattern at any time to increase power to different stats and get invulnerability to status conditions if the pattern is uncovered. Arbok is territorial. It lashes out at intruders with long fangs tipped with deadly venom. Vengeful in nature, it will not give up a chase once it targets its prey or an opponent, no matter how far. It makes its home in grassy savannas and plains, but it can also be found in forests and desolate wastelands, alongside its pre-evolved form Ekans. In the wild, it hunts smaller Pokemon such as Wooper, and also preys on Pidgey and Spearow eggs. When hunting, it uses the pattern on its hood to immobilize prey, then it begins constricting them, and it finally poisons the target to finish them off and eat them. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Arbok is known to display its belly while sleeping. It is theorized that Arbok does this to scare other Pokemon away by showcasing its fearsome markings. Prior to Generation 2, Arbok and its pre-evolved form Ekans were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Glare. So in terms of these stats, it is definitely better than Ekans. You know, and honestly, it's a little more well-rounded too. Like, honestly, like, its highest stat is physical attack at 85, but its speed is at 80, special defense is at 79, physical defense is at 69, which is nice, along with special attack at 65, and HP at 60. Like, it's a lot more well-rounded than Ekans, honestly. Like, granted, obviously, like, yeah, physical attack and speed are at, are better than, the rest of its stats, but honestly, it's not that bad. Oh, special attack is at 65. I don't know if I mentioned that. Oh, wait, there's 2 stat blocks. Whoops! I didn't even notice that. To be fair, the second stat block just states that its attack is at 95, so it's a little less well-rounded, but honestly, it's still pretty good. Now, granted whether or not, Arbok is good in terms of, like, competitive stuff, I wouldn't know. But, honestly, this isn't that bad. This honestly isn't that bad. So then, moving on to the personal stuff, I will say I do like Arbok a lot more than Ekans. I think it is cool, and I love the pattern on, like, the hood, because it very much resembles, like, real-life cobras. It very much resembles real-life cobras. And Arboks can be very intimidating, honestly. Is the music still going? Oh. I didn't even know the video was... I took off my earbuds. When did that happen? Sorry, I don't know why the music was paused. How long has that been going on? Whoops. But anyway, but yeah, like, honestly, like, while I don't necessarily think I would have an Arbok on my team, it's definitely better than Ekans. Honestly, I think we could put him in the lower B tier. Not that bad. Not that bad at all. Oh, wait. But yeah, it's cool. And now moving on. You know it. Come on, guys. Come on. You know me. You know me. I think we all know which Pokemon is coming up next.
Pikachu! Pikachu!
Listen, I think we all know what tier this motherfucker's going to end up being in. Like, we know this. We all know this. I wonder. I'm actually gonna go get some real quick. First off, gonna get this little guy. Secondly, can I find the one thing? There it is. You want to surprise everyone? Yeah, I gotta, seriously, you guys know me at this point. You guys should know. You guys should know me at this point. Like, I am the Pikachu fanatic. I am the stan of Pikachu. Honestly, I don't know how to describe it. Okay, I'll get to my personal opinion of this little guy when we get to it. But for now, I need to read out the introduction.
I need to read off the introduction. Alright, I had to get a special buddy with me. And then trust me, it's one that doesn't speak. Anyway, so, Pikachu! Our first electric-type Pokemon, and of course, the Pokemon, the legend, the one that has given me my love for electric-type Pokemon.
Pikachu!
It evolves from Pichu when leveled up with high friendship and evolves into Raichu when exposed to a Thunderstone. Now, the funny thing is, Pikachu has 16 alternate forms that fall into 4 groups. Cosplay Pikachu, Pikachu in a cap, the partner Pikachu, and Gigantamax Pikachu. Ordinary Pikachu can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Pikachu if it has the Gigantamax factor. Additionally, many other Pikachu variants have appeared in various media. Cosplay Pikachu, Pikachu in a cap, the partner Pikachu, and Pikachu with the Gigantamax factor cannot evolve. The initial Pikachu from Pokemon Yellow will refuse to evolve into Raichu unless it is traded and evolved on another save file. Pikachu is popularly known as the mascot of the Pokemon franchise and one of Nintendo's major mascots. It is also the game mascot and the player's first Pokemon in Pokemon Yellow and Let's Go Pikachu, the player's first Pokemon in Pokemon Rumble Blast and Pokemon Rumble World, and has made numerous appearances on the covers of spin-off games. Pikachu is known as the mouse Pokemon, sharing that title with Rattata and I think Raticate. And its Japanese name is, of course,
Pikachu!
with the abilities of Static and the hidden ability Lightning Rod. God, this page is so fucking big. We're not gonna go over all the forms because fuck you, that's a lot. But the biology of Pikachu states that Pikachu is a short, chubby rodent Pokemon. It is covered in yellow fur with 2 horizontal brown stripes on its back. It has a small mouth, long pointed ears with black tips, and brown eyes. Each cheek is a red circle that contains a pouch for electricity storage. It has short forearms with 5 fingers on each paw, and its feet each have 3 toes. At the base of its lightning bolt-shaped tail is a patch of brown fur. A female will have a V-shaped notch at the end of its tail, which looks like the top of a heart. It is classified as a quadruped, but it has been known to stand and walk on its hind legs. Therefore, Pikachu is a facultative biped. In the anime episode Pikachu's Goodbye, wild Pikachu are shown to live in groups in forested areas. Pikachu communicate amongst themselves using squeaks and tail shaking as friendly gestures. In a plethora of Pikachu, it is shown that Alolan Pikachu are known to greet each other by sniffing one another and rubbing their tails together. Electricity can be used to receive and send messages with each other, as well as with other electric-type Pokemon. It raises its tail to check its surroundings and is occasionally struck by lightning in this position. When groups grow, they can inadvertently cause lightning storms. Pikachu forage for berries, which it roasts with electricity to make them tender enough to eat. A sure sign that Pikachu inhabits a location is patches of burnt grass. In the Electric Tale of Pikachu manga, it is depicted eating and sometimes destroying telephone poles, wires, and other electronic equipment. By occasion, it can unintentionally get swallowed by Cramorant, which is a Pokemon from Gen 9. While startled, it looks for ways to escape from the latter. Pikachu charges itself while sleeping overnight, though stress and a lack of sleep can affect this. It can release electric discharges of varying intensity. In the anime episode Sparks Fly for Magnemite, Pikachu is shown to build up energy in its glands, which it will need to discharge to avoid complications. It is also able to release energy through its tail, which acts as a grounding rod, as well as recharge fellow Pikachu with electric shocks. Pikachu and its evolutionary relatives are related to Pachirisu. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Pikachu is known to generate electricity through its cheeks while sleeping. Pikachu discharges while sleeping due to it dreaming of firing electric shots. Pikachu and its evolutionary relatives are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Volt Tackle. Pikachu is also the only known Pokemon
capable of using the Z move Catastrophica, and the only known Pokemon capable of using the Light Ball item.
I think honestly I might just, like, listen, we all know what Pikachu looks like. It's fat. Obviously, I love this thing to death.
So let's see the stats.
Oh my god, there's so much. Alright, so I know that unfortunately Pikachu is not great stat-wise. I know this. It obviously has a lot of different stat blocks depending on which Pikachu we're looking at here. But yeah, I know that Pikachu is not great stat-wise. I know it's like its highest stat is 90. But honestly, in generations 1 through 5, which is Kanto through Unova, it actually has a higher physical attack as opposed to special attack. But but unfortunately, special defense, physical defense, and HP are not that great. I mean, special defense is better than the defense and HP. And in terms of the second stat block for Generation 6 onwards, its special defense actually gets buffed up a little bit. Along with its physical defense, which is good. So yeah, that's great. So yeah, I know it's not great. I know this. I don't need to be told. But going back to this motherfucker, I love him so much. I do. It's just like, you ever just get that feeling that that's like, this is it. This is you. Like, this is me. Like, it's so cute. It's so cute. It's chunky. It's chunky. It's bright. It's cute. Like, I know it's not chunky, but listen. I identify more with the chunky Pikachu any day, the fat Pikachu. Like, listen, I want it. And obviously, like, again, I mean it when I say that I am a stan of Pikachu. Like, I don't know how else to describe it other than, like, my brain just latched on to this creature, and it's just, like, never gonna let it go no matter what. I'm very much like the Rick Astley song, like, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna turn around and desert you. You know, like, I love this thing to death. I love this thing to death. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, I mean, again, like, I am known as the Stan. Like, I mean, again, it's even in my profile picture on YouTube. Like, it's a freaking Pikachu. Like, basically, like, I'm trying to think of, like, what isn't a Pikachu reference with me. No. But, I have so many plushies, too. Like, obviously, you guys heard before that, like, I have a Pikachu plushie that can literally speak. But technically, I have two. It's just that one of them was on my bed, the other is on my shelf, and I think the one on my shelf does not have batteries in it. But but the funny thing is, the one on my shelf is the first, I think honestly, like my first ever Pikachu plushie, and it's so old. Like, I'm not joking, like, it is so old. Like, admittedly, I haven't washed it in years, but, like, you can tell how worn and old it is because it's once bright yellow fur. It's now just, like, this very dirty, dark, like, very off yellow fur. But, like, legit, like, I've had that plushie since I was, 8, like, I think, like, I was very young. Like, I want to say 8 years old. So it's been with me for almost 20 years. 20 years! And and obviously the collection just grows. like, it grows. Like, I have probably over, like, over 20 Pikachu plushies, you know? You know, and I sleep with about, like, 6 of them on my bed. I have a whole shelf full of Pikachu plushies from over the years. Like, it's just... I just love this. I love this rat. I love this mouse so much. I love him so much. So obviously, we know exactly where this creature's gonna end up. We know where this is gonna end up. We know. But yeah, I love this thing, and honestly, I would love to die surrounded by Pikachu, no matter what. The fuck was that noise? What the fuck was that noise I heard? Anyway, yeah, so, oh Jesus, why is it so big? So yeah, we gotta move on. We have to. We have to move on. So now we move on to number 26. Which is... Raichu!
Right.
I swear, I'm becoming more and more unhinged. We have been going for almost 4 hours and I haven't done and I have barely, and I've only gotten to my favorite Pokemon. Like, what the fuck? And I should express, yes, Pikachu, #1 favorite of all time. Will never, ever change no matter how old I get. And you wanna know what's funny? Before we move on to Raichu, I thought about playing a joke where it's like I hug my Detective Pikachu plushie, except I wouldn't refer to it as Detective Pikachu, I would refer to it as Ryan Reynolds, and just see like how many people get confused. Cause a little story, right? Is that my brother was, I don't know, I still don't know, I think he just decided like, oh, it would be nice if my sister could get this. He was at Walmart one day, and he saw a Detective Pikachu plushie, and I don't remember his reasoning for getting this. Like, I think he just thought that like, oh, this is actually kind of cool, I bet my sister would really like this. And so he gave it to me, after he came home, and he was like, here, you can have it. And I was like, and the first thing I said to him, and the first thing I said to him was, oh, you got me Ryan Reynolds. And he looked at me so confused. He looked at me so confused at first. He was like, huh? And then he was like, oh, right. He laughed. Because Ryan Reynolds voices Detective Pikachu in the movie. And it's just like... like, imagine that. Like, imagine that. It's like, he just got me a Detective Pikachu plushie. Like, I think it's just because he saw it in the store and was just like, oh, I bet, I bet my sister would really like this. And he just bought it for me. I didn't even know they were doing plushies. But he still got it for me, so I was like, yay! Oh my god. Anyway, moving on to Raichu. Alright, so, Raichu is keeping on with the electric typing of Pikachu, and it has a regional variant. In Alola, Raichu has a dual-type electric psychic form. It evolves from Pikachu when exposed to a Thunderstone. All Pikachu and Alola will evolve into this form regardless of their origin. It is the final form of Pichu in the Alola region. So, Raichu is known as the mouse Pokemon. And its Japanese name is the same as Raichu. Rai. You know. I will say that it does keep, that in the Kanto variant, it does keep its abilities of Static and Lightning Rod. However, in Alola, it gains the ability Surge Surfer. And I think I said before that, yeah, in Alola, Raichu is Electric Psychic, which you really did combine, like, two of my favorite frickin' types, didn't you? So, the Raichu biology is...
Raichu is a bipedal rodent-like Pokemon. Raichu is covered in dark orange fur with a white belly. Its bifurcated ears are brown on the outside, yellow on the insides, and end in a distinctive curl. There is a circular yellow marking on each cheek where its electric sacs are, and it has a triangular dark brown nose. Its arms and feet have patches of brown fur at the end, and the soles of its long feet are tan with a circular orange pad in the center. On its back are two horizontal brown stripes. Its long, thin tail has a lightning bolt-shaped end. This lightning bolt is chipped on females. Raichu exudes a weak electrical charge from its body and glows slightly in the dark. Rachel? I was about to say Rachel. Who's Rachel? Raichu's tail is used to gather electricity from the atmosphere, or it can be planted in the ground to search for electricity. It also protects Raichu from its high voltage power. Raichu can store over 100,000 volts of electricity, enough to knock out a Caparajah, which is a Gen A Pokemon which we will get to when we get to Galar. If Raichu's sacs are fully charged, its ears will stand straight up and its muscles become stimulated. However, it will become aggressive if it has stored too much electricity and stress. To keep from reaching this state, it discharges electricity through its tail into the ground. This leads to scorched patches near its nest. Being the result of evolution via evolution stone, Raichu is rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in forests and woodlands. The main reason Raichu is rarely seen with Pokemon trainers is because people prefer the look it had as Pikachu. As revealed in the anime episode Electric Shock Showdown, Raichu is not capable of learning speed attacks upon evolving and can only learn them when they're still Pikachu. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Raichu is known to sleep while discharging electricity, and a long tail is planted into the ground like a rod. It can electrocute anyone who comes near it while sleeping. Raichu and its pre-evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Volt Tackle.
And then we move on to Alolan Raichu.
In Alola, Raichu has lighter coloring and more rounded features. Its eyes are blue with yellow half circles along the bottom. It has large yellow ears with an inner spiral toward the base and brown on the inside. These ears are thicker and less pointed than a standard Raichu's ear. In addition to its white belly, Alolan Raichu has white markings on its paws and with bright yellow lines between its digits. The stripes on its back have also turned white, and there is a small white circular marking on each heel. The lightning bolt-shaped tip of its tail has rounded edges. By collecting its psychic power in its tail, it can ride it like a surfboard and float in the air. While its cheek sacs are still used to store electricity, rubbing them releases a sweet aroma while also getting a light shock. This is also thought to be connected to its psychic abilities. Alolan Raichu's origins were initially a mystery at the time. The people of Alola suggested it ate too many sweet and fluffy pancakes, especially those made with a secret Alolan recipe. However, researchers believe the change is related to Alolan Raichu's diet in general. It is also believed the weather and climate of the Alola region played a role in the transformation. Alolan Raichu is capable of unleashing star-shaped thunderbolts. It is also known by the name Holdad. Alolan Raichu is the only known Pokemon capable of using the Z-move Stoke Spark Surfer. It is also the only known Pokemon that can have Surge Surfer as an ability.
Alright. Oh, and the stats. I almost forgot the stats. I'm tired today, guys. So, here's the thing. Raichu is definitely better than Pikachu. I can admit to that. However, it has 2 stat blocks like Pikachu did. And, excuse me. Alright, so speed is its highest stat at 100 in the first stat block, with special attack and its physical attack both tied at 90, along with special defense at 80. However, its physical defense and HP are not that great.
And it's pretty much the same in terms of the second stat block from Generation 6 onward. Oh wait, Generation 7 onward. No wait, that is 6. But its speed is increased to 110. Now in terms of Alolan Raichu, like honestly, its stats are pretty much the same. It's just that its physical defense and special attack stat are swapped. And its physical attack stat decreases a little bit, along with its physical defense. But its special defense increases by 5. So pretty much it's just like, it's not necessarily balanced, it's more so just like, what's the word? Rebalancing stuff, I guess. Like basically putting points in different stats to attain for the different form, I guess. But anyway, personality-wise, I will say, I have over time grown to love Raichu. I will say, over time, I have grown to love Raichu. Like, I do see, like, it can be very cute on its own. Like, I will say that, it's cute on its own. And it's chubby, and it's, like, it's got a really nice, like, design, too. You know, but obviously by virtue of it being the evolutionary form of Raichu, and thus inferior, it can't be put in S tier. However, I will put it in A tier, because I do recognize its potential. But yeah, I can at least recognize its potential. Besides, you thought that fat Pikachu was fat? Oh my god, Raichu is chunky! We're talking chunky! We're talking chunky with the capital C. Thick with 3 C's. Like, Raichu is fat, and I love it so much. And it's cute, and it has the curls. Ah! It's cute! Anyway, moving on. We gotta get away from the rodents. Otherwise, we're fucked. Oh, speaking of which, more rodents. We move on to number 27. Which is Sandshrew. We're almost like 4 hours into this. And we're only on number 27. How bad? Oh my god. Anyway, Sandshrew. Alright, so Sandshrew is the first ground-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Sandslash at level 22, and it has a regional variant in Alola, where it has a dual typing of Ice and Steel, and it evolves into Alolan Sandslash when exposed to an Ice Stone. Sandshrew is also known as the mouse Pokemon yet again. I can't believe that. And its Japanese name is just Sandal, or Sand. Real nice. Oh, with the ability... So, Kanto Sandshrew has Sand Veil, and its hidden ability is Sand Rush, whereas in Alola, it has Snow Cloak and Slush Rush? What the fuck is Slush Rush? It rushes to get slushies from the gas station. Anyway, so, Sandshrew's biology is... Sandshrew is a bipedal Pholidope Pokemon, though it runs on all fours in the anime. Its brick-patterned yellow hide is dry and tough, blends in with desert sand, and protects its soft white underbelly and muzzle. Sandshrew has blue almond-shaped eyes, and a pointed snout, and triangular ears with white insides. Its tail is thick and conical. It has 2 long claws on each foot and 3 sharp claws on its forepaws, which are used to burrow. Sandshrew spends much of its time hidden underground in deep burrows. It only emerges to lunge and drag in passing bug-type Pokemon. Sandshrew can quickly curl into a tight ball to protect itself from great falls and opponents, but may also throw sand at attackers. While its body can efficiently absorb water to facilitate life in the desert, Sandshrew has been found in caves as well. It also lives deep underground in nests it has created from digging tunnels. Should hard rocks get in the way of digging, Sandshrew will use its sharp claws to remove them before continuing to dig. If it is too wet, its skin becomes wrinkly. It dries itself out by using the geothermal heat near a volcano. It is also known to bathe in sand, which helps remove dirt and moisture from its body. Moving on to the Alolan form. In the Alola region, Sandshrew migrated to snowy mountains due to the volcanic activity near the desert areas. Its body is a light icy blue, with a cream-colored belly and muzzle. Thicker plates form a dome around its head, and its ears resemble an igloo's entrances. In adapting to this cold climate, its body became larger and heavier with a shell of hard ice covering its hide. The shell is also made of very hard steel. This steel-like covering grants it extra defense from predators like Sneasel, but it is unable to curl into a ball like its desert counterpart. Smarter predators such as Weavile exploit its soft underbelly. Alolan Sandshrew can burrow itself in the snow to avoid being blown away by blizzards. Its claws allow it to move without slipping on icy surfaces, but it slides on its stomach when it needs to move quickly. A traditional Alolan custom during festivals is a competition to see who can slide Alolan Sandshrew across the ice the farthest. They can also be found in the polar biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alola's island life is simulated. And in terms of stats, God, I fucking forgot. Wow, these are shit. I mean, obviously its highest stat is physical defense, with physical attack following closely behind with 75, and I should express physical defense is 85, but all the other stats are pretty bad. And I should express, this is Kanto Sandshrew. Like, HP is at 50, speed is at 40, but special defense and special attack are at 30 and 20 respectively. And with Alolan Sandshrew, like, the defense is still at its highest at 90, with physical attack at 75, HP at 50, so that stays the same. Like, honestly, the only thing that it gains a little bit of is in special defense, but it loses a lot in special attack. I say a lot, it's more so like, special attack 20 becomes special attack 10. With speed remaining the same as ever. Alright, I think I'm, okay. Okay, so, personally, I've never had a Sandshrew. Like, I will say, it can be cute. It can be cute, but it's also like, I don't know, it's not something I would normally go for, honestly. Like, you know what sucks about, I think I do have an Alolan Sandshrew / Sandslash, but I don't ever use it. Like, I just got it because I needed like an ice type, and I haven't used it. But overall, it's just like, it's alright, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't speak to me. But I'm not gonna lie, I would feel a little bad if I put it in the C tier, so I'm gonna put it in the lower B tier. But yeah, there's not much here, unfortunately. Alright, before we move on, I do need to do some quick math. So, here's the thing. With how long it's taking me to get through this, I might not be able to get to Johto, honestly, tonight. I didn't think it was gonna take this long. $40, like, we're almost 4 hours into this, and we're not even at, like, Kanto has 151 Pokemon, guys! We're not even at 50! So what I'm gonna do is, I think we might just have this stream purely as Kanto. I just want to see, like, what is...
can't be right. I'm just checking to see, like, what is half of 151. 75. Oh, God. Alright, moving on. Alright, next up, in terms of Pokemon, is Sandslash. By the way, number 28. But yeah, number 28. So, Sandslash, it keeps its primary typing of ground, and of course with the original variant, it also keeps its ice and steel typing. It's still known as the mouse Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Sandopan. Sandpan, let's just say. It keeps basically all of its abilities in both Kanto and Alolan variants. And in terms of the biology for Sandslash. Sandslash is a bipedal ground-dwelling Folidot Pokemon. I don't know how to pronounce that. Although Sandslash is usually bipedal, it can run on all fours. Most of its underside is light yellow with a white underbelly. It has a narrow muzzle, almond-shaped blue eyes, and a thick tail. Its back is mostly covered in sharp brown quills formed from its tough, dry hide. It has 2 large claws on its paws and feet. These claws are its primary weapons and are used for slashing, but can also be used for burrowing. Its claws and spikes can both break off, but they grow back quickly and are shed regularly. Sandslash's broken parts can be used to carve plows for tilling farm fields. The claws can become harder and smoother if it lives in drier areas. Sandslash can curl into a large ball, which allows it to roll to attack or escape, protect itself from heat stroke, and guard its belly. Sandslash is also adept at climbing trees and is prone to ambush its enemies from above. It also climbs trees to rest during the night, and to slash berries to feed the sandshrew waiting below. Sandslash can mostly be found in deserts. And moving on to Alola. See, where's my drink? There it is. In the Alola region, Sandslash has an icy blue hide and steel quills covered in ice. These quills stand taller than a regular Sandslash's quills and resemble icicles. Unlike its Cantonian variant, Alolan Sandslash is rarely seen curling up into a ball, perhaps made difficult by its thick hide and icy spine. Instead, this Pokemon uses its hide for camouflage in the snow while leaving only its spines exposed. Its body emits cold air, which sharpens its quills. Its forepaws are larger than its counterpart, and its claws are longer, thinner, and hooked at the tips. Formerly used for climbing trees, they now allow it to scale icebergs without even slipping. Despite the weight of its ice-covered body, Alolan Sandslash can move swiftly by carving a path in the snow with its claws. It can move faster than any other Pokemon while in the snowy mountains. This Pokemon tends to live in the deeper parts of snowy mountains, where climbing is forbidden. However, the sprays of snow it kicks up are popular shots for photographers. People also climb up the mountains it lives in to see Sandslash's icy spikes sparkle during the light of dawn. Stabs from Alolan Sandslash's spikes can cause both deep wounds and severe frostbite. They can also be found in the polar biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alola's island life is simulated. And in terms of the stats, I will say it is definitely better than Sandshrews. I mean, with the physical defense stat, and I should express this as Kanto, with the physical defense stat at 110, physical attack stat at 100, HP at 75, speed at 65, special defense at 55, and special attack at 45. Granted, the fact that all of its other stats are not even approaching 80 is a bit of a concern, but again, comparing it to Sandshrews, this is honestly better. And in terms of Alolan Sandslash, it has 120 defense. Attack remains the same, as does HP and speed, but special defense gets a 10% bonus, whereas special attack gets a 20% decrease. 20%. What is the opposite of a bonus? And yeah, so basically another matter of recalibrating stats, let's just say. In terms of the personal stuff, I don't really care for this, honestly. I don't really care for this, honestly. Like, it sounds mean, but it's like, I really don't care for it. It's just like, it's boring. And again, I've never used a Sandshrew before. I've never used a Sandshrew before. I don't really care for it. Oh boy. Never used it before. Honestly, I think it might go in the C tier. Because unfortunately it doesn't even have, like... Oh, whoops. Because unfortunately it doesn't even have, like... You know, Sandshrew's cuteness. It's just like, it's spiky, it's pointy, it's everything I don't like. So, bye-bye. Alright, so moving on. To number 29. Female Nidoran. Female Nidoran. So obviously this is the first time we actually have, like, an actual gendered Pokemon. Excuse me. Alright, so Nidoran Female is another Poison-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Nidorina at level 16, which then evolves into Nidoqueen when exposed to a Moonstone. It is related to the Nidoran male line, and when bred with either one of them, it can produce eggs that contain either Nidoran female or Nidoran male. However, it is the only one of its line that can breed, as its evolutions are in the no eggs discovered egg group. So Nidoran female is known as the Poison Pin Pokemon, and its Japanese name is the same as its English, even with the female sign. And its abilities can include Poison Point or Rivalry beyond Gen 9. No, 4, sorry. And with Hustle as its hidden ability. The biology of Nidoran Female is... Nidoran Female is a small quadrupedal mammalian Pokemon. It has large spiny ears, oversized front teeth, red eyes, and a pair of whiskers on each cheek. It is light blue with several darker blue spots. There are 2 white claws on each of its paws. Its back is covered with small toxic spines, and it has a small forehead horn. The poisons secreted by the spines and horn are extremely potent, and even a scratch from its horn or a drop of poison from its barbs can be deadly. However, this docile Pokemon only uses its poison when it feels threatened. Nidoran Female is more sensitive to smell than Nidoran Male. It can use its whiskers to check the wind while either searching for berries or to avoid predators. Nidoran Female can use its incisor teeth for crushing the berries it forages for. Nidoran Female lives in open spaces, such as savannas and plains. Nidoran Female is a female-only species. And according to the stats, they're not great. I mean, HP is honestly its highest stat, with 52 closely following behind, with defense closely following behind it. But other than that, everything else is in the 40s. Although physical attack is highest at 47, whereas everything else is like 40 to 41. But honestly, it's not that bad. Like, it's well-rounded. It's well-rounded, let's just say. Again, not bad. Not bad at all. God, honestly, I think I might have to split. I might have to split this fucking tier list up even more. So instead of because I'm getting so tired. I'm getting so tired Like, here's the thing. I'm getting so tired. It's been 4 hours. And I haven't taken my break yet. Okay, let me rank Nidorina, female. I will say, it is kind of, it's basically like a hamster again, but it's a lot cuter. I don't know, I find it cute. I find it cute. And I like the coloring of it. Like, it's very easy on the eyes. It's like a little hamster, honestly. You know, honestly, I've never even had, like, a Nidoran before. Actually, no, I think I have. I just never... I think I'm just confusing it with, like, the variants. Excuse me. But, yeah. Honestly, I think I would rate this as lower B. Let's see, can I insert the Venus sign here? Venus, where are you? Venus? I wish you could fucking, like... Is there nothing? Where the fuck is it? Oh, this is hell. And I'm getting Arabic. That's not good for me. Where the fuck is the Venus symbol? I thought it would be in here. I wish you could like look stuff up. Watch it be that I freaking like just skipped over it and I just glazed over it. Am I crazy? Greek? That doesn't help me. Literally. Alright, you know what? Fuck this. I'm just gonna put down that. Just to help me here. Alright. Nidoran female. Lower B tier. It's nice. I spent way too long on that. Alright. Gonna move on to the next one. But, I think I'm gonna have to make an announcement here. Alright, I'm gonna have to make a quick announcement here, because, I thought we were even gonna get to, like, Kanto. I thought we were gonna get through Johto today. We're not gonna be able to do that. So that sucks. But, now that I'm looking at it, I don't even think we're gonna be able to get through all of Kanto today. This is a problem. Alright, so... I initially thought we were gonna take a break at the halfway point of Kanto, which was at 70, the 75th Pokemon, but considering that we're almost 4.5 hours into this, and we're only on, what, number 30... But yeah, we're only on level 30, number 30. And again, I don't want to go for another 9 hours. I think what I might do is we're probably gonna stop at the 75th Pokemon. Because I'm getting, like, every part of me hurts. Well, actually, maybe 76. Yeah, 76 sounds right. And then we're gonna take a break at the, whatever the hell, half of level 30, level 35. Level 75! What is half of 75? It's 40 something, right? Half of 75. 37. Alright, so we're close. Alright, so I'm actually gonna update the stream real quick. If I can. God. Alright, so we're gonna have to frickin'... Alright, oh, Jesus. Alright. First half of Kanto. There. Oh, wait. Let me edit that again. Please. There we go. Alright, we're good. I had to update that real quick. Alright, so... we just gotta get to level 37. I keep saying third level. Alright, so let's try to get through this as quickly as possible, because I gotta get up again. To get up. To stretch. Alright, so moving on. We have number 30? Yeah, 30 with Nidorina. Alright, so Nidorina is the first evolution of Nidoran female. And while it is related to the Nidoran male line, it cannot breed like its previous evolution. Nidorina is still known as the poison pin Pokemon, and its Japanese name is the same as its English, Nidorina. And it keeps the same abilities it had as a Nidoran female. Biology is as stated. Nidorina is a quadrupedal sky blue mammalian Pokemon with dark blue patches. It has red eyes, large spiny ears, and has 2 pointed teeth protruding from its upper jaw. It possesses large poison spikes, which it retracts whenever it is with a group, feeding its children or while resting in its burrow. Its paws have 3 claws each, and it is able to stand on its hind legs. The hind legs are longer and thicker than its forelegs. It has a stubby tail. Nidorina is a female-only species. Nidorina is a gentle Pokemon, and it is known to be a caring mother that chews food for its young. It seems to display close family bonds with others of its kind and becomes nervous when separated. Nidorina prefers not to fight since its horn grows slowly, but if forced or enraged, it prefers physical attacks such as clawing and biting. Nidorina prefers to chew its food into a paste before spitting it out and feeding its children. It also emits ultrasonic cries to befuddle foes. Nidorina live in burrows at hot savannas and plains. And in terms of these stats, they're honestly better, and they're a lot more rounded than Nidoran females. I mean, HP is actually its highest stat at 70, with defense at 67, and physical attack at 52. But honestly, the special attack, defense, and speed are all at 55 to 56. Again, it's a lot more rounded. A lot more well-rounded. Not bad, all things considered.
Yeah, not bad, all things considered. But yeah. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I like this a lot better than Nidoran female, honestly. Like, I still like the coloring and such, but I also just kind of like the more mature aspect of Nidoran. Granted, I don't think I would necessarily want this on my, I don't want to say on my team, but like, basically, I think we would honestly rate it above Nidoran female at the higher B tier, so honestly, not bad. Not bad at all. I'm gonna basically start speeding through these because fuck you, I am exhausted. So next up is number 31 in the Kanto and, I was gonna say Johto decks, in the Kanto and Global decks. Nidoqueen! Alright, so, unlike its predecessors of Nidorina and Nidoran female, Nidoqueen gains the ground typing, forming it into the dual type of poison and ground. And much like Nidorina, it cannot breed with anybody else. However, Nidoqueen has a different title. It is known as the Drill Pokemon. However, its Japanese name is the same as its English name, which is Nidoqueen. And its abilities are mostly the same except for its hidden ability, which is Sheer Force. And the biology for Nidoqueen stands as Nidoqueen is a large bipedal blue mammalian Pokemon with distinct reptilian features. Its body is encased with extremely hard scales and that serve as excellent protection from any attack and stand up when Nidoqueen is excited or provoked. It has a blunt snout, narrow brown eyes, and large ears with brown insides. There is a small horn on its forehead, a single spine on each ear, and a line of toxic spikes running down its back. Each hand has 3 short claws and each foot has 2 claws. Its lower jaw, the front of its abdomen, and 2 plates on its chest are cream-colored. It has a thick, powerful tail. Nidoqueen is a female-only species. Nidoqueen can be quite fierce and is very protective of its young. This Pokemon is at its strongest when it is defending its young, and it will try to seal the entrance to its burrow to protect them. It also places its young in the gaps between the spines on its back, which never release poison when the children are present. Nidoqueen is more adept at being defensive than offensive. Nidoqueen's armor-like scales allow it to defend its children from any attack. When in contact with foes, it can poison them with the spikes on its back, or cause small tremors by slamming the ground. It is also adept at sending foes flying with harsh tackles, and it uses its hefty bulk to execute powerful moves. Being the result of an evolution via Evolution Stone, Nidoqueen is rarely found in the wild. However, they can be found in savannas and plains. And in terms of the stats, honestly, pretty nice. Pretty nice. HP is, as always, will remain as its highest stat at 90, with its physical defense, honestly, at 87, and special defense at 85, with physical attack at 82, and special attack and speed at 75 and 76. But honestly, pretty nice, well-rounded stats. I like it, honestly. I like it. It's nice. It's good. It's nice. It's nice. And honestly, the fact that it is a mama figure, it is a mama baba. Honestly, I like it. I think it's cool. And honestly, I don't see it that often. Honestly, I don't think it's that bad. I mean, I still wouldn't have, like, I can go without it. But honestly, I think it deserves to be up there in the higher B tier. Fuck me. Sorry, I have to save so that just in case something happens. So yeah, I think it's a cool Pokemon. It's great. Fantastic. Alright, moving on to number 32.
Uh-oh. Okay. I was like, please don't let my internet be fucking about right now. I don't need that. Alright, so next up is the foil to Nidoran female, which is Nidoran male. Alright, so Nidoran male, much like its female counterpart, is a poison type Pokemon that evolves into Nidorino at level 16, which then evolves into Nidoking when exposed to a Moonstone. It is related to Nidoran female, serving as its male counterpart. However, when bred with Ditto as of Generation 5, it can produce eggs that contain either Nidoran male or female. It is known as the Poison Pin Pokemon, much like Nidoran female and Nidorina, and its Japanese name is the same as its English, Nidoran male. And it honestly just shares the same abilities as Nidoran female, which are Poison Point or Rivalry, with Hustle as its hidden ability. And the biology for Nidoran male states it as Nidoran male is a small quadrupedal mammalian Pokemon. It is pinkish purple with darker patches. It has large spiny ears with teal insides, oversized front teeth, and red eyes. Its back is covered with 3 lines of large spines that can release potent poisons if threatened. The center line of spines is taller than the other 2. The size of the long pointed horn on its forehead is indicative of the strength of its venom. Nidoran male is a male-only species. Nidoran male constantly listens for the sounds of approaching enemies with its large ears. Said ears have unique muscles that allow them to be moved in any direction. And even the slightest sound does not escape Nidoran male's notice. In order to listen to distant locations, it flaps its ears like wings. When angry, it extends its toxic spikes and charges, stabbing with its horn to inject poison. Nidoran male is brave and will risk its own life to protect Nidoran female. Nidoran male lives in open spaces such as savannas and plains. And in terms of the stats, not gonna lie, they're a lot more rounded as opposed to Nidoran female, I believe. I mean, physical attack is its highest stat, along with speed at 50 and HP at 46, but literally all of its other stats are at 40. So it's a little more rounded as opposed to Nidoran female, which isn't bad. Again, like, these are baby Pokemon, come on! Like, I say they're baby Pokemon, but they're not labeled as baby Pokemon, but listen, just go with it, alright? It's fine. Meanwhile, I will say I do find Nidoran male to be cuter than Nidoran female, mainly because of this pose right here. Like, it looks like a bunny! Like, if you've ever seen, like, bunnies in those typical pictures, like, they look like rabbits. It helps that they even have, like, they have the rabbit ears along with the front tooth. Like, it's adorable. It's cute. It's adorable. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I would place it... Well, actually, no. Actually, no. I think I would place it in the lower B tier next to Nidoran male. Male? Female, sorry. But yeah, honestly, I think it's fine. It's fine. Oh, God. Alright, we're gonna have to really start speeding through this. Alright, next up is number 33 on the bracket of the Kanto Dex slash the global dex, Nidorino! Alright, so Nidorino is retaining its singular poison typing. And much like Nidoran male, it can breed with Ditto to produce eggs. It is still known as the Poison Pin Pokemon. The Japanese name is the same as its English name, Nidorino, carries on these same abilities, and the biology is as stated.
Nidorino is a light purple quadrupedal mammalian Pokemon. It has several darker purple patches across its body. It has large spiny ears with teal insides, narrow black eyes, and a long snout with 2 pointed teeth protruding from the upper jaw. Nidorino has a ridge of toxic spines on its back and a long pointed horn on its forehead. The horn is harder than a diamond and capable of secreting poison on impact. The more adrenaline Nidorino has in its body, the more potent the poison is. Its short legs have 3 claws on each foot. Nidorino is a male-only species. Nidorino is independent, nervous, and fierce, and it is often described as violent and easily angered. It uses its ears to check its surroundings. If it senses a hostile presence, all the barbs on its back bristle up at once, and it challenges the foe with all its might. Nidorino's harder-than-diamond horn can destroy diamonds, and it uses that horn to destroy boulders in its search for moonstones. Nidorino live in hot savannas and plains. So going on with these stats here. Still a little more balanced. I mean, physical attack is still its highest stat at 72, along with speed at 65 and HP at 61. Whereas physical defense, special attack, and special defense are all at 55 to 57. So a little more rounded. Still rounded a bit, still balanced. However, in terms of this whole thing, I'm not gonna lie, it's not doing it for me as Nidorina. And I don't know whether or not it's just because, like, I don't necessarily like this shade of purple. I find it a little bit too dark. I don't know, it just doesn't appeal to me as much as Nidorina did. And honestly... Well, yeah, sorry. It's just... Nidorino is going down the C tier. Again, it sucks. I mean, I'm not saying this sucks, I'm just saying that, like, it just doesn't appeal to me as much as Nidorina did for some reason. Alright, moving on. We're almost at the halfway point, guys, I promise. Number 34. Oh my god. We have... Da-ba-da-dam! Nidoking! Gotta remember this is one of Giovanni's Pokemon. Alright, Nidoking, much like Nidoqueen, gains the the ground typing, making it a poison ground type. And much like Nidorino and Nidoran male, Nidoking can produce eggs when bred with a Ditto. And much like Nidoqueen, it is known as the Drill Pokemon. Its Japanese name is the same as its English, and of course, even its hidden ability is still Sheer Force, shared with Nidoqueen. Speaking of which, the biology. Nidoking is a large bipedal purple mammalian Pokemon with distinct reptilian features. It has narrow eyes, large spiny ears, fur-like tufts on its cheeks, and a short snout filled with pointed teeth. There is a long venomous horn on its forehead and a ridge of spines down its back. Gray plates cover its chest and belly, and there is a gray rounded spine on each elbow. Each hand has 3 claws, while each foot has only a single hoof-like nail. It has a long, powerful tail. Nidoking is a male-only species. It is said that Nidoking's tail is capable of toppling a metal transmission tower. Nidoking uses this tail to smash, constrict, or break the bones of its prey and enemies. The tail can also be swung to create distance between it and its foes before Nidoking charges. Its steel-like hide adds to its powerful rampaging charges. Nidoking's horn is powerful enough to crush diamonds. Nidoking is known to be very proud of its own strength. When Nidoking goes on a rampage, it becomes impossible to control. It did that thing again. Where am I? Only a Nidoqueen that has lived with for a long time can calm it down from its rampages. As shown in the manga, Nidoking has strong acid within its claws. Being the result of evolution via an evolution stone, Nidoking is rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in savannas and plains. So in terms of these stats, so I'm assuming that with Nidoqueen as its
female counterpart, its foil.
That one, you know, and Nidoqueen was known to be pretty defensive-wise. Nidoking here is seeming to be more offensive-wise. Because it has 92 attack as its highest stat, with 85 special attack and 85 speed, 81 HP, and 77 defense and 75 special defense. So it's a little more offensively based as opposed to Nidoqueen, but honestly, I think Nidoqueen is a little bit more balanced. Nidoking seems to be a little bit more skewed towards physical, offensive stuff. And meant to last as long. Or at the very least an HP sponge. But honestly, it's still, I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't appeal to me as much as Nidoqueen did. Again, I think it's just because it uses the same fucking color palette as frickin' Nidoran male and Nidorino. So unfortunately, it's gonna be joining its comrade in the seat here. So yeah, sorry to all the fans of Nidoking. I mean, at the very least, you can be proud that I know for a fact Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket / the first Viridian City gym leader, has this on his team. So hey, at least you got that going for you. All right, next up. God, this music is actually doing my head in. Alright. Ooh, I remember this. This is actually kind of nice. So, alright, so the first Pokemon, the 35th Pokemon is Clefairy! I think you can just tell how full my bad. I like Clefairy. Alright, so Clefairy. So this is interesting. Clefairy is known as a fairy-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. However, it only gained the fairy typing once Generation 6 came into play, when Generation 6 introduced the fairy typing to begin with. Prior to that, it was only a normal-type Pokemon. It evolves from Cleffa when leveled up with High Friendship, and evolves into Clefable when exposed to a Moonstone. Clefairy is known as the fairy Pokemon, and its Japanese name is called Pippi. And its abilities are either Cute Charm or Magic Guard beyond Generation 4, and its hidden ability is Friend Guard. The biology for Clefairy is a bipedal pink Pokemon with a chubby, vaguely star-shaped body. A small pointed tooth protrudes from the upper left corner of its mouth. It has wrinkles beside its black oval eyes, a single dark pink oval marking on each cheek, and large pointed ears with brown tips. A tuft of fur curls over its forehead, much like its large upward curling tail. Each stocky arm has 2 small claws and a thumb on each hand, and both feet have a single toenail. There is a pair of tiny butterfly-shaped wings on its back. Though incapable of flight, Clefairy's wings can store moonlight and allow it to float. Clefairy is very shy and rarely shows itself to humans. On the rare occasions that Clefairy comes down from its mountain home, it can be seen dancing underneath the full moon's light. The area surrounding their dance is enveloped in a magnetic field. Once the sun starts to rise, it returns home where it sleeps nestled with other Clefairy. There have been many sightings of Clefairy during the morning aftermath of the full moon. The anime has shown that Clefairy is an extraterrestrial Pokemon. Clefairy is known to be popular thanks to both its adorable look and behavior. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, anyone who sees a Clefairy using metronome while sleeping will receive happiness. This sighting is considered to be a very unusual sight to witness. Before Generation 5, Clefairy and its evolutionary relatives were the only known Pokemon that could have Magic Guard as an ability. And in terms of the stats, honestly, it's meant to be more of a damage sponge as opposed to like an attacker. Because yeah, HP is its highest stat at 70. Oh, Jesus, my fucking... with special defense at 65 and special attack at 60, but its physical attack and defense are 45 and 48 respectively, and speed is its worst stat at 35. However, I will say, I did not get the chance to know about Clefairy / Clefable until I started replaying Moon. And honestly, I do like Clefairy's design. I don't like the moveset it had in Moon because, oh my god, it was so rough trying to train Ariala, which is what I named my Cleffa when I first caught her, as a Clefairy, because god, she did not have many moves to pick from. Like, it was fucking awful trying to train Ariala. But yeah, I do like the design. Like, I think it's really cute. And I would honestly like to have it as a plushie. So, I think if anything, I would rate it in the high B tier. So, Clefairy is in the high B tier. So next up is number 36 of Kanto / Johto. Clefable! Now, I think, I will say this right now, this is not going in C tier. Alright, so Clefable, much like Clefairy, is a fairy-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. However, the fairy typing was only brought on via Gen 6. Prior to that, it was a normal-type Pokemon. It is the evolution of Clefairy. It is known as the fairy Pokemon, much like its predecessor. However, its Japanese name is Pixie, or Pixie. And its abilities are pretty much the same, except for its hidden ability is called Unaware. And the biology for Clefable is that states, Clefable is a tall pink Pokemon with a vaguely star-shaped body. It has long pointed ears with dark brown tips and black oval eyes with wrinkles on either side. A curled lock of fur hangs over its forehead, much like its long, tightly curled tail. On its back is a pair of dark pink wings. Each wing has 3 points. Its hands have 3 fingers each. And its feet have 2 clawed toes and dark pink soles. Clefable is a timid nocturnal creature that flees when it senses people approaching and is one of the world's rarest Pokemon. Its sensitive ears can distinctly hear a pin drop from half a mile to 1,100 yards away. Because of its acute hearing, it prefers to live in quiet mountainous areas of which it is protective. It has also been seen at deserted lakes during a full moon. Using a bouncy gait, it can walk on water and sometimes appears to be flying using its small wings. The anime has shown that Clefable is actually an extraterrestrial Pokemon. According to one tradition, seeing a pair of Clefable ensures a happy marriage. Some scientists believe that Clefable stares intently at the moon because it is homesick. There is a legend to this as well, which tells of how it listens for the voices of its kind on the moon during clear and quiet nights. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Clefable is known to sleep in remote places during quiet moonlit nights. It is theorized that Clefable is dreaming about its friends in a distant homeland during its peaceful slumber. Before Generation 5, Clefable and its pre-evolved forms were the only known Pokemon that could have Magic Guard as an ability. And in terms of its stats, so prior to Generation 6, HP was its highest stat at 95, with special defense at 90, special attack at 85, attack at 70, and defense at 73. However, its speed was its lowest at 60. Now, in regards to Generation 6 onward, the only stat that got really upgraded was its special attack at 95, putting it on par with its HP, whereas everything else seems to have remained the same. Now then, however, as I said before, I honestly grew to love Clefable. Like, seriously, you want to know how much I love Clefable? So Ariala, I used her as my ace against the Kombo trial on Pony Island in Pokemon Moon. And here I was thinking it was going to be a tough battle. Ariala fucking tanked that shit and one-shotted the Kombo with a Moonblast. And you want to know what's funny? I took a picture of the
Like, you know this face that Clefable is pulling? Imagine that zoomed in, posted on Twitter, and like, this is the face of destruction. Fear me, mortals. Yes, Clefable has single-handedly improved my opinion. Ariel has single-handedly improved my opinion on Clefable so much, it is actually going in the A tier. Because it is that cool. Not to mention, I like it's a fae. It's a fucking fae. It's like, it's a changeling. It's a fae. Let's fucking go! Anyway, moving on. We're almost done. We got 2 more to go, and then we can take our fucking break. Now I can finally switch the music to something different for a little bit, because, oh my god. Like, y'all, we've been listening to this fucking playlist for, like, we have been listening to this playlist for over 4 hours, and this was only an hour and a half long playlist. And I'm about ready to kill myself. So next up on the bracket is
Vulpix! Vulpix!
number 37. So, after a long fucking while, Vulpix is a fire-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Ninetales when exposed to a Firestone. However, it has a regional variant in Alola where it gains an Ice type. It evolves into Alola Ninetales when exposed to an Ice Stone. Vulpix is known as the Fox Pokemon, with its Japanese name being Rokon. And its abilities. Kanto Vulpix has Flash Fire with Drought as a hidden ability, and Alolan Vulpix has Snow Cloak with Snow Warning as its hidden ability, and its biology is as states. Vulpix is a small quadrupedal canine Pokemon. Are foxes known to be canines? It has a red-brown pelt with a cream-colored underbelly. It has brown eyes, large pointed ears with dark brown insides, and a triangular dark brown nose. Its paws are slightly darker than the rest of its pelt and have light brown paw pads. On top of its head are 3 curled locks of orange fur with bangs, and it has orange tails with curled tips. It is most commonly seen with 6 tails. However, Vulpix is born with only a single white tail that splits as Vulpix grows. The tails grow hot as it approaches evolution. Vulpix is capable of manipulating fire to such precision as to create floating wisps of flame. These wisps are sometimes mistaken for ghosts by humans, but Vulpix uses them to assist in catching prey. Inside its body is a flame that never goes out. When the temperature outside increases, it will expel flames from its mouth to prevent its body from overheating. Vulpix is known to feign injury to escape from opponents too powerful for it to defeat. Vulpix can be found most commonly in grassy plains. And then moving on to Alolan Vulpix. In the Alola region, Vulpix has adapted to snowy mountain peaks and developed a snowy white pelt. It has pale blue paws, blue eyes, and dark blue insides its ears. Okay, that sentence makes no sense. Its snout is more pronounced and pointed than that of Alolan Vulpix. Non-Alolan Vulpix, sorry. The locks of hair on its head and its 6 tails are curlier and have a wispy appearance. Alolan Vulpix is believed to have arrived in the region at the same time as humans, but moved to the snow-capped mountain to avoid other Pokemon. It can be found in small packs called skulks that are led and protected by Ninetales. Alolan Vulpix can expel breath as cold as -58 degrees Fahrenheit, or -50 degrees Celsius for overseas folk, which is capable of freezing anything. While it is not suited to warmer environments, its tail can produce ice to lower the surrounding temperature if needed. An old local name for this Pokemon is Keo, referring to its white pelt. Weavile is a natural predator of Alolan Vulpix. They can also be found in the polar biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alola's island life is simulated. And in terms of these stats, it's not that great. It's not that great. I can promise you that. But, however, so keep in mind... Oh!
Alolan Vulpix has the same base stats as the Cantonian Vulpix. Sweet. Fantastic. So, speed and special defense are both tied at the highest for 65, with special attack at 50, physical defense at 40, physical attack at 41, and HP at 38. So, not necessarily, like basically a Pokemon that, like, is good for, like, early levels, but for the most part, you probably want to get it evolved to Ninetales as quickly as possible. However, I will say, I do like the design of both Vulpixes, especially Alolan Vulpix. And believe me when I say I was sorely disappointed when I found out that I would not be getting Alolan Vulpix / Ninetales in my copy of Pokemon Moon. I got the shitty Alolan Sandslash, and I hated it so much. But I do like the Vulpix. It's so cute. And it's like, I just imagine picking it up like a cat. I just imagine picking it up like a cat and just like, I just want to hold it. Are there plushies of this thing? Anybody in the future watching this, if there are plushies of this thing, please tell me they're on the official Pokemon Center website. Because that would be great. That would be fantastic. But it's so cute. So cute. I love it so much. Honestly, fuck it. I would put it in the S tier. I would honestly put it in the S tier because it is so cute and I love its design so much. Like, it's such a nice design. Like, look at the paws. Can you imagine what the toe beans would be like? The toe beans, guys! The toe beans! Not to mention, look at its eyes. Look at its eyes. It's so pretty blue. I was gonna say blue. Brown eyes. It's so pretty. Like, it's so cute. It's so cute. I want to hold it all day. Especially Alolan Vulpix. It's so cute. It's so good. It's so fantastic. Alright. Last one before we go on break. Number 38. Ninetales! I will say this already, we can expect this to not be in the B tier. Like, I love this design, it's so dignified, so elegant. Alright, so Ninetales. Keeping its primary typing with Vulpix, it is primarily a fire-typed Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. However, in Alola, it gains the dual typing of Fairy. So, the Alola variant of Ninetales is a Ice Fairy type, and it evolves from Alolan Vulpix when exposed to an Ice Stone. Ninetales is known as the Fox Pokemon, keeping in line with Vulpix. However, its Japanese name is Kyukon. And in terms of the abilities, I believe Flash Fire is new for Cantonian Ninetales, but the abilities are still the same no matter what. And in terms of the biology, Ninetales is a quadrupedal canine Pokemon covered in thick, luxurious gold and white fur. It has a small mane of thicker fur around its neck and a long, fluffy crest atop its head. It has slender legs with 3-toed paws and 9 long tails with pale orange tips. It has red eyes, pointed ears, and a triangular black nose. While intelligent enough to easily understand human speech, Ninetales is a very vengeful Pokemon that has been known to curse those who mistreat it. The curse can last up to 1,000 years. As mentioned in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red and Blue Rescue Team, once a Ninetales casts its curse, it cannot be removed even by Ninetales itself. It can live for 1,000 years due to the energy within its 9 tails, each of which is said to have a different mystical power. Flames spewed from its mouth can hypnotize an opponent, and its gleaming red eyes are said to give it the ability to control minds. The anime has shown that it can swim, while Pokemon Ami shows that Ninetales licks their paws to clean themselves. Being the result of an evolution via Evolution Stone, Ninetales are rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in grasslands. And then moving on to the Alolan form, In the Alola region, Ninetales have a different appearance. Its coat is pale blue and its fur is more flowing and wispier. The tips of its tails and crest, as well as the lower halves of its legs, are white. The crest on its head is longer and its 9 tails are less distinct from each other. Additionally, it has larger eyes, which are blue, and small tufts of fur in front of its ears. Alolan Ninetales lives on Alola's snow-capped Mount Lanakila, which is considered by some to be holy ground. As such, it is revered as a sacred messenger or deity. Alolan Ninetales has a gentle and calm temperament and is known to aid lost humans in distress, though this is primarily done to keep them out of its territory. It will punish any threat to its pack of Vulpix. Those who anger it will be frozen stiff in an instant. It can produce ice crystals from its fur, which it can use for both offense and defense. The ice crystals can act as a shield or form balls that can be fired like bullets with enough force to shatter rock. They can also be found in the polar biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alola's island life is simulated. Again, I do like Ninetales. I do. I love how dignified it looks. Like look at this art you're seeing right now. It looks so dignified. It looks so elegant. And then when you combine that with the Alolan form, it's just like, it's so pretty. Like it honestly does look like it honestly would make it seem as if it's a snow spirit. You know, it's like honestly, Alolan Ninetales reminds me of an ice storm. Like if you could give an ice storm like a physical form, that's what Alolan Ninetales looks like. But honestly, with this, it's just like, oh my god. Oh, I never finished the stats. Whoopsie. Alright, in terms of the stats, it's honestly pretty good. Like, the speed... Okay, so for Cantonian Ninetales, the speed and special defense are both tied at as highest at 100, with special attack at 81, defense with physical attack, defense, and HP at 76, 75, and 73 respectively. So honestly, pretty nice stats. Then we move on to Alolan Ninetales, where the speed is even greater at 109, special defense remains the same, as does special attacks, and physical defense and HP, but its physical attack goes down somewhat. But still, pretty good stats, right? Pretty good stats. Honestly, I would put it in the A tier. Because yeah, I honestly really like Ninetales' design. Not to mention, she was also in Pokemon Red and Blue Rescue Team, and she looked dignified in that as well. She saved my ass. I don't know. I think I have a bit of a soft spot for foxes. But yeah, it just looks good. All right. All right. All right. So here's our tier list so far. We got half of the. Honestly, I think we got like what, the first quarter of the Pokemon done of the Kanto Dex. So in the S tier we have Bulbasaur, Charmander, Charizard, Pikachu, and Vulpix. In the A tier we have Ivysaur, Venusaur, Wartortle, Raichu, Clefable, Ninetales. In the higher B tier we have Squirtle, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, Nidorina, Nidoqueen, Clefairy. In the lower B tier we have Charmeleon, Blastoise, Caterpie, Pidgey, Pidgeot, Spearow, Arbok, Sandshrew, Nidoran female and male. And in the C tier, we have Metapod, Weedle, Kakuna, Beedrill, Rattata, Raticate, Fearow, Ekans, Sandslash, Nidorino, and Nidoking. Alright, with that, we are going to take a quick break. Quick break, like 5 hours into this. Alright. Alright, you're probably gonna be hearing some, I'm actually gonna mute the desktop audio. Can I get all the way back to the beginning? Probably not. Holy shit, I'm so sorry that this is taking longer than I thought. Like, I did not think it would take this long to get to
Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna have to close this tab. Shit. Alright, that's fair. Why'd I do that? Ari, why'd you do that? But still. I am honestly so sorry for how long it's taken us to get to this point. Like, I genuinely thought that, I genuinely thought that we were gonna get through Kanto today. At least, but no, we're just fucked. We're just screwed. Alright. Actually, no, I have desktop audio cut. What the hell am I doing? I know exactly what I'm playing, too. And honestly, I need a break from Pokemon. From the Pokemon music, at least. Alright. We're 5 hours into this. Alright, we're gonna take a break. I needed some different music for once. It's like my ears. I did not think it was gonna be this long. Are we looking at another 9.5 hour stream? Alright, I'm actually gonna go get something to eat real quick, so yeah. I'm sorry for how long it took to just get to a fucking break here. But yeah, so I'm gonna go get something to eat, drink, go to the bathroom, do whatever it is. We need to take a break. I'll be right back. Alright, change of plans. Just in terms of the intermission. I know this is gonna seem a little weird, but like, I think I'm gonna spend like a good portion of this intermission just like with the mic muted because my honestly my throat is getting a little sore and my mouth is getting really tired of talking. Like, I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm gonna end the stream here, but it's like I think I'm just gonna want to spend like the majority of this intermission just with the mic muted. So I'm sorry if that like so I'm sorry if like you're expecting me to talk. I thought I was again, we've been going for like almost 5 hours and I'm tired. And I at least want to get through this second bit as quickly as I can, so because I don't want to be here until 6 in the morning again. So yeah, sorry about that. But don't worry, I will be here in the background, just not gonna talk, alright? So I might add some text, honestly, just be like, you know, whoops. Oh, you can't even read that. Can I send her and then move it down? There we go, and then what is this text? How's it blended? Multiply. You can't even fucking see that. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why did it do that? Huh. It's not... How did I have this? Oh, is that... Oh, that's it. Okay. Copy. Oh, right. There we go. At least it's the same color. All right, Mike. All right, Mike will be going off now. Alright. Took a little bit of a break. And I feel a lot better. I got something to eat and I just like chilled out for a little bit. Feels good, honestly. And honestly, I might do this again. Just like have the mic muted whenever I'm tired. Or like basic again, like it's not so much like I'm tired, obviously. Like here's the thing, like I'm tired, obviously. You know, but that's just more so because I'm doing this sort of thing for like 5.5 hours with hardly any break. Right? You know, but it just feels like tonight in particular, like I feel like I've talked way too much by my, you know, really with just myself. And I feel like I just needed to kind of like just take a moment to myself, just sit back and relax. But yeah, I feel good. I feel better. I'm probably not going to be speaking in as much of a what's the word? With as much energy as I was in the first half. But I'm determined to see this through to number 78. And then after that we can go to bed. So the plan is we're gonna pick up where we left off, and then once we finish Pokemon number 78 ranking, that's when we're gonna call it for the night, because I really underestimated how long this was going to take. Like, I genuinely thought that I would be able to get through Kanto and Johto today, and then once I saw how long we were going and how little progress we made, I was like, oh, we can get through Kanto, and then that didn't work. So now it's like, fuck. How do people how do people do these? How do people I think about Pokemon. I think about people who do like Smasher Pass with Pokemon, and I mean all of them, like from 1,000. I'm only doing like 800 at least. And it's like, how the fuck do you condense all of that into like a 20-minute video? I can't do it. But yeah, as I was saying, we'll go up to number 78, and then after that, we're gonna call it for the night, and I'll just talk about, and we'll just talk about, God, I gotta change the thumbnail too. But that's history, you idiot. I know you're exhausted. But so I also had to take a break from just the freaking music, because it's just like... I had to take a break from the music. Because it was just doing me in. Like, honestly, I felt like a headache coming on. Which is never good. But anyway, let's get back into this, alright? So we finished off with Ninetales, so now we move on to number 39. Oh, I was also thinking, I forgot to talk about this. I figured, like, with the music that is being played. If you're ever curious as to, and if you're ever like basically if you were ever curious as to like what music was playing on in the background, if you want to listen to a certain song, I was thinking that I was going to make the playlist public after the stream was over. So I think what I might do is when we do the second part of the Kanto, when we finish the second part of the Kanto ranking tier list, of the second, okay, when we finish the second stream for Kanto, I'll make the playlist public so that you can see the music for yourself. Anyway, so number 39 is
Jigglypuff, Jiggly.
I can't even do the singing because it's so bad. But yeah, Jigglypuff. So, Jigglypuff is a dual-type normal fairy-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. However, prior to Gen 6, it was just purely normal type. It evolves from Igglybuff when leveled up with High Friendship, and evolves into Wigglytuff when exposed to a Moonstone. And then there's some Generation 9 stuff that I don't know if I should talk about or not. Anyway, Jigglypuff is known as the Balloon Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Pudding. Pudding. Its abilities can be Cute Charm or Competitive from beyond Gen 6, and its hidden ability is Friend Guard. The biology for Jigglypuff is as follows. Music's not too loud, right? Shouldn't be. Jigglypuff is a pink Pokemon with a spherical body. It has pointed ears with black insides and large blue eyes. It has small stubby arms and slightly longer feet. On top of its head is a curled tuft of fur. Its body is filled with air, and as seen in Pokemon Stadium, Jigglypuff can deflate until it is flat. It can float by drawing extra air into its body, as demonstrated in Super Smash Bros. Jigglypuff can use its eyes to mesmerize opponents. It has a large lung capacity, exceeding most other Pokemon. Once it has an opponent's attention, Jigglypuff will inflate its lungs and begin to sing a soothing and mysterious lullaby. This melody can cause anyone who listens to become sleepy. If the opponent resists falling asleep, Jigglypuff will endanger its own life by continuing to sing until it runs out of air. It will continue to sing until the opponent is asleep. It can adjust the wavelength of its voice to match the brainwaves of someone in a deep sleep. This helps ensure drowsiness in its opponents. Its vocal range exceeds 12 octaves, but its skill depends on the individual. Its song varies by region, and in some areas it sounds like shouting. Jigglypuff can mostly be found in lush green plains and grassy meadows. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Jigglypuff is known to sing even when sleeping. And according to the stats of Jigglypuff, so, goddamn, like its highest stat is 115 points in HP. That's insane. Whereas literally everything else doesn't even come up close to half of that. Like, its lowest stats are defense and speed at 20 points. With special attack and its physical attack at 45, and special defense at 25. Like, this is meant to be, like, a damage sponge. And, you know, so that is crazy. But overall, in regards to Jigglypuff, I don't mind the design. Like, I will say this, it is very annoying to play in Smash Bros. I've played against Jigglypuff before. But it is really cute, and, I was like, because I actually caught a Igglybuff in Pokemon Moon, and I named her Puffball. And honestly, here's the thing, Igglybuff being a baby wasn't good, but Jigglypuff, or Puffball as a Jigglypuff, was actually really good in terms of catching, like, low-level Pokemon because of how crap her attack was, ironically enough. Like, it was actually really good to catch, like, some Pokemon that I needed to, whether it be from the island scan or Pokemon that I needed to get for later battles. It was actually really good. And I'm not gonna lie, Puffball was really good. Puffball's really good. But regardless,
I do like the design. I like it's very similar to Clefairy, honestly. You know, like even down to like the tuft of hair here. But honestly, I think I would place her in, it in the higher B tier. Whoops. Like, it's not bad, it's just... But yeah, like, it's not bad, it's just, you know... Where's that noise again? Is it up there? Is it up in my window? Where's that noise? But yeah, so Jigglypuff will be in the higher B tier. Honestly, I think that fits. But yeah, it's cute. It's got a nice design. It's simple, but I honestly like it. Anyway. So now we move on to number 40. Why does it feel like I'm listening to Fire Emblem Awakening again?
Wigglytuff.
So yeah!
Wigglytuff.
Do 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 do. So Wigglytuff. Much like Jigglypuff, it is a dual-type normal fairy-type Pokemon. However, prior to Generation 6, it was just purely normal type. Wigglytuff is also known as the balloon Pokemon, but its Japanese name is Pukurin. And it basically has the same abilities as Jigglypuff, but its hidden ability is Frisk. And the biology of Wigglytuff states, Wigglytuff is a balloon-like Pokemon with leporine features, a bean-shaped body, and stubby arms and legs. I've never... That's honestly really cute. It's considered a bean. There's a fluffy, curled tuft of fur on its head, which is described as perfectly heavenly. It has long, rabbit-like ears with black insides and a slightly lighter color at the tips. Its large blue eyes are covered in a layer of tears that quickly washes away any debris. It is covered in pink fur with a white belly. This fine layer of fur is so soft that those who touch it, including other Wigglytuff, will not want to stop. As a result, Wigglytuff is a highly sought-after Pokemon because of its bouncy body and fur. It sheds seasonally, and people gather the fur to spin into yarn. It is proud of its fine and delicate fur. Its body is soft and rubbery, allowing it to inflate by inhaling. Wigglytuff can inflate itself up to 20 times larger, though it has no limits to how far it can inflate in total. While it is inflated, it can move by bouncing or floating. It competes with other Wigglytuff to see which one can inflate itself the most. Should it be caught in a bad mood, Wigglytuff will inflate itself to an enormous size to scare away its opponent. Being the result of evolution via Evolution Stone, Wigglytuff is rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in vivid green plains and grassy fields. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Wigglytuff is known to stroke its belly while sleeping, possibly to feel its soft fur. And in regards to its stats, it still carries on with its damage sponge thing, with HP being its highest stat at 140. However, special attack and physical attack also get up in there with 75 for special and 70 for physical. However, the special defense, physical defense, and speed are still at its lowest stats, with special defense being slightly higher at 50 and speed and defense being at a measly 45. However, I will say this, in regards to Puffball, she is so cute as a Wigglytuff. Like, she's so fat. Like, she's so friend-shaped. She is friend-shaped. She is round. I love the ears. And I love just seeing the numbers climb up in terms of his HP. I also think about the Guildmaster from Pokemon Explorers of Sky, because that was also a Wigglytuff. And I did like that Wigglytuff. He's a bit too eccentric for my tastes, honestly, but like, he's a pretty memorable character.
But yeah, like overall, I do like this puffball marshmallow person creature. And honestly, because of that, I'm gonna add Wigglytuff on the A tier because seriously, I think if anything, Pokemon Moon has really made me fall in love with some Pokemon like Wigglytuff and Clefable. And I like to think I'm not this is purely for joking purposes, shitpost purposes. I do like to think of like Ariala and Puffball, like my Pokemon, as being like, you know, super duper lesbians. Like, I mean, it doesn't help that they look so similar. Like, basically, just like the pink girlfriends. Pink girlfriends. Let them be together. Let them be gay. Let them be gay, is all I will say. Alright, gonna save. Alright, next up is 41. Also, I know my voice sounds a little bit differently. This is basically like, this is the voice I basically do whenever my throat is a little sore from talking a lot. So I'm sorry if it's a little distracting. But hey, at least it's a little bit more calmer, and it doesn't put as much strain. But anyway, next up is number 41 in terms of the Kanto / Global Dex, and it is Zubat, 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 Zubat. So yeah, Zubat. Zubat is a dual-type poison flying Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Golbat at level 22, which then evolves into Crobat when leveled up with High Friendship. So Zubat is known as the Bat Pokemon, with its Japanese name being the same as the English name, just pronounced as Zubato, and its ability is Inner Focus, with Infiltrator as its hidden ability. And the biology of said Zubat is stated as Zubat is a blue chiropteran Pokemon. While it lacks eyes, it has pointed ears with purple insides and a mouth with 2 sharp teeth on each jaw. A male will have larger fangs than a female. It has purple wing membranes supported by 2 elongated fingers and 2 long thin tails. Zubat lives in abundance in dark caves, although it has also been known to dwell in forests and under the eaves of old buildings. Due to its habitat, Zubat has evolved to have neither eyes nor nostrils. It instead navigates through dark environments and tight caves with echolocation, emitting ultrasonic cries to detect targets and obstacles. The frequency of these cries can vary slightly between Zubat colonies. As demonstrated in the anime, it will leave its abode at night with a mass of other Zubat in order to seek prey. Zubat is nocturnal and sleeps hanging upside down during the daytime, avoiding sunlight at all costs. Daylight causes Zubat to become unhealthy, and prolonged exposure can even burn its skin. However, captured and trained Zubat have been recorded as being much more tenacious in the daytime, even when directly exposed to sunbeams. While sleeping or in colder conditions, Zubat gathers with others of its kind for warmth. And for its stats, they're pretty crap. Speed is its highest stat at 55, followed by physical attack at 45, and with HP and special defense tied for 40, physical defense at 35, and special attack, unfortunately, at 30. Which makes sense. I mean, basically, the Zubats are known to be physical attackers, and they bite a lot, so. But in regards to my physical experience with these are one of the most annoying Pokemon ever. Like, they do not, like, these are one of the most annoying Pokemon ever. Like, it's just, they're so annoying. I just, like, I mean, I get that, like, basically they're like, what are they called? Goonmons or something? Like, basically, like scrub Pokemon, I guess. You know, like, basically, the only reason they exist is to basically be annoying, right? At least up until Generation 2, in which case you can get a really good Crobat. But But yeah, I will say though, I do kind of like the color scheme here. Like I don't know, like I really like how the purple and the blue really work together. But other than that, it's just like, it's a regular bat that is so fucking annoying. Honestly, I think they would belong in C. Well, actually, no, I shouldn't say that. Well, the thing is, I did catch a Zubat on my copy of Moon. And honestly, yeah, and to be fair, it took a lot of work. But, I did train him up to a Crobat. Like, you want to know what's funny? I caught Acro, that's what I named him, Acro, at level 18, I think. And of course, I trained him all the way up to level 32 for Golbat. No, level 22 for Golbat. Wait, what level did I get Acro at, then? I thought it was... Was it longer than that? Maybe it was longer than that, because I remember, like, Acro evolved into Golbat at level 22, but I remember, like, a level later, it evolved into Crobat at level 23. The thing, you know, and Acro's really good, like, Crobat is really good, but it's like, I don't know if the pain is worth it. I don't know if the pain of having to train a Zubat is worth it. Honestly, I think I am gonna put Zubat in the C tier. Sorry. There was a bug. What the fuck was that? Is that a moth? Where's my cat when I need her? Sushi likes to chase moths and such. Like, that's one of her favorite things to do. Anyway, moving on to number 42. Alright, next up is Golbat. Honestly more annoying than freaking Zubat. Because at least with Zubat, like, they're not super quick. But with these fuckers, oh my god. Anyway, Golbat. Golbat is keeping up with the same typing as Zubat as a dual poison flying type Pokemon. It is still known as the Bat Pokemon, and its Japanese name is the same as it is in English as Gorubato, and its abilities are pretty much the same as well. The biology for Golbat is as follows. Golbat is a large blue Chiropteran Pokemon with purple wing membranes. It has small eyes with slit-like pupils, along with tiny triangular ears with purple insides, and a massive mouth with 2 fangs in each jaw. The fangs are smaller on a female Golbat. While its mouth seems to be otherwise empty, Golbat occasionally displays a long purple tongue. It has short legs with long, tiny feet. Despite this, Golbat can walk skillfully on the ground. Golbat's fangs have hollow tubes, similar to straws, specialized for sucking blood. While they are strong enough to pierce thick hide, they are also unexpectedly fragile. There are some Golbat that have missing fangs as a result of their hunger-fueled attempt to try drinking blood from Steel-type Pokemon. Golbat feeds on the blood of both Pokemon and humans and is capable of drinking over 10 ounces, which is 300 millimeters, of blood in one sitting. It is gluttonous and drinks so much blood that its blood type will change to that of its victim following a feed. That is dark as fuck. It occasionally gorges itself to the extent that it becomes too heavy to fly, leaving itself vulnerable in turn. However, it is also willing to share gathered blood with other members of its kind that are hungry.
One particular Golbat could utilize Supersonic to produce a magic mirror in its mouth for scrying to see things from a distance, even if walls or land are in the way. Golbat is nocturnal and can be found quite easily in caves. And as for its stats, so it's definitely better than Zubat in terms of like how much its stats go up, with speed at its highest at 90, physical attack at 80, HP and special defense at 75, physical defense at 70, and special attack at 65. Honestly, these stats are a lot better than Zubat. They're a lot more rounded. They're a lot more balanced. So yeah, this is pretty good. Not gonna lie, this is pretty good. Anyway, but in terms of my personal, like, Golbat I found are more annoying than Zubat. Like, honestly, they are so fucking annoying. Like, seriously, at least with Zubat, like, I know they're quick, but they're not that quick. Golbat, however, can go fuck themselves because they are so, like, seriously, I find myself always having to play a battle of 50-50 on whether or not I can escape or not. It's so annoying. It's like, let me run. I don't want to bite. I don't want to fight you. Especially in Pokemon Moon, because it's like I'm having to train in caves. And there's so many fucking Golbats. Like, it reminds me, it's like, it's that song with Zubat, 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 only to replace that with Golbat, 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 Golbat. Like, it's so annoying. It's like, fuck these things. It just sucks that I can't really tell you, like, my personal experience with training a Golbat, because I only got to have him for one level before evolving into Crobat. Thing is, like, where would I put this? How would I rank him? It also doesn't help that, like, I don't like that its mouth is constantly open. It's just, like, you know what I mean? But granted, I've seen it with its mouth open so much. Like, Bulbapedia actually has, like, a picture of Golbat with its mouth closed, and it's so uncanny. Like, it doesn't look real. Honestly, I think I would still put it in C tier. It's just, ugh. Like, they're so annoying. Like, they're so annoying. Alright, moving on to number 43. Which is Oddish! Oh my gosh. Oh, Turnip Head. Turnip Head, Turnip Head, Turnip Head. How is OBS doing? Still good. Okay. Alright, so Oddish is a dual-type grass poison Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Gloom starting at level 21, which evolves into either Vileplume when exposed to a Leaf Stone or a Blossom when exposed to a Sunstone. So we have another Bulbasaur clone here. Oddish is known as the Weed Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Nazonokusa, with its abilities of Chlorophyll and hidden ability of Runaway. And its biology is as states. Oddish is a Pokemon that resembles a blue plant bulb or a root vegetable. It has a round body, beady red eyes, a small mouth, and an ovoid feet? I almost said ovid, and I'm like, God damn, I know I haven't watched Fulgur in a while, but fuck, man. Listen, the fucking cyborg does not need to know how much I need him to come back to YouTube. It has a round body. Oh, wait a minute, I already read that. 5 large green leaves sprout from its head. As demonstrated in the anime, these leaves are prehensile and can be used to scale vertical surfaces and catch light objects. Known by the scientific name Audium wanderus, Oddish lives in grasslands. A nocturnal Pokemon, Oddish buries its sensitive body in the ground during the day to avoid the sun and fool predators. If its leaves are pulled in this state, it will respond by shrieking horribly.
Oh, so it's like a mandrake. Not mandrake. Mandragora? I know there's a plant in alchemy that is known to basically like have this horrible screech. I just can't remember. I think it's a mandragora. It starts to move when its leaves begin absorbing moonlight, which it uses to grow. Oddish will wander up to 1,000 feet or 300 meters during the night to scatter its seeds and find a nutrient-rich patch of soil in which to plant itself. The more fertile the earth, the glossier its leaves will be. It is thought that its feet become like tree roots while planted. In Generation 1, Petal Dance was its signature move. Alright, so in regards to its stats. So it is honestly pretty good at special attack and special defense, but everything else is pretty meh, with physical defense at 55, attack at 50, HP at 45, and its speed is pretty crap at 30. Now, I will say, I don't have a lot of experience when it comes to Oddish. I mean, I think I have caught one once upon a time, but I honestly don't remember for what game, though. But, I mean, I don't really think anything of it. It's just, I don't really think anything of it. It just doesn't, it's just an anthropomorphic, like, weed plant. You know, it's just an anthropomorphic weed plant. Like, I can't really say anything else about it. I don't even think it's cute, it's just meh. It's mid. So I think it's gonna be in the C tier. Oddish! But yeah. Jesus. Why is it so big? Alright, so next up is number 44. As soon as I can, I gotta do this every so often. Number 44. Which is Gloom. Music. Alright, so Gloom, it keeps up with the same typing as Oddish as a dual-type grass and poison Pokemon. It is also known as the weed Pokemon, but its Japanese name is Kusai Hana. However, and it keeps its ability of Chlorophyll, but its hidden ability is different with it being replaced as Stench. And its biology is as follows. Gloom is a blue bipedal Rafflesia-like Pokemon with rudimentary hands and feet. On its head is a flower with spherical petals surrounded by 4 reddish-brown leaves. The petals are a dark reddish-brown and have white spots. The petals are... a female displays a single large spot on each petal, while a male will have many smaller spots. Gloom's eyes are wide and often appear closed, and its lips are thin and purple. Gloom trickles sticky nectar from its mouth with the appearance and consistency of drool. This can be used as a fertilizer for plants. Both this nectar and the flower on Gloom's head release a foul odor strong enough to induce fainting in humans over a mile, or 1.6 kilometers away. However, it can also attract prey, and even a very small number of humans find it pleasing. This odor is a key ingredient for some perfume production. When it is in danger, the odor worsens, but it will not emit its odor if it feels safe. Gloom lives in grassy plains. In Generation 1, Petal Dance was its signature move.
And in regards to its stats, I mean, it's slightly better, honestly, than Oddish. I mean, special attack is at 85 with special defense at 75 and defense at 70. Physical attack and HP are better than Oddish at 65 and 60 respectively, but speed is still pretty crap, only getting a 10% bonus at 40.
So as for Gloom, like, I think, I'm not gonna lie, there is a part of me that's like, I kind of like it, but in the way of like, it's gross, but in a way that's like, I kind of like it. Because I do remember in the anime, like, when Gloom would appear, like, everybody just, like it wasn't that they hated it, but Gloom was just always, like, lonely because no one liked the scent that it had. I mean, and to be fair, if I had this on my team, like, it wouldn't be the first time I've had to clean up after it constantly. I mean, I don't know if I ever talked about this, but when I first got Sushi, she was sick. And I knew she was sick, but I thought it was with a simple cold at the time, but it turned out to have been something a lot more serious that thankfully she's all right with, obviously. But when I first got her, one of the things I had to do for like basically the next couple months was whenever she, like, basically her eyes would constantly, like, just have this gross discharge to the point, and it constantly happened. Like, she couldn't even, like, open or close, like, her eyes were constantly closed because she couldn't open them through all the discharge. Like, she was rendered practically blind. And I remember, like, every few hours when the discharge was really bad, like, I would just, like, you know, hold her in my lap and just, like, you know, hold her head and just gently wipe at her eyes with, like, a wet washcloth or something, just so, like, you know, trying to get as much of the discharge away from it as possible so she could still see. And I did that for a month or so. I say a couple months. I think it was a month. And and she just and she just let me do it, honestly. It's like, I don't know, maybe she just kind of sensed that, like, I wasn't trying to hurt her, I wasn't trying to, like, do anything, I'm just trying to help her. And I feel like that's part of the reason why she's so clingy to me now, is because I did that. But still, like, even then, like, I've had to deal with, I mean, in my years of taking care of pets, I've had to deal with a lot of gross stuff. I mean, not just in terms of cleaning after them, whether it's cats using the litter box or Layla going inside the house when she was a puppy. Like, I've had to do some gross stuff. You know, so it honestly would, and I'm so desensitized to it at this point that's like, I would not mind taking care of a Gloom. I would not mind picking, like, basically, like, wiping its spit. It's disgusting, but I'm so used to it. So, honestly, I think I would put Gloom in the high B tier. I mean, because I do find, I don't know, it feels weird to say, like, I have a kinship with this thing, because it's just, like, it can be cute, but it's also gross. So, yeah, the higher B tier. Whoops. Alright, so next up is number 45. I thought she was coming in right now. I was gonna be like, hi, baby. Yeah, I thought I heard the door open and Sushi was gonna start coming in. I'll be like, hi, baby. So next up is Vileplume. Alright, so Vileplume is keeping up with both Gloom and Oddish's typing of Grass Poison. However, it is known as the Flower Pokemon, and its
And its Japanese name is Rafflesia. And it keeps its ability of chlorophyll, but its hidden ability is changed to effect spore. And its biology is as stated. Vileplume is an indigo bipedal Rafflesia-like Pokemon with rudimentary hands and feet. It has beady red eyes and a small mouth, and its head and torso are a single joined segment. On its head is a massive red flower with 5 bulky petals and an orange-brown center. Vileplume's flower is said to have the largest petals in the world and is almost too heavy for the Pokemon itself to support. The rounded petals of the flower are red and covered with white spots. A female Vileplume has fewer but larger spots on its petals. When defeated in the side series games, Vileplume's body appears to either deflate or withers while the flower remains. Vileplume can shake, flap, or burst its petals into bloom with a bang in order to release clouds of pollen. This pollen is yellow and highly allergenic to humans, and toxic to other Pokemon. Vileplume uses it to paralyze its prey before devouring it. The larger the Vileplume's petals are, the more potent the toxin on its pollen is. Vileplume's behavior of flapping its petals also makes very loud noises. In Generation 1, Petal Dance was its signature move. Being the result of an evolution via Evolution Stone, Vileplume is rarely found in the wild. Though they can be found in grassy plains, it is often mistaken for local flowers in the wild. And in terms of the stats, so its special attack continues going. Oh wait, there's 2 stat blocks. Excuse me. So, but regardless, its special attack keeps going up, whether it's by 100, whether it's up to 100 or up to 110, with its special defense at 90, physical defense at 85, physical attack at 80, and HP at 75. Its speed gets up a little bit at 50, but overall, it's meant to be like a bit of a glacier, but is able to tank a hit, but also tank a hit, and can also can also hit pretty hard, too. So, I do know that Vileplume, I believe, is supposed to be based off of the corpse flower, which is essentially a flower that smells really fucking bad. Like, let me see here. Is this the corpse flower? Or am I thinking of something different? Yeah, this thing. Yeah, so I was right. Yeah, because, isn't the reason why it's called the corpse flower because it just smells like decay? It smells like rot and decay? Which sounds disgusting. I'm actually gonna look it up. Like, it's not necessarily telling me it's the corpse flower, but I could be corpse flower. Oh, it's a different plant. Oh. So it's okay, so I'm thinking it's not the corpse flower. Damn it! Can you blame me? Again, like, it doesn't help. Like, it doesn't help that they say that, like, the Rafflesia is supposed to smell like rotten flesh. Can you blame me for thinking that? But anyway, Vileplume. Honestly, I don't really have any good memories of this. Like, I just kind of find them easy to kill. I don't really know what to think of this, honestly. It's just kind of meh for me. It's kind of like oddish. Yeah, I can't really think of anything to say, honestly. Like, it's just, I might honestly have to put it here. Has this happened before? No.
Wait. Okay. For some reason I was like, wait, did I not put down Nidoking? Has that happened before where it's like I will rate only the second Pokemon as like... Like, has that happened? Like, we have Oddish in C tier, we put Gloom up in the high B tier, and then Vileplume back in the C tier. Has that happened before? I don't think so. Excuse me. But yeah, there's just nothing really here for me to latch onto. Alright, next up is number 46. Oh boy, this thing. Oh, whoops. I'm about ready to start introducing it without giving you the image. I'm sorry. It is Paris! Whoops. Alright, so Paris is a dual-type bug grass Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves in the Parasect at level 24. It is known as the Mushroom Pokemon, and its Japanese name is the same as its English name as Parasu. Its abilities are Effect Spore or Dry Skin from beyond Gen 4 and beyond, with its hidden ability being Damp. So its biology is as stated as... Paris is an orange insectoid Pokemon that resembles the nymph stage of a cicada. Its ovoid body... How are you supposed to pronounce that? Is it ovoid? Ovid? No, it can't be ovid. Ovoid body is segmented and it has 3 pairs of legs. The foremost pair of legs is the largest and has sharp claws at the tips. There are 5 specks on its forehead and 3 teeth on either side of its mouth. It has circular eyes with large pseudopupils. Red and yellow mushrooms known as Tochukaso grow on this Pokemon's back. The mushrooms can be removed at any time and grow from spores that are doused on this Pokemon's back at birth by the mushroom on its mother's back. Tochukaso are parasitic in nature, drawing their nutrients from the host Paris' body in order to grow and exerting some command over the Pokemon's actions. For example, Paris drains nutrients from tree roots due to commands from the mushrooms. The mushrooms are also popular among collectors and have medicinal uses, usually involving extended life. Prior to Generation 3, Spore was its signature move. The anime has shown that Paris can often be found in caves. However, it can also thrive in damp forests. In the Alola region, the mushrooms on its back do not grow well. This is thought to be from a lack of moisture or nutrients. And moving on to its stats. They're pretty crap. With attack at its highest at 70, however, there's a harsh decline with defense and special defense at 55, special attack at 45, HP at 35, and then speed is fucking awful at 25. So yeah, like, there's just like that harsh decline. So in regards to Paris, I have caught Paris before. However, I don't know if I would say they're good. Like, because the thing is, right, is like, I catch them... Like, here's the thing. I think Paris are basically... I think they're supposed to be meant more for support Pokemon rather than, like, attack. You know, either that or you wait for them to evolve into Parasect. But the problem is, I don't have enough patience to last me for up until a Parasect. I don't know, it's just like... I don't know. I don't think I could have this. I also just don't like the mouth. It's very... it does not give me good memories, so... I think it's gonna go in the C tier, honestly. That's all I have to say about it, honestly. Next up is number 47. I will say, we are getting through these quick now that we're really just trying to get through it. We have Parasect. Alright, so... Parasect is keeping on with the dual typing of Paris as Bug Grass. It is also known as the Mushroom Pokemon, and its Japanese name is the same as its English name as Parasecto. And its abilities are pretty much the same as always, with the biology stated as... Parasect is an orange insectoid Pokemon that has been completely overtaken by the parasitic mushroom on its back.
It has a small head with pure white eyes and a segmented body that is mostly hidden by the mushroom. It has 3 pairs of legs with the foremost pair forming large pincers. The fungus growing on its back has a large red cap with yellow spots throughout. The insect has been drained of nutrients and is now under the control of the fully grown Tochukaso. Removing the mushroom will cause Parasect to stop moving. It can thrive in dark forests with a suitable amount of humidity for growing fungi. Swarms of this Pokemon have been known to infest trees. The swarm will drain the tree of nutrients until it dies and will then move on to a new tree. It has been known to fight with a Shiinotic over territory. Prior to Generation 3, Spore was its signature move.
And in regards to its stats, so it does get a bit of a jump in terms of its attack
At 95, and of course, honestly, in its defense and special defense at 80. Special attack and HP are both at 60, but its speed, it's still crap at 30. I think that's like legit the exact same stat as Paris. I mean, goddamn, I guess that just really shows that, like, dude, this thing wants to die.
So in regards to this, I don't really have any experience with, like, the only experience I technically have with this is, like, from Pokemon Legends Arceus, because one of the alpha Pokemon in the first region of Hisui is as a Parasect. But the thing is, like, it's pretty easy to avoid. You just gotta make sure, like, I say you gotta make sure. It's more so, you have to go into its lair purposely if you want to catch it. But otherwise, like, I will say it does have a really creepy, like, origin. The fact that basically, like, the bug is all that's left. Yeah, like, basically, like, the mushroom is overtaking the bug and this is all that's left. And it honestly, like, for some reason, I don't know why the heck it reminds me of, the clickers from The Last of Us. Or the cordyceps, that's it. But other than that, like, I genuinely can't see myself having a Parasect on this team. It's just, I don't like mushrooms in general. But it's also just, like, I just don't think, like, again, the origin story is cool, but I don't think I would necessarily have it. So we're just gonna have Parasect in the C tier. So yeah. Alright, next up is number 48. Which is... Venonat! Okay, I will say this is not going in C tier. It is like a, it's weird. So, Venonat is another dual-type bug poison Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Venomoth at level 31. Venonat is known as the insect Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Kongpang. Oh, wait a minute. Kompan! That's interesting. With its abilities as Compound Eyes or Tinted Eyes from Generation 4 beyond, and its hidden ability is Runaway. The biology for Venonat is as stated. Venonat is an insect Pokemon with a spherical body covered in purple fur. The fur releases a toxic liquid and it spreads when shaken violently off their bodies. A pink, pincer-like mouth with 2 teeth, stubby forepaws, and a pair of 2-toed feet are visible through its fur. Its limbs are light tan. There is also a pair of white antennae sprouting from the top of its head. However, the most prominent feature on its face are its large, red, compound eyes. Venonat's highly developed eyes act as radar units and can shoot powerful beams. Venonat can be found in dense temperate forests, where it will sleep in the hole of a tree until nightfall. It sleeps throughout the day because the small insects it feeds on appear only at night. Both Venonat and its prey are attracted to bright lights. As for the stats... Oh, they're not that... Actually, they're pretty well rounded for the most part. Like, I mean, the highest stat is HP at 60, followed by both physical attack and special defense at 55, with physical defense at 50, speed at 45, and special attack at 40. I mean, again, it's not great, but it's pretty balanced overall, I would say. But honestly, I will say I do have a bit of a special place in my heart for Venonat. Like I do like just like the design of this, because it's just basically just a purple, it's a purple cotton ball with bug parts attached to it. But yeah, it's like it just looks like a purple cotton ball with bug attached to it. And I think I remember in the anime these were portrayed as pretty cute. I was like, oh my god, why is it so cute? Now, whether or not I would have this on my team, I don't think it's gonna... I think it would be... Honestly, I think it would be in the lower B tier. Not in the C tier, but... I don't know. It's just God, there's so much in terms of the B and C tier. And I do feel bad. Alright, next up is number 49. Is Venomoth. Alright, so Venomoth is keeping up with its typing of bug poison. It is known as the Poison Moth Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Morphon, or Morphon. And, its abilities are Shield Dust or Tinted Lens from Generation 4 beyond, with Wonder Skin as its hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Venomoth is a Lepidopteran insect Pokemon whose body is varying shades of purple. Its head and thorax are both light purple, and it has bulbous, round, light blue eyes, a small mandible, and a 3-point crest on its head. Tucked close to its thorax are 3 pairs of tiny whitish legs. Its abdomen is paler with several black zigzagging stripes encircling it. It has 2 pairs of pale purple moth-like wings with thin black venation. Its official artwork and various TCG cards depict the wings as translucent. Venomoth's wings are covered in dust-like scales that vary in color depending on their toxic capability. Dark scales are poisonous, while lighter scales can cause paralysis. These scales are released when Venomoth flutters its wings and leak out poison once they make contact with the skin. Venomoth lives in dense temperate forests with thick undergrowth and little light. As a nocturnal Pokemon, Venomoth comes out at night to hunt for its favorite prey. It prefers to feed on insects that gather around light sources, and Venomoth is attracted to bright lights itself. As stated in Pokemon Adventures, Venomoth has a short lifespan. And as for its stats, honestly, they're a lot better than Venonat, with special attack and speed both at 90 and tied as its highest stat, with special defense at 75, HP at 70, physical attack at 65, and physical defense at 60. Again, these are a lot better than Venonats, that's for sure. But I will say this, I don't like it. Like, I will say, I do like the wings. I do like the wings, but everything else about it is just, it doesn't appeal to me. Like, I think about, like, Frostmoth, which is a Generation 8 Pokemon that I feel like did the moth design a lot better, and Frostmoth is genuinely prettier than Venomoth. But, I do think, like, honestly, like, Venomoth, I think is supposed to be the, counterpart to Butterfree. I mean, because again, like, you think about, like, how similar these two are. But yeah, it's like you think about how similar these two are, and it's just like, I don't know. I still like Butterfree more than Venomoth, honestly. I don't know. I don't have a lot of experience with Venomoth. Honestly, I think Venomoth might be in the C tier. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. C tier. Alright, next up. Oh boy. Okay. Oh boy. These fuckers. Excuse me. Whoops. Alright, that wasn't supposed to happen. Shit. Copy the image. There we go. Alright, Diglett! So this is number 50. Alright, so Diglett is a pure ground-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Dugtrio starting at level 26. In Alola, Diglett has a actually gains a typing in Steel, and it evolves into Alolan Dugtrio at level 26. Diglett is known as the mole Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Digluda, or Digda. I'm gonna accidentally say something bad. The Cantonian Diglett has Sandveil or Arena Trap as its ability, whereas Alolan Diglett has Sandveil or Tangling Hair, and however, both variants have Sand Force as a hidden ability, with the biology of Diglett being... Diglett is a tiny brown Pokemon that seems to be perpetually buried within the earth, leaving only its head visible. Its small stature makes it both the lightest and shortest ground type. It has beady black eyes and a large round pink nose. A Diglett in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red and Blue Rescue Team mentions that it has feet, though their size and appearance are unknown. It spends much of its time underground and has very thin skin. If Diglett is exposed to sunlight, its blood will heat up and cause it to grow weak. Diglett lives in tunnels and caves under the earth, where it feeds on tree roots and vegetables. It is known to live in burrows left behind by Onyx. It also sometimes lives in burrows near forests and has even been shown to live inside of trees. Diglett digs regularly through the earth at a shallow depth, leaving perfectly tilled soil in its wake. Some farmers welcome Diglett because it tills their fields and its droppings enrich the soil, but others consider it a pest for eating their vegetables. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Diglett is known to sleep underground during the night. Seeing a Diglett asleep above ground is considered to be good luck. In Generation 2, Fissure was its signature move. Moving on to Alolan form, in Alola, Diglett has developed 3 fine gold whiskers on its head from living in soil with high iron content. These whiskers function as sensors and allow it to monitor its surroundings without coming above ground, though it will still occasionally poke its head out to see outside. The whiskers can also be used from communication, wobbling around to relay mood or emotion. They stand straight up for anger, swing around for happiness, and droop for sadness. Needing to be able to dig through Alola's volcanic rock, Alolan Diglett is notably stronger than its non-Alolan counterparts. However, they are still very small, tying with Klefki and Melthon as the shortest steel type. They can also be found in the coastal biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alola's island life is simulated. Alolan Diglett and its evolution are the only known Pokemon that can have Tangling Hair as an ability. And as for its stats... So, Cantonian Diglett, it is very fast. Like, we're talking 95 speed, right? However, the rest of its stats are pretty bad. Attack is second highest stat at only 55. Special defense is at 45, special attack 35, physical defense is 25, and its HP is really shit, like 10. And Alolan Diglett, well, not much better. Like, it has a little bit of a lower speed, a bit higher special attack, a bit higher physical defense, but overall, it's just another rebalancing of stuff for Alolan Diglett, and it's just not great. Not good. Just not good overall. But overall, like, Diglett are one of the most annoying motherfuckers ever. I have never caught a Diglett, and I never will at this point, because I don't like it. There's a lot of ground types, unfortunately, that I don't like. I mean, believe me when I say that I think... Excuse me. Believe me when I say that I do think there are... I think there has to be a Pokemon I like for every typing, but it's gonna be... Yeah, but there's obviously gonna be some typings that I just don't like, and ground is definitely one of them. Do we even have a ground in the higher B tier? Oh, I guess we do with Nidoqueen. Honestly, Diglett is gonna be in the C tier, because I don't like it. It's not cute. Alright, next up is number 51. And that is... Dugtrio! Trio. Oh boy, these are way more annoying. Like, these are on the same fucking level as Zubat. And I'll tell you why. So, Dugtrio is another, following up with Diglett, is another pure ground type Pokemon. And of course in Alola it follows up with the ground steel typing. Dugtrio is also known as the mole Pokemon, and their Japanese name is the same as its English name as Dugtrio, or Dugtrio. And the reason why I find Dugtrio to be so fucking annoying is because of its abilities. Now, both variants of Dugtrio share the ability Sand Veil, but Cantonian Dugtrio has Arena Trap, which, if you don't know what that is, it basically means you're not able to run from battles, and you have to basically just sit there and either kill it or let it kill you, and I hate that. Alolan Dugtrio also has Tangling Hair, but they both share the hidden ability of Sand Force. And Dugtrio's biology is as follows. Dugtrio is a set of Diglett triplets sharing a single body, although no one knows what its body looks like since it's perpetually buried underground. Each head is incredibly tough with a smooth surface and has brown skin, black eyes, and a large round pink nose. Dugtrio's three heads think the same thoughts and act cooperatively, though on rare occasions may fight over which head gets to eat first. In order to make burrowing easier, each head will bob up and down to loosen the soil. Dugtrio can tunnel under the earth at 60 miles per hour or 100 kilometers per hour to a depth of 60 miles / 100 kilometers, triggering tremors and earthquakes. It is capable of burrowing endlessly. Dugtrio lives in tunnels and caves under the earth. Dugtrio is considered important for agriculture as its digging aerates the soil and makes it suitable for farming. As shown in the anime, Dugtrio sometimes lives in hollow trees and forests. It maintains the soil and plants trees to revitalize wooded areas. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, the three triplets of Dugtrio is known to sleep together, never separating from each other. The trio's teamwork remains strong even when sleeping. In Generation 2, Fissure was its signature move. And then moving on to the Alolan form in a little bit. Alright. Alolan Dugtrio is visually very similar to its counterpart, except each head has a mop of golden hair formed from modified whiskers. The left head has a bob cut, the right head has curly shoulder length hair, and the last one has flowing hair that touches the ground behind it. Sorry. This hair is made out of thin yet heavy strands of steel, which grows slowly and continuously throughout Alolan Dugtrio's life. The hairs act as a defensive measure, as well as sensors that can detect vibrations from long distances underground. In the Alola region, Alolan Dugtrio is regarded as a feminine deity of the earth, and taking its hair is thought to bring bad luck.
They can also be found in the coastal biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alola's island life is simulated. Alolan Dugtrio and his pre-evolution are the only known Pokemon that can have tangling hair as an ability. And as for Dugtrio's stats... Oh, this is fucking fair, ain't it? So there's 2 stat blocks. The first one goes from generations 1 to 6, and then the second one goes from generation 7 onward. Well, apparently for the first stat block, speed was its highest at 120, with physical attack at 80, special defense at 70. Physical defense and special attack both share the same stat of 50, but HP was a measly 35. In terms of the second stat block, it only, it raised its attack up to 100 instead. Fuck you, why would you do that? However, for Alolan Dugtrio, its speed stat is lowered by 10 points. But it's still pretty quick at 110. Its physical attack is at 100. Special defense is still at 70, but physical defense is upped by 10 points to 60. Special attack remains at 50, and HP remains at 35. So yet another case of rebalancing stuff. Alright, so... do I really need to go into detail about this? Like, I don't like Dugtrio. I don't like Diglett, but Dugtrio is like my enemy. Is the bane of my existence. Because of fucking Arena Trap. Like, fuck that ability. So hard. Like, I know the Trapinch line also have that as an ability, but at least, like, with Trapinch, like, I can at least try to catch Trapinch. I've done Trapinch before. They're cute. Diglett / Dugtrio is not cute. It's just, this is fucking uninspiring bullcrap. You know what's funny? They always talk about how Gen 5 has the most uninspired Pokemon, and it's like, bruh, it can't be as bad as Gen 1. Cause look at this shit! Fuck it, Dugtrio's going into C tier. Cause fuck this thing. I hate its ability. I hate how fast it is. It shouldn't be fast. Fuck this thing. Fuck off. I don't want you on my screen. Alright, next up is number 52. Oh, you son of a bitch. I forgot. This Pokemon has 3 forms.
Meowth, that's right! We got Meowth!
Alright, so... Meowth is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Persian at level 28. However, in Alola, Meowth has a dark type form, and it evolves into Alolan Persian when leveled up with High Friendship. In Galar, the normal type is instead replaced with Steel, and it evolves into Berserker at level 28. And Cantonian Meowth can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Meowth if it has the Gigantamax factor. Meowth with the Gigantamax factor cannot evolve. Meowth is known as the Scratch Cap Pokemon, and its Japanese name is just Nyasu, or Nyarth. Oh boy. So, all 3 forms of the Meowths can have Pickup, but normal type Meowth can have Technician along with Alolan Meowth, but Galarian Meowth has Tough Claws. However, the hidden abilities. Cantonian and Galarian Meowth have Unnerve as a hidden ability, whereas Alolan Meowth just has Rattled. And in terms of the biology, so this is for Cantonian Meowth. Meowth is a small feline Pokemon with cream-colored fur that turns brown at the tips of its hind paws and tail. It's ovoid. There's that fucking word again. What does that mean? Well, I guess I shouldn't say what does that mean. How do you pronounce it? Its ovoid head features 4 prominent whiskers, wide eyes with slit pupils, 2 pointed teeth in the upper jaw, and a gold koban coin embedded in its forehead. Its ears are black with brown interiors and are flanked with an additional pair of long whiskers. Meowth is a quadruped with the ability to walk on its hind legs, while the games almost always depict Meowth on 2 legs. The anime states that Meowth normally walks on all 4s. It can freely manipulate its claws, retracting them when it wants to move silently. The tip of its tail curls tightly. Meowth is attracted to round and shiny objects and has the unique ability to produce coins using its signature move, Payday. Meowth and its evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Payday by leveling up. Being nocturnal, it is known to wander about city streets at night and pick up anything that sparkles, including loose change. Upon finding a sparkling object, its eyes will glitter and the coin on its forehead will shine brightly. It shares this intrigue with Murkrow, with whom it often fights with for objects and prey. Meowth is a playful but fickle Pokemon with the capacity for human-like intelligence, with at least one member of the species teaching itself how to speak. I wonder who that could be! Meowth tends to live in urban areas. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Meowth is known to sleep with the coins it collects.
So now we move on to Alolan Meowth.
In Alola, Meowth has a slightly different look. Alolan Meowth's fur is a light blue-gray color. Instead of brown markings, the tip of its tail, whiskers, digits, and the insides of its ears are whitish gray. Alolan Meowth's whiskers have a slight curve compared to regular Meowth's straighter whiskers, and it has silvery eyes. Meowth was introduced to Alola as a gift to royalty. The luxurious royal lifestyle soon led to Meowth diverging from its origins and becoming the selfish, prideful, and cunning Alolan Meowth. Alolan Meowth will turn hysterical if its coin or pride are besmirched. When the monarchy fell, the rare Alolan Meowth went feral and eventually grew as common in Alola as anywhere else.
Why is that so funny to me? It's just like... Why is that so funny to me? Just like, there's something about the idea that like, basically like, this fucking cat got so feral. It's like, fuck domesticity. If I can't have money, I can't have anything.
Anyway, Galarian Meowth. Galarian Meowth has a shaggy grayish-brown coat resembling a beard, as well as yellow eyes and a toothy grin. Its coin is now black and extremely hard, with the darkest and hardest coins as being especially valued and respected among the species. Galarian Meowth's body has partially turned to iron as a result of many years of living with a race of savage seafarers. As a result of many battles, Galarian Meowth develops the ability to evolve into Berserker instead of Persian. Kantonia Meowth and Galarian Meowth don't get along.
You know what's Sorry about that. You want to know what's funny is that I remember when I first saw Galarian Meowth, I was like, why the fuck does it look like a gremlin? And honestly, this was one of the few times in which I had my private Twitter account, like, unlocked. And someone found my tweet about it, and they were kind of, like, giving me the run of... And they were kind of, like, scolding me for talking shit about it, and it's just like... Bro, it's just my opinion. I'm not even trying to say anything bad. It's just like, it looks like a gremlin. I mean, obviously, shortly after that, I locked my Twitter again. But it was pretty funny while it lasted.
Alright, and Gigantamax Meowth. Some Kantonia Meowth are capable of Gigantamaxing. As Gigantamax Meowth, it has become larger and longer in size. Think of Long Cat. The body extends from the lower half... The body extends from the lower half to the shoulder while the gold coin gains a symbol. Meowth's eyes change to a glowing gold color. The tail grows long as well, with the end of its tip extending. The tail gets even larger and bumpy when it uses an attack. These red clouds surround it below the shoulders. The giant coin on Gigantamax Meowth's head emits a lot of Gigantamax power that surrounds the area with a golden gleam. Its desire for shiny objects increases to the point where it will cause damage to skyscraper windows and exterior walls for the sake of sharpening its claws. The symbol on Gigantamax Meowth's gold coin is believed to be the key to unlocking the secrets of Dynamax. Gigantamax Meowth is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move G-Max Gold Rush. Alright, so in terms of its stats... So, Cantonian Meowth, unfortunately, its highest stat is speed at 90, but the rest of its stats are pure garbage. As is the case for Alolan Meowth, but not the case of Galarian Meowth. Apparently Galarian Meowth has, highest stat is attack. Physical attack at 65 and defense at 55, but everything else is literally garbage. Although Alolan Meowth also has 50 special attack, unlike the other Meowths. Like, regardless, these are all at the stat total of 290. It just depends on, like, which one you want to get, honestly. But, in terms of this, like... I don't really hold any special feelings for Meowth. Like, it's just a cat. It's just a greedy cat. Like, I know it's supposed to be based off of the Maneki Neko figurine in Japan. I think, right? Am I wrong about that? I shouldn't be. I swear to God, Bulbapedia, if you prove me wrong, yes. But yeah, I know Meowth is supposed to be based off of the Maneki Neko statue figurine in Japan, which is known to bring fortune and good luck to people. But here's the thing, I'm not Japanese, I don't believe in that shit. But I don't know, I don't really hold any special feelings towards Meowth. Though I will say, I do like the anime Meowth. I mean, obviously, I think everyone likes the anime Meowth. Like, he's such an asshole. You're an asshole, Mr. Meowth. You really are a prick. Honestly, I'll put him in the, lower B category. Not to mention, I think about Alolan Meowth and how, like, because one of the memes with Moon is a Kahuna Nanu. You know the former ex-cop that's the Kahuna of Ula Ula Island. You know how like you go into his police station, right, or his home, and it's just filled with Alolan Meowths. It's like I see we have a crazy cat person here, a crazy cat man. And the cats just roam around. It's like, this is truly, like, he is truly the epitome of, like, crazy cat man. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, and as I said before, Galarian Meowth was like a freaking gremlin to me. It's like, ew, why do you look like that? You shouldn't look like that. Why do you look like that? Alright, next up is number 53. Oh shit. I didn't even fucking realize we were at close to 7 hours. This is gonna be another 9.5 hour stream, isn't it? Fuck. Alright, Persian! Giovanni's pet pussy. So stupid. Not the pet pussy. Someone's gonna kill me for saying that. So, as I was saying, so Persian is carrying on with Meowth as purely normal type. However, it is known as the classy cat Pokemon, but its Japanese name is the same as its English name with Persian, or Persian. Now, obviously, Alolan Persian carries on with its pure dark typing. However, Cantonian, Actually, Cantonian Persian and Alolan Persian can both share the ability Technician, but Cantonian Persian has Limber, and Alolan can have Fur Coat. And in terms of hidden abilities, Cantonian Persian is Unnerve, and Alolan is Rattled. And the biology for Persian is as follows. Persian is a large quadrupedal feline Pokemon. Its fur is pale tan with the exception of its black-rimmed ears. It has a short muzzle with a small black nose, red eyes with slit pupils, rounded ears, a pair of pointed teeth in its upper jaw, and 3 whiskers on either side of its face. Its thick whiskers are very sensitive to changes in air movements, enabling it to detect its prey by movement alone. In the center of its forehead is a red jewel. Its long tail has a distinctive curl at the end. Persian communicates with body language and holds its tail upright to signal its intention to pounce. It has long legs and 3-toed paws with retractable claws. Persian's lithe muscles also enable it to walk without making a sound. Persian normally lives in towns and cities. Although popular for its elegance, it is extremely difficult to raise as a pet due to its fickle and temperamental personality. It will scratch anyone, including its trainer, with little or no provocation, and has been observed ripping its prey apart for no discernible reason. However, when Persian is yanked by its whiskers, it becomes temporarily docile for unknown reasons. Why? Why would you do that? That just sounds like abuse! I mean, listen, I know I handle Sushi pretty roughly when she, fucks about with me, but I've never pulled her whiskers. That's fucked up. It is popular among rich people and is targeted by hunters for its jewel. Its relationship with Berserker is one of mutual disdain, as Persian's refined and elegant personality clashes with Berserker's barbaric nature. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Persian is known to clean and groom itself even when asleep. Even when asleep, Persian maintains its striking and haughty expression. Persian and its evolutionary relatives are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Payday by leveling up. And then going on into Alolan form. Alolan Persian has a body that is similar to its regular counterpart, but it has blue-gray fur. Its face has a different shape, being larger and more rounded with noticeable jowls. I'll never forget, when Alolan Persian was first revealed, everybody just loved to bring up how it just looked like it got stung by a bee. This distinctive face, along with its high-class, softer-than-velvet fur coat, is admired by the people of Alola. Its eyes are usually in a half-closed state, and instead of a red forehead jewel, it has a blue jewel. The jewel, though different in appearance, is made of mostly the same material as the one on a regular Persian. In behavior, it is described as highly intelligent and having an even higher opinion of itself. It prefers to use underhanded tactics in battle, but its haughty personality causes it to underestimate opponents. In Generation 9, Alolan Persian is the only known Pokemon that can have Fur Coat as an ability. And in terms of the stats, so its speed is pretty good at 115. However, in terms of every other stat, it's pretty rounded. Its second highest stat is its physical attack at 70, then you have HP, special attack, and special defense at 65, and physical defense at 60. And that's pretty much the same for Alolan Persian as well, but instead of physical attack, its special attack is its highest at 75. At 75, so it's higher than its physical attack for base Persian, so okay. So overall, in terms of Persian here, I don't really feel anything towards it. Because at least with Meowth, it has the reason for the anime. But the only thing I know about Persian is that it's I can't stop wanting to call it Giovanni's pet pussy. Forgive me. I think it is the exhaustion starting to hit the late night hours.
But yeah, it's starting to hit the late night hours. But yeah, honestly, I don't really feel anything towards it. It's just like, it's just a big cat that's honestly a lot more like a lioness than a freaking cat anyway. I don't know. I've never played with a Persian. Normal types I think are like one of my least favorite types as well because they're so, you know, what's the word? Because they're so jack of all trades and I don't like that. So I think I'm going to put Persian in the C tier. I was like, is this Vermilion City again? Alright, next up is number 54. Oh boy, we got 20 more. And it is...
Psyduck. Psyduck.
Alright, Psyduck.
It is a pure water type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1, and it evolves into Golduck at level 33. Psyduck is known as the Duck Pokemon. And its Japanese name is Kodoku, or Kodak. Its abilities can be Damp or Cloud 9 with Swift Swim as its hidden ability. And the biology for Psyduck is as follows. Psyduck is a yellow Pokemon resembling a duck or bipedal platypus. On top of its head are 3 thick strands of black hair, and it has a wide, flat, cream-colored beak. Psyduck's eyes seem vacant and have tiny pupils. Its legs and tail are stubby, and it has cream-colored webbed feet. There are 3 claws on each of its hands. Psyduck is constantly stunned by its headache and is unable to think very clearly. It usually stands immobile, trying to calm its headache. However, when its headache becomes too severe, Psyduck releases tension in the form of strong psychic powers. The use of these powers produces brainwaves identical to those seen in sleepers, and the Pokemon is unable to recall these episodes. Psyduck lives in freshwater lakes and small ponds, but can be seen in rivers and tropical areas as shown in Pokemon Snap. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Psyduck suffers headaches while it sleeps. Very rarely, their sights are Psyduck sleeping peacefully while not holding its head. Prior to Generation 5, Psyduck in its evolved form Golduck were the only known Pokemon that could have Cloud 9 as an ability. And as for its stats, they're pretty rounded overall. I mean, special attack is its highest at 65. Speed at 55, physical attack at 52, HP and special defense tied at 50, and physical defense at 48. But mostly it's just like, it's pretty average, pretty average, pretty rounded overall, I would say. Let me think. God, we're now 7 hours into this. What the fuck? In terms of Psyduck, I did catch a Psyduck in Moon, and I do think like once you get to the once you're able to bond with it in the Pokemon and Me feature of Moon, it can be pretty cute. But it's also just like, I don't want to deal with a chronic migraine-inducing duck. I don't have the patience for it. Like, I don't have the patience for it. I don't know, but I also think about, like, the anime and how this Pokemon was just always a fucking annoyance. And even in Detective Pikachu, it was also fucking annoying. I mean, granted, not as annoying as the anime one, but it's like, bro, what the fuck does this fucking thing do? It does nothing! Alright, but I will say, I will put it in the lower B tier. Alright, we're gonna have to really start speeding through these. Alright, next up is number 55.
God, anyone else getting sick of the music? Alright. Next up, we have Golduck. Alright, so God, Golduck, it wants to kill me here. So, Golduck is another pure water type Pokemon, but I honestly think it should have been freaking part psychic as well, because there's so many psychic type moves that this motherfucker can learn, but yet it's not psychic. Why? Anyway, Golduck is also known as the duck Pokemon, same with Psyduck, and its Japanese name is the same as its English name as Gorudoku. It basically shares the same abilities as Psyduck, and its biology is as follows. Golduck is a blue bipedal duck or platypus-like Pokemon. It has red eyes, a cream-colored beak, a red gem in the center of its forehead, and 4 spikes on the back of its head. Its hands and feet all have 3 claw digits with cream-colored webbing in between. Its body is specially adapted to have a hydrodynamic shape, and it has a long tail that it uses as a rudder to steer. Golduck is sometimes mistaken for the Japanese monster, and the physical inspiration for Golduck, the Kappa, due to its general humanoid shape, beak, and webbed hands and feet. Golduck is a fast swimmer, capable of outswimming even the most athletic of humans because of its webbed appendages. Even rough seas do not hamper this Pokemon's swimming abilities, and it will sometimes rescue people from shipwrecks. The TCG depicts Golduck with the ability to shoot massive jets of water from both of its hands simultaneously, using them to propel itself underwater. The gem on its forehead glows when it uses its psychic powers, and occasionally when it swims at full speed. In the past, this Pokemon was overhunted due to the belief that the gem granted people supernatural powers. As seen in Pokemon Adventures, Golduck has the ability to give knowledge to its trainer and fellow Pokemon through telepathy. Golduck can typically be seen swimming in lakes where it hunts fish. The prey is disabled, captured, and then brought to shore for consumption. Old tales claim Golduck punishes those who defile their rivers by dragging them in and taking them away. Holy shit. Let's put lip balm on. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Golduck is known to paddle its webbed limbs while sleeping. It is believed Golduck is dreaming about swimming. Prior to Generation 5, Golduck and its pre-evolved form, Psyduck, were the only known Pokemon that could have Cloud 9 as an ability. And as for its stats... So they're actually pretty good, honestly. Like, they're still well-rounded, but they're pretty good. Like, special attack is at 95, with speed at 85, HP and special defense tied at 80, a physical attack at 82, and defense at 78. Honestly, these stats are a lot better. But yeah, these stats are honestly a lot better than Psyduck's, which makes sense. But still, they are pretty good, honestly. It's just that the only thing I wish Golduck had was a psychic typing. It's like, why does it not have a psychic typing? Why? What is the issue here? Like, why does it not have a psychic typing? Like, you would think, right? It's like, it should! That makes no sense! Oh, excuse me. Anyway, but yeah, it's just like, I did evolve my Psyduck into Golduck, but it's just like, I don't know, it's just fuck, I'm getting distracted, and I shouldn't be, because, like, we're already into this enough as it is. But, yeah, I'm just not, I don't really feel anything for Golduck. I don't find it cool either, it's annoying. I think I'm gonna put him in the, C tier. Alright, we're gonna save just in case. Alright, next up. Oh, dear fucking lord. Okay. Number 56.
And it is... Mankey! Alright, here's the thing. It's not gonna go into C tier.
Alright, so Mankey is our first fighting type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves at level 28. And of course there's another evolution, but that's for something we're not covering, so yeah. So, Mankey is known as the pig monkey Pokemon, and its Japanese name is the same as its English name, which is Monkey. Its abilities can be Vital Spirit or Anger Point from Beyond Generation 4, and it has Defiant as a hidden ability. The biology for Mankey is as follows.
Mankey is a small simian Pokemon similar to a New World monkey. It is bipedal and has a round body covered in whitish shaggy fur. Its noise is similar to a pig snout, and it has narrow red eyes and triangular ears with brown insides. Mankey's three-fingered hands, two-toed feet, and the tip of its curved prehensile tail are brown. Mankey specializes in physical fighting and is very aggressive and short-tempered. When angry, it begins shaking and its breathing turns rough. Its rage peaks quickly, preventing its victim from being able to flee. It will rampage until it falls asleep, but its anger remains in its dreams. This causes it to wake up and become furious all over again. However, this constant release of stress grants it a long life. Mankey can be found in the mountains, where it lives in treetop colonies. If one becomes enraged, the whole colony rampages for no reason. If it loses sight of its colony, or if it is left alone to rage, its loneliness causes it to become infuriated. God, if only that was the case. God, if only we could have that. According to the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red and Blue Rescue Team games, Mankey's preferred food is chestnuts. However, Mankey usually lacks the dexterity to peel them. It becomes agitated and rage after attempting to peel a chestnut's spiky shell. Additionally, it also appears to be fond of bananas in the anime. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, it is rare to find a Mankey sleeping without an angry look on its face. And as for its stats, they're not that great. Like, physical attack is obviously at its highest at 80 points, with speed at 70, but everything else is just garbage. And as someone who actually caught a Mankey and trained it to a primate, it was so rough. Oh my god, it was fucking rough. Like, it was so bad. It was so freaking bad. Like, here's the thing, right? Like, I had to essentially rely on Rajaya's, that's when I named the Mankey, Rajaya's speed in order to get anything done while training her. And it's like, bruh, if I wasn't, like, lucky enough to outmatch it, I was dead in, like, 1 or 2 hits. And it's like, god damn it, come on! Oh my god, it was so annoying. But yeah, it's just, I fucking, like, I will say, though, that attack power is really fucking good. Like, just get to a point where you're able to one-shot shit, and it is smooth sailing. Is that bleeding? Anyway, honestly, I think Mankey's gonna go in the lower B tier. Because it's like, again, training it is fucking hard, but if you get to a point where, like, you know, but again, if you get to a point where you're one-shotting shit, it's smooth sailing. So, yeah.
Alright, next up. Is number 57. Primeape. Alright. Primeape is keeping its pure fighting type stance from Mankey, and it is also known as the pig monkey Pokemon. However, the Japanese name for it is Okorizaru, and it basically shares the same abilities as Mankey, and its biology is as follows. Primeape is a bipedal simian Pokemon with a round body covered in light beige shaggy fur. There is usually a throbbing vein on the left side of its forehead, and it has triangular eyes with pink insides, narrow eyes and tiny pupils, and a pink snout-like nose. Its arms and legs are brown and have metal shackles on the wrists and ankles. This is probably indicative of a method of training with weights. The hands have no visible fingers, instead resembling... Sorry. Oh my god, how's that bleeding? The hands have no visible fingers, instead resembling mittens or boxing gloves, and the feet have 2 toes. Primeape is easily angered. Even the slightest glance of eye contact will make it furious. When it becomes enraged, its blood circulation is boosted. This makes its muscles stronger, but at the cost of some of its intelligence. Primeape also possesses the ability to convert its anger into energy to attack its opponents with. It has sturdy vessels in its brain. Where am I? That keep it healthy, despite its constant anger. It will chase anyone who upsets it and will not stop until it is caught up to its target. Even if it is awoken from sleep, it will groggily chase whatever woke it. Some researchers have a theory Primeape is angry even when inside a Pokeball. In some cases, Primeape have been known to die as a result of its rage, though it is also said to look peaceful in death, potentially due to its rage transcending and leaving its physical form to become something new. In the anime, it has shown some fondness for bananas. Primeape can be found on mountains. It competes with Ursaring when it comes to searching for berries. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, it is very rare to find a Primeape sleeping without rage, possibly from exhausting itself. Primeape and its evolved form Annihilape are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Rage Fist. Annihilape is a Pokemon we're not going to be covering. And according to its stats, I mean, the attack stat is fucking ridiculous because fuck you. But, yeah, and of course its speed stat is also pretty nice at 95. But, unfortunately, its special defense is its second highest stat at 70, HP at 65, and physical defense and special attack are tied at 60. Granted, why are you expecting a fighting-type Pokemon to be good at special attack? Like, unless it's stated otherwise, don't expect a physical-type Pokemon. Don't expect fighting-type Pokemon to be good at special attacks. I think we already heard this before. Anyway. So, for Primeape, again, Rajaya is good, but you've got to be faster, man. Because otherwise, you're fucked. But I will say this too, I think about the anime and it's just like, bruh, I always got scared of fucking Primeape and Mankey. Because I don't like the fact that they are constantly angry. It just makes me scared. What the fuck is going on here with this thing? Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm like doing something else in the background here. But actually, what the hell am I doing? But yeah, it's just I don't know if I necessarily like Primeape, honestly. I don't know. It's just like I think Rangea could definitely work, but it's like even when you go into the Pokemon and Me thing, they're constantly freaking angry. And it's like, why do I don't want to like, and here's the thing, I don't want to fucking deal with a Pokemon that has constant anger issues. I don't know. I mean, but at least with Mankey, it's like... I don't know, at least with Mankey it can be a little cute, but this is just fucking ridiculous, so... We're getting so many C-types. Alright, moving on to the next one in a little bit. Dude, anyway, there's a part of me that is freaking bleeding, but I can't tell if it's like just dried blood or if that's like fresh blood that's somehow not coming off. Alright, we're almost there.
Oh, yay!
Oh, thank God we get another good Pokemon.
Alright, let me get to it. Alright, next up we have number 59 at Growlithe! The puppy! The doggo! The good boy! Alright, Growlithe. Alright, so Growlithe is a pure Fire-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1 and evolves into Arcanine when exposed to a Firestone. However, in Hisui, Growlithe gains the Rock typing, and it evolves into Hisuian Arcanine when exposed to a Firestone. However, we're not going to be covering Hisuian Growlithe / Arcanine, because as much as I would like to, they are both cute. We're not going to do that. So Growlithe is known as the puppy Pokemon, of course, and its Japanese name is Gardy. Now, both Growlithes can share Intimidate or Flash Fire, but Kantonian Growlithe can have the hidden ability of Justified, and Growlithe's biology follows as such. Growlithe is a quadrupedal canine Pokemon. It has orange fur with black stripes along its back and legs. The fur on its muzzle, chest, belly, and tail is beige, as is an additional tuft of fur on top of its head. Growlithe's coat is noticeably longer on its chest and tail. It has gray eyes, a black nose, and large, round, and triangular ears with beige interiors. Its forepaws have 2 visible claws, while its hind paws have 3 toes each. Each paw has a brown pad, the toe beans. Growlithe is a friendly and loyal Pokemon that will fearlessly defend its trainer and territory from harm, even against larger, stronger enemies. In particular, it has been known to fight with Rockruff over territory. It will fiercely bark at, bite, and chase away any perceived threat. Otherwise, this obedient Pokemon will wait motionlessly until given an order. It has a long history with people, and as its bones have been found in Stone Age ruins. In the wild, Growlithe can be commonly found in grassy plains. Growlithe also has a powerful olfactory sense. If it detects an unknown smell in its territory, it roars to flush out the intruder. It can smell the emotions of others and never forgets a scent. However, strong, unpleasant smells can disable Growlithe's sense of smell for short periods, as seen in the anime. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Growlithe is known to bark at anyone who approaches it while sleeping. And for its stats, I mean, granted, they're not good. I mean, physical attack and special attack are both the same at 70 tied. However, its speed is pretty good at 60. However, its HP, special defense, and physical defense are pretty bad. I mean, special defense is alright, but and the HP is too, but the defense is pretty, like, ugh.
you know, pretty meh, all things considered.
But that doesn't matter because Growlithe is a good boy. He is a good boy. He is the bestest boy, and I would do anything to scratch his little cheeks, his little butt. His butt is furry. I meant to say furry and fluffy. I just ended up saying fucky. But yeah, it's adorable. It's cute. Let the boy be. And obviously, and I also love his suing Growlithe too. I thought it was the cutest thing ever. So, finally, we can actually put Growlithe in the S tier. God, look at this. Why do we have so many? Why do we have, like, mainly, like, first stage Evo Pokemon as in the S stage, but yet we have Charizard? He's a good boy. The best boy. Alright, next up is number 59. My poor computer is just dying right now. It is Arcanine! Another good boy, honestly. Another good boy, honestly. Alright, so carrying on with Growlithe, Arcanine is a pure Fire-type Pokemon from Kanto. And of course, it does the same thing as Hisuian Arcanine. However, Arcanine is known as the legendary Pokemon. Keep in mind, it's not legendary. And its Japanese name is Windy. And it can basically have the same abilities as Growlithe. And the biology is as follows. Arcanine is a quadrupedal canine Pokemon with an orange pelt marked by jagged black stripes. It has diamond-shaped ears with beige insides, black eyes, a round black nose, and two pointed teeth protruding from its upper jaw. Its head, muzzle, and chest are covered in shaggy beige fur, except for two oval sections around each eye and ear. Long tufts of fur grow behind its elbows and around its ankles. Its underside is black, and it has a billowing beige tail that is bent in the middle. Each paw has 3 toes and a round pink pad. More toe beans. Arcanine is a fiercely brave and loyal Pokemon. It is capable of running 6,200 miles in 24 hours with a speed and grace reminiscent of flight. Or 10,000 kilometers. In Generation 2, Extreme Speed was his signature move. Arcanine has long been admired for its beauty and speed, and anyone who hears its bark will grovel before it. The source of its power is a flame blazing wildly inside its body. Being the result of an evolution via Evolution Stone, Arcanine is rarely found in the wild. But when found, it is usually seen living in prairies, and Pokemon Snap has also shown it living in active volcanoes. In the anime, it was shown that it stashes food in its mane and carries it to its nest for its young. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Arcanine is known to sleep at supremely comfortable sleeping spots. Arcanine when it sleeps is said to be similar to how an innocent child sleeps. Cute! Alright, and with its stats, they are honestly fucking great. They are good. Like, seriously, physical attack is 110, special attack is 100, speed is at 95, HP 90. Like, honestly, special defense and physical defense are both at 80, but honestly, that's not that bad. These are really good stats. These are really good stats. But yeah, Arcanine is a good boy. He is the bestest boy. I love him so much. And I would ride him. And I should express, he is big enough to be ridden. Like, honestly, I think this is the first time I'm gonna put him in the S tier. Okay, I wasn't sure. Arcanine and Growlithe. We have so many fire types. What the fuck? Why do we have so many fire types?
I love it so much. There you are. What? Come here. Here, you want to say hi into the mic? Can you hear her purring? Do you want to be let down? Yeah? Okay. Ugh. God, you're heavy. Did you eat a lot of your dinner? Alright, so Arcanine is done. Alright, next up is 60. Number 60. And that is... as soon as we get to it. Okay. Poliwag! Oh boy. Poliwag is a pure water-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves in the Poliwhirl at level 25, which then evolves in the Poliwrath when exposed to a Water Stone, or a Politoed when it is traded if it is traded while holding a King's Rock. Poliwag is known as the Tadpole Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Nyoromo. And its abilities are Water Absorb or Damp, with Swift Swim as its hidden ability. And its biology is as follows. Poliwag is an amphibian Pokemon resembling a blue spherical tadpole. It has large eyes and pink lips that can also act as suction cups for rocks. Its skin is very thin, but flexible and difficult to puncture. There is a black and white swirl on its abdomen, which is actually its internal organ showing through its semi-transparent skin. The swirl is clear following a meal and will have a white tinge if the Pokemon is affected by disease. The direction of the belly spiral differs by area. The equator is thought to have an effect on it. Poliwag has newly developed legs that are poor at walking and no arms. It has a long, thin tail surrounded by a light blue, semi-transparent fin. Its tail makes it a powerful swimmer. It loves to waddle on land despite the dangers. However, it will quickly return back into the water should it see danger. It cannot walk on land well unless trained every day. Hello? Because of its ineptitude on land, Poliwag is more likely to be found swimming in small freshwater ponds and lakes. In the anime, Poliwag feeds on salvia weed, which can only be found on clear lake bottoms. And as for its stats, it's pretty bad. Like, speed is its highest stat at 90, but everything else is like at a clear 40 except for physical attack, which is at 50. So here's the thing. I trained up a Poliwag into a Poliwrath. Fuck everything about that. Screw that. That sucked. Like, that fucking sucked. I hated this fucking training so much. Seriously, I think I effing raged with how much I think I raged so much because of how often, like, I kept getting disappointed by Poliwag. It's like, for God's sakes, I know you're, like... And you want to know what sucks, too? Is that Pokemon Moon, like, for some fucking reason, Poliwag, most of its moves are special type. And it's like, bitch, I am dealing with a physical type Pokemon here. Stop giving me weak-ass shit, please! Like, fucking hell. So annoying. It's only because I needed a water-type Pokemon that it was partially cute that I was like, yeah, let's fucking go with it. Oh, God. Alright, I will put Poliwag in the lower B tier. Alright, next up, 61. God, I'm so sick of listening to Lavender Town. Alright, Poliwhirl. Why did I say Poliwag? I'm out of it today. Alright, Poliwhirl is keeping on with its pure water typing. It is still known as the Tadpole Pokemon, but its Japanese name is this time is Nyorozo. And it has the same abilities as Poliwag. What the fuck? And its biology is as follows.
Poliwhirl is a blue bipedal amphibian Pokemon with a spherical body. It has bulbous eyes that protrude from the top of its head. A black and white swirl covers its belly, which is actually its organs showing through its thin skin. It appears to have white gloves on its hands and rounded digitless feet. When out of water, it sweats to keep its skin moist and healthy. This keeps it covered in oily fluid that allows it to slip away from enemies. All of its skin feels this way except where its swirl is, which instead is very smooth. The swirl on its belly undulates slowly, and staring at it induces drowsiness. Even though Poliwhirl is capable of moving on land, it prefers to stay in freshwater ponds and lakes where it has fewer natural enemies. It feeds on both bug and fish Pokemon. While it will leave the water to capture bug Pokemon, it will return and consume them underwater in safety. Its swirl is used to make children fall asleep. Poliwhirl's sweat is filled with slimy mucus. When captured by an enemy, it either slithers to escape or uses its swirl to put the enemy to sleep.
And in terms of the stats, I skipped over them. So they're slightly better than Poliwag. Mainly in that, the speed remains the same at 90. But the HP, attack, and physical defense all go up to 65. And special attack and special defense, while going up, it still only remained at 50. So I will say this. Poliwhirl was better than Poliwag. And I did not have as much issue with that. Thank God for all of that is good and holy. But I will say, I did like it, every time, you go to pet, that every time you went to go pet Poliwhirl, it would always, raise, pump its fists. Hell yeah! I got pets! I got praise! But, yeah. But yeah, this one did not give me as much issue. But here's the thing. Would I rate it above at the same level or below Poliwag? Excuse me. Sorry. I don't know, honestly. And we gotta hurry this up because I am at 8.5 hours. Oh, 7.5 hours. Why did I say 8? I'm tired. I'm gonna put it in the same level as Poliwag. Why did that? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, there we go. Alright. Because, yeah, it just barely scrapes by. Alright. 62? Yeah, 62. Alright. This one is Poliwrath. Alright, so Poliwrath. Here's the thing. It keeps its water typing, but it gains an additional typing in fighting. It is still known as the Tadpole Pokemon, but its Japanese name this time is Nyorobon. And it basically still has the same abilities as Poliwhirl / Poliwag. There we go. And its biology is as follows. Poliwrath is a blue bipedal amphibian Pokemon with a round body and muscular arms. It has bulbous eyes that protrude from the top of its head, and its belly is covered by a white and black swirl.
There appear to be white gloves on its hands, and it has rounded digitless feet.
Polyrath's body is almost entirely muscle, and the muscles in its arms and legs never tire. It also has 0% body fat. When it swims, it uses all of the muscles in its body and is able to swim vast distances with minimal breathing. It is even capable of briefly running on the water's surface. It can also smash through ice and plow forward using its strong arms. Polyrath is capable of outswimming even world-class swimmers. Polyrath is also skilled at martial arts. It can launch powerful square punches capable of crushing boulders into dust. Many children learn how to swim by replicating Polyrath's movement. It is one of the most gifted swimmers of all water-type Pokemon. Being the result of an evolution via evolution stone, Polyrath is rarely found in the wild. When found, it is usually seen living on dry land near the water's edge, despite it being an excellent swimmer. In Alola, Polyrath found are strong enough to use the breaststroke while swimming. And in terms of the stats, they're honestly pretty good. Now, speed is actually not its highest stat. Instead, that goes to physical defense. But special defense and HP are not that far behind, with physical attack being 85 and special attack being 70. So yeah, unfortunately, while some... Oh wait, that's from the first stat block. God damn it. Okay, that's good. So for Generation 6 onward, yeah, its attack stat is instead 95 instead of 85. That honestly fits. Just looking around for anything else. Alright. However, in terms of experience, I will say this. Polyrath is actually better. Has actually been pretty good to me. Like, he's actually, I'm trying to remember. What the hell did I name my frog? What the hell did I name this thing? I can't remember. But, it is honestly better. I mean, I will say this, it is honestly kind of hard for me to determine the difference between Poliwhirl and Polyrath. Like, if it weren't for the fact that apparently its arms just get fucking jacked, it's like, there's no difference. There would be no difference between these two. In terms of visual appearance and such. But honestly, I think I would put Polyrath in the B tier, higher B tier. Because honestly, it's not that bad. It served me purpose. And honestly, I honestly think it is better as opposed to, like, Poliwag and Poliwhirl, so, yeah. Alright, next up, 63. We're almost there, guys. Maybe we can end this before the 9-hour mark, who knows? Alright, next up is Abra. Oh my gosh. Alright, so Abra is our... Actually, I think... Is this our first psychic type? I think it is. Yeah, it is! Yeah, so, okay, we have our first psychic type. And psychic is obviously one of my favorite types, obviously. So, Abra is the first psychic-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Kadabra at level 16, which then evolves into Alakazam when traded or when exposed to a linking cord. Abra is known as the Psy Pokemon, and its Japanese name is apparently Casey. It can have Synchronize or Inner Focus as its abilities, but its hidden ability is Magic Guard. And the biology is as follows. Abra is a bipedal mammalian Pokemon that is primarily yellow.
Its face is kite-shaped with a small pale yellow snout and 2 short pointed ears with pale yellow interiors. Its wide eyes are normally closed. Abra's body is segmented with black skin visible between its joints and along its neck. It has 2 brown pauldron-shaped extensions on its shoulders, as well as a brown fold-like piece around its chest. It has 3 digits on each hand and foot, but its fingers are considerably shorter than its toes. 2 of its toes face forward and 1 faces backward. Its tail is thick and long, with a brown band located near the tip. Abra can sense danger through a telepathic radar. When it does, it teleports to a safe location. However, it sometimes becomes panicked if it wakes in an unknown location. By hypnotizing itself, Abra is able to teleport itself even while sleeping. It can use other extrasensory abilities while sleeping as well, and can even teleport into the treetops to pick and eat berries. The deeper Abra sleeps, the farther it teleports. Due to the strain of its telepathic powers, however, Abra sleeps 18 hours each day. If it fails to rest long enough, it will become unable to use its powers. The contents in Abra's dreams can affect its powers. Abra lives in urban areas, but has been observed to teleport to a different location once per hour. If it teleports randomly, it can create illusory copies.
Now here's the thing, in terms of its stats, I'm pretty sure they're dog shit. Yup! Like here's the thing, its special attack is at 105 with its speed at 90. However, everything else is literal dog shit. Like special defense is alright at 55, but HP, 25. Physical attack, 20. Physical defense, 15. Like, basically, this Pokemon cannot tank anything. It is a glass cannon. And you want to know the worst part about this thing is that you have... Here's the thing. When it comes to Abra, trying to catch this motherfucker in the wild, it is so difficult because you basically have to try and catch this thing on the first shot, because otherwise it will teleport out of there, leaving you without an Abra. Now, I apparently got very lucky in catching my Abra in Pokemon Moon. What did I name it? Oh, I think I named it Jester. Because of the whole naming convention between Abracadabra and Alakazam. But I got very lucky. I think Jester was like, I think it was like in the first 5 Abra I tried to catch. And I just don't remember which one. I just remember it was very easy. I was like, wow, surprised by it. However, here's the thing. Jester was only great for teleporting out of battles I didn't want to have. So basically, when it came to... Because here's the thing. When Moon got rid of the surfing everywhere in terms of surfaces of water thing and replaced them with designated spots, Abra was fucking fantastic at getting rid of... basically being able to teleport out of there no matter what. It was fucking fantastic. I loved it so much. Other than that, though, Abra is not great. Like... Basically, this is like a Pokemon that, like, you basically throw it into battle at the first turn and then immediately switch it out. Thing is, though, do I want to rate it in the lower B tier or the C tier? Because... I'll put it in the lower B tier because I do think it is worthy to catch it just to get the other evolutions. Speaking of which, let's move on to 64. Oh my gosh. We're almost done, guys. We have like 12 more to go. We have Kadabra. Alright, so Kadabra keeps on with its primary psychic typing.
It is also known as the Psy Pokemon, but its Japanese name is Youngerer. Don't know why that is. And it essentially shares the same abilities as Abra. The biology is as follows. Kadabra is a primarily yellow, slightly humanoid Pokemon with mammalian features. It has 2 long pointed ears on top of its head, a red star on its forehead, narrow deep-set eyes, and white cheeks leading down to a thin snout. Extending from each side of its snout are 2 mustache-like tufts of fur. A male will have a longer mustache than a female. Kadabra's torso is segmented with bulky shoulders, a thick brown chest, and a small abdomen marked by 3 red wavy lines. Attached to the Pokemon's abdomen is a large, thick tail encircled with a brown band near its base. Its arms are thin with brown elbows and end in 3-fingered hands with white claws. Its legs have prominent knees and large 3-toed feet, also ending in white claws. 2 of its toes face forward and 1 backward. Kadabra is always seen carrying a silver spoon, which amplifies its telekinetic powers. A gold spoon does not work as an amplifier, and Kadabra is only half as strong without a spoon. Kadabra emits alpha waves strong enough to induce headaches and can even cause clocks to run backward, machines to malfunction, and delicate devices to cease functioning altogether. The waves increase further in strength the more danger Kadabra faces. By closing its eyes, it can double the number of alpha particles it emits. When it has a headache, the alpha waves become unusual. All of Kadabra's brain cells work in unison while it uses its powers. It sleeps while levitating, using its springy tail like a pillow. It can store up psychic energy inside its star in preparation for its evolution. There is a theory that a Kadabra was born from a transformed human child who could not control his powers. Kadabra lives in urban areas. Kadabra and its evolved form Alakazam are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Kinesis. And in terms of the stats, so special attack is fucking ridiculous at 120, with its speed at 105, and special defense at 70. However, its HP, physical attack, and physical defense are still crap. And basically this just lends into the whole thing that the whole line of Abra, Kadabra, and Alakazam, they're shit! They're shit at defense! They can't defend themselves worth a damn! And I'm sorry for yelling that into the mic. I am trying to keep myself awake and not wanting to die. So anyway, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. I am a lonely 26-year-old adult woman who has no friends IRL. Oh man, what a sad life, right? I only got Jester up to a Kadabra, and I cannot evolve him into an Alakazam, especially now that the 3DS servers are permanently shut down, so I am never going to have an Alakazam in my life. Oh wait, no, it wasn't Jester. Why did I say Jester? I just remembered. I named Abra/Kadabra Gramarye because of Apollo Justice, which I will get at some point. I just might need to get a better computer at this point. But yeah, it was Gramarye. Why did I think Jester? Oh, I remember. There's gonna be a Pokemon we'll see later on that I named Jester. I don't know why the fuck I thought it was this instead of Gramarye, but okay. But anyway, I will say that Gramarye was pretty good. But I don't know if I would necessarily say it was great. Like, here's the thing. Gramarye, I think you can actually really help the Kadabra defense stats, because if you get the what is that item called? Oh, I cannot think of what it's called. Like, it's basically like an item that if you give it to a Pokemon that has already evolved but still has another evolution, like Kadabra here, it significantly raises its physical and special defenses.
And I gave that item to Grammary, and he is so good at staying alive because of it. Like, seriously, I think I gave that item to both Grammary and another Pokemon that we haven't seen yet. But again, like, they're really good! But the thing is, without that item, where would I rank Kadabra? I think it's gonna be in the same tier right here. Kadabra. Yeah, that sounds about right. Abracadabra alakazam. Alright. Moving on, we have 65? Yes, 65. We're almost done, guys. Again, you can tell I'm wanting to die. Alright. Hello? We have Alakazam! God, my fucking... Dude, this fucking PC is going to blow up, I feel like. Alright, actually, I'm gonna mute the mic real quick. I want to check on something real quick. It'll just be for like a second, I promise. Alright, I'm back. Alright, so Alakazam. It is keeping on with the same typing as Kadabra and Abra as psychic typing. It is still known as the Psy Pokemon, but its Japanese name is Fudin. Fudin. And keep in mind, Alakazam can Mega Evolve into Mega Alakazam using the Alakazite. So, it keeps the same abilities as it had as a Kadabra and Abra, as regular. However, its hidden ability is Magic Guard, and when it Mega Evolves, it gains Trace. And the biology is as follows. Alakazam is a slightly humanoid Pokemon with a large mustache. A female Alakazam has a significantly shorter mustache than the male. It has a long, thin snout, narrow eyes, ear-like spikes extending from the top of its head, and an additional spike protruding from each cheek. Covering its yellow skeletal body are brown armor-like sections over its chest, shoulders, forearms, and knees. There are 3 toes on each foot, each of which has a white claw. 2 of the toes face forward while 1 faces backwards. It wields a silver spoon in each hand, which act as amplifiers for its psychic abilities. The spoons are created using its psychic powers, and it may give one to someone it trusts. Alakazam is able to use all forms of psychic abilities. The overflow of its... Hello? Sushi! Calm down! Excuse me. The overflow of its psychic powers can cause headaches to those nearby. These powers are used to move its body, as opposed to its weak muscles. It also uses its psychic powers to hold up its head, which is too heavy to be supported by its neck. Excuse me, what? Due to its continually growing brain, its head becomes larger with age. It is said to have an excellent memory and can remember everything that it has experienced since hatching as an Abra, to the time of its death, and has an IQ that exceeds 5,000. It is found in urban areas.
Alakazam and its pre-evolved form, Kadabra, are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Kinesis.
Alright, now it's for the Mega Evo.
As Mega Alakazam, its mustache turns white and becomes longer and bushier. It also grows a long white beard. The armor-like sections become bulkier, and its upper body section becomes slightly shorter to reveal its thin stomach. The ear-like spikes become slightly shorter and a larger spike forms on top of its head. Additionally, it gains an oval red organ in the center of its forehead. The organ is said to emit psychic power. Its longer legs become longer and slimmer, and its feet become skinnier and resemble talons. It gains 3 additional spoons for a total of 5 that it levitates in the air. At the cost of its already low muscular strength, Mega Alakazam's power is entirely converted to pure psychic energy. It can read the course of a person's entire life with a single glance. And as for the stats,
Alright, so... Oh my god, why? So Alakazam has 2 stat blocks from generations 1 to 5 and then generation 6 onward. And honestly, the only real difference is that, Alakazam's special defense is higher from generation 6 onwards as opposed to not. And that's about it. But special attack is 135 with speed 120. But obviously his physical defense, physical attack, and HP are just still crap. Still crap all around, baby. And as for Generation 6, why do they have 2 stat blocks for Mega Alakazam? What the shit? So, special attack is 175, which is fucking insane. The speed is 150. The lower stats are still the lower stats. However, in Generation 7, Mega Alakazam gets a 105 special defense as opposed to Generation 6 with its 95. Giving it a total of 600 points! Alright, so here's the thing. I've never had an Alakazam in my life. The only experience I have with an Alakazam is in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red and Blue Rescue Team. And the guy was pretty-eyed. The guy was pretty-eyed. I do want to know what it's like to have an Alakazam, though. I just never had the chance to trade a Kadabra over. Like, what is that like? Is it just, like, big, powerful, strong, like, this is the strongest brain energy ever kind of thing? We're at 8 hours, by the way. You know what? I will put Alakazam in the high B tier. Alakazam. Because I want to know what it's like to have that much psychic energy. And honestly, I think it is kind of cool. The personality is fucking great. I just imagine him speaking with, like, the voice of Mewtwo from the first movie. Next up. Alright, 66!
Oh, it's 66!
Copy. We have Machop! Alright, so Machop. It is a pure fighting type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Machoke starting at level 28, which then evolves into Machamp when traded or when exposed to a linking cord. It is known as the superpower Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Wanriki. It has the abilities Guts or No Guard from Generation 4 onward, and its hidden ability is Steadfast, with its biology being stated as such. Machop is a humanoid bipedal Pokemon that has blue-gray skin. It has 3 brown ridges on top of its head, large red eyes, and a relatively flat face. On either side of its chest are 3 thin rib-like stripes. Its feet appear to have no toes, while its hands have fingers. Machop also has a short, stubby tail. Machop's entire body is covered with muscles that will never tire or cramp. With these muscles, it can lift many times its own body weight. It is even capable of hurling up to 100 adults. It spends its time and energy working out and practicing all different forms of martial arts, striving to improve its abilities.
One of its daily training routines involves lifting boulders and graveler repeatedly as if they were barbells. It becomes more dedicated the more its muscles grow. Once it feels confident, it challenges Makuhita to a battle. Machop live in the mountains, and its diet includes highly nutritious food that allows it to efficiently build up its muscles. In Generation 2, Vital Throw is its signature move. And with its stats, pretty crap. The speed is crap, the special defense is crap, special attack is crap. However, the physical attack is pretty good at 80 as its highest stat. HP is at 70, so it can hit hard and has a lot of health. And physical defense is not that bad at 50. Now, as I said before, we almost never expect fighting-type Pokemon to have good special attack. But you want them to have at least something in terms of speed and special defense, because you know what fighting-type Pokemon are weak to? Freaking Psychic type. And Psychics have that nice special attack stat. I mean, we just saw Alakazam. It could beat this motherfucker's ass like about 5 times over. Anyway, so I caught a Machop on my Pokemon Moon playthrough, and I named him Champ. And, honestly, not as bad training as with the Mankey. Thank God. But I think if anything, it was more, I think if anything, the thing that just sucked about it was its speed. Because again, there's a reason I like the electric, psychic, and dragon types. It's because they're all speedy. I hate Pokemon that are not speedy. I want to go first. I want to finish battles. Let me fight first, please. Honestly, I would put... Why do I have 2 pages? Is it because this one was getting too much? I'll put Machop in the lower B tier. Whoops. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. Oh boy, the tier list is getting so big now that, like, the fucking pictures is not going. Oh boy. Alright, moving on to 67. Alright, number 67. It is Machoke. Much like how I want him to choke me out. It carries on with its pure fighting type. It is still known as the superpower Pokemon, but this time its Japanese name is Goriki, and it keeps on with the same abilities as its pre-Evo. And its biology is as follows. Machoke is a bipedal humanoid Pokemon covered in blue-gray skin. It has a vaguely reptilian face with a short snout, narrow red eyes, and 4 pointed teeth visible inside its mouth. 2 of these teeth are in the upper jaw, while 2 are in the lower jaw. On top of its head are 3 brown ridges. Its arms are muscular with dark red vertical stripes on them. The lower part of its body has black markings that resemble briefs. It is always seen wearing a black and gold power save belt resembling a championship belt. It possesses large pectoral muscles that protrude slightly over its belt. That is true, and it's so weird. It's like, where's the stomach? Why do they ride up so high? Machoke is a Pokemon of immense strength. Its muscles are as hard as steel, and it is capable of lifting extremely heavy objects with only 1 finger. Machoke's body is powerful enough to never get tired. Machoke is a popular Pokemon used as a motif for sculptures. In spite of this, it is modest and often helps people with manual labor. The belt it wears regulates its strength, but Machoke removes it when facing a truly powerful opponent. It can be found in the mountains where it trains daily. In Generation 2, Vital Throw is its signature move. And as for its stats... Alright, so it's still not great, but it works. It has 100 attack power, which is great.
80 HP, which is good. 70 defense, which is good. It does get a little bit better in special defense, but unfortunately, in special attack, we're not going to worry about. Speed, however, is still crap. Now, remember when I was talking about Gramarye and how I put an item on him to make his physical defense stats better? Well, this was the other Pokemon I was mentioning. I put it on Champ, and oh my god, he is a god. He is a fucking god! I love him so much. He helped me out so much in terms of some Pokemon. Like, I think he helped me a lot with Nanu when I was facing off against him. But yeah, it's like... But yeah, I think it's an alright Pokemon. Again, it's helped me a lot in regards to my own thing. I might honestly put him in the lower B tier still. So, boop, 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 boop. We're getting close, thank God. Maybe we can end this before, 9 hours, maybe. Alright, next up, 68. Oh boy. And here we have the world champion of Machamp. Alright, so Machamp carries on with the fighting type that its previous Evos had. However, Machamp can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Machamp if it has the Gigantamax factor. It is still known as the superpower Pokemon, but its Japanese name is Kairiki. And it keeps on with its general abilities, but its hidden ability changes to Steadfast. And in terms of the biology, it is as, quote, Machamp is a humanoid Pokemon with 4 well-muscled arms. It has bluish-gray skin, red eyes, and large pale yellow lips. On its head there are 3 brown ridges right above its eyes. It has 2 arms on each side of its body. A pair located in the normal position, and another pair directly above that attaches on top of the shoulders. It has black markings that resemble briefs and wears a golden power save belt that resembles a championship belt. Its legs have considerable muscle tone, and its feet have 2 toes each. Machamp are said to know every martial arts style in the world. It punches extremely quickly, throwing 500 punches a second. With only one hand, it can now move a mountain. In Generation 7, Strength was its signature move. Because of its 4 arms, it can hit from a multitude of angles and pin all of its foes' limbs down at once. Its arms also allow it to attack and defend simultaneously. The 4 arms react much faster than Machamp can think. However, it has poor dexterity and cannot handle delicate work without its arms becoming tangled. The belt it wears restricts its muscle activity, but it can cause consequences if removed. Being the result of an evolution via trading, Machamp is rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in the mountains. In Alola, Machamp is used as a ride Pokemon, where it carries humans on its arms while moving large rocks out of the way. In Generation 2, Vital Throw was its signature move. And then moving on to the Gigantamax form. As Gigantamax Machamp, it swells to enormous proportions and acquires immeasurable strength. Due to Gigantamaxing, its arms are filled with Gigantamax energy, making its punches as hard as bomb blasts. Its bluish-gray skin becomes darker. The ridges on its head are also darker, with the middle ridge becoming longer. Its eyes become bright yellow. The neck extends with black markings. The 4 fists are now dark orange, with orange-yellow veins connecting to 2 orange spots on each arm. The belt extends with several more notches. The black markings now extend down the legs and stop above the ankles. 3 red clouds circle around its waist. Excuse me. Gigantamax Machamp is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move G-Max Key Strike. Now, in terms of these stats, speed is still shit. Physical attack, though, 130. HP, 90. Physical defense, 80. Special defense, 85. And special attack, 65. Honestly, these are pretty good stats for a fighting type Pokemon. Again, I just wish it was faster. But then again, I guess that's part of the reason of why you put a Quick Claw on. But I don't want to use an item if I want to make a Pokemon faster. Alright, here's the thing. Would I want this? Honestly, I think back to, like, the thing is I think about, B, the fighting type gym leader from Gen 8, and she had this as her Gigantamax Pokemon, her form. And I also think about the Twilight Wings episode I actually watched, where where Machamp was a thing with B, and it's just like, I don't know, I kind of like it, but it's also like, it doesn't really fit my vibe all that much. Honestly, I think it's gonna go with its brothers in the lower B tier. Which I know is a little mean, but hey, at least they're not all going in the C tier. Alright. We're almost done, guys. We just gotta get through a couple more. We gotta get through, like, what's 5 more? Alright, 69, which is nice. And then we can finally shut off the freaking thing for good. Alright. Now we have
Bellsprout, Bellsprout, Bellsprout. This fucker.
Alright, Bellsprout is yet another dual-type grass poison Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Weeping Bell at level 21, which then evolves into Victory Bell when exposed to a Leaf Stone. Bellsprout is known as the Flower Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Madatsubomi. Madatsubomi. It has the ability Chlorophyll, and its hidden ability is Gluttony. The biology is as follows. Bellsprout is a plant-based Pokemon with a stem-like brown body. There's a single green leaf on each side of its body. It has a yellow bell-shaped head with what appear to be pink lips at the end and beady black eyes. It is capable of spitting corrosive acid from its mouth. Its stem is long, thin, and very flexible, making it capable of swerving rapidly to avoid many attacks or moving with blinding speed to capture prey. Its roots resemble feet, and it uses them as such. It will plant its roots in the ground to replenish water, but it is unable to flee while it is rooted. Bellsprout prefers hot and humid places, thus it lives in temperate forests and jungles. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Bellsprout is known to sleep while planting its roots deep in the ground. Because Bellsprout feels so safe while sleeping, it tends to forget that it may need to run from danger. Alright, in terms of the stats, they're pretty shit. Except for the special attack and physical attack stats. Like, I mean, physical attack is 75 and special attack is 70, but all of the other stats may as well just kill me on the inside. Because the HP is 50, which is okay, but speed is 40, and physical defense is 35, and special defense is 30. Like, basically, this guy will not be able to tank hits. Honestly, I don't find Bellsprout to be that confusing. Confusing? Sorry. I meant to say, I don't find Bellsprout to be, like, bad. It's just, I don't know if I would necessarily get it. Like, honestly, I want to put Bellsprout in the C tier because it's not useful, like, at all. Like, that and Weeping Bell are just, like, pretty bad. Listen, eventually we're gonna get an A Pokemon, I promise. Alright, 70. We're almost done, guys. I promise. Alright. Weeping Bell. This silly fucking thing. So, Weeping Bell carries on with the typing of Bellsprout as a grass poison Pokemon. However, it is known as the Flycatcher Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Utsudon. However, it carries the same abilities as Bellsprout. The biology is as follows.
Weeping Bell is a pitcher plant Pokemon with a yellow bell-shaped body. Above Weeping Bell's circular eyes are 3 small green spots and a small brown hook-shaped stem. It has a wide gaping mouth with pink lips. On each side of its body is a large green leaf. Weeping Bell camouflages itself as a plant in the forest while awaiting an unwary victim. When its prey draws near, it sprays poison powder to immobilize the target before melting it with its internal acids. It oozes a neutralizing fluid that prevents these internal acids from melting its own body. It will also slice its prey too large to consume into pieces with its razor-sharp leaves. Razor-sharp leaves. Weeping Bell live in temperate forests and jungles where it hangs from tree branches by its stem to sleep. If it moves around during sleep, Weeping Bell may slip and awaken to find itself on the ground. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Weeping Bell is known to sometimes sleep undisturbed, even after falling down to the ground.
Alright, and with its stats, so physical attack and special attack are still pretty good. Honestly, the HP is doing alright, but physical defense, special defense, and speed, not doing so hot. Now here's the thing. I would immediately put Weeping Bell in the C tier because I genuinely don't like the design, and it's so fucking goofy. It's so effing goopy. Goopy? Goofy! Oh my god, I need to end this. Like, seriously, here's the thing. Every time, it's so gross. Because, here's the thing. When you feed it treats, whether it's in Pokemon and Me, or in whatever the hell the grooming thing is in Pokemon Sun and Moon, it just fucking devours the treats. Just... it's just what the fuck is this? And when you when you pet it, it's so goofy. It's so goofy. It's so goofy. It is so goofy. I don't like it. I don't like Bellsprout or Weeping Bell. However, fucking hell, can I just, please, I want to go to bed. Alright, 71! Alright, Victory Bell! Alright, I do like Victory Bell. It carries on with the same typing as Weeping Bell and Bellsprout as a grass poison type. However, it is also known as the flycatcher Pokemon, but this Japanese name is Utsuboto or Utsubat. It carries with the same abilities as always, and the biology is as states.
Victory Bell is a pitcher plant Pokemon with a bell-shaped body. It has a gaping mouth with pink lips and 2 sharp teeth. Its semicircular eyes appear directly under its mouth and has several dark green spots on its body. On either side of its body is a large green leaf. Covering Victory Bell's mouth is a leaf with a long brown yellow-tipped vine growing out of it. The vine is flicked to mimic an animal in order to attract prey. Victory Bell also produces a sweet scent to further aid in luring its victims. Acid that has dissolved numerous prey animals becomes sweeter and even more effective at attracting prey. It can be found in small groups and is territorial. In the manga, Victory Bell hoards food, usually small birds and rodents, and collects leaf stones to perform evolution rituals at night to help Weeping Bell become more Victory Bell. Being the result of an evolution via evolution stone, Victory Bell are rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in temperate forests and jungles. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Victory Bell is known to sleep with its mouth to draw in prey. Very rarely, it forgets about luring in prey and instead chooses to sleep face down. As for its stats, so physical attack is at 105, special attack is at 100, HP is at 80, however, physical defense, special defense, and speed are actually pretty good. They're pretty nice.
And it finally manages to become Feast. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Now here's the thing. I don't remember if I have a victory bell in Moon. I know I had one in X. And honestly, it was really good. I actually, and I honestly kind of grew to really like Victory Bell. Now, whether or not I would want to have it on my team, well, that's who's to say, right? However, I think we can actually put Victory Bell in the higher B tier. Sorry if I'm starting to speed through this. It's like we're so close to the end. It is almost 8.5 hours, and I gotta go to bed. Alright, so, okay, so we got number 72. We're almost there, guys. I promise we're almost there. We just have, like, how many Pokemon left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 Pokemon left, guys. Bear with me. We're almost there. But yeah, we're almost there. I promise. I forgot to do that. Alright, we're almost there. Alright, next up, number 72 is Tentacool. Alright, Tentacool is a dual water poison type introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Tentacruel starting at level 30. It is known as the jellyfish Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Menokurage. It can have either clear body or liquid ooze as its ability, and its hidden ability is Rain Dish. The biology is as follows. Tentacool is a small Cnidarian Pokemon. It has a light blue, clear body with 2 large, transparent red eye-like crystals on each side of its body and 1 small one in the middle. Near the base of its body is a pointed beak-like projection and 2 eyes with small pupils. There are 2 grayish tentacles extending from beneath its round lower body, which has a cape-like formation on the back. Tentacool's entire body is made of 99% water, and the remaining 1% contains the organ that produces its poison. It absorbs sunlight and refracts it using the water inside its body to convert it into beam energy. Its tentacles are laced with stinging cells and, as seen in the anime, it can control Pokemon it touches with its tentacles. The tentacles break off occasionally, but they can regenerate. The poison from its tentacles is so potent that someone would need to be immediately rushed to the hospital. Tentacool is not a very strong swimmer, traveling throughout the world using ocean currents. Tentacool searches for food while drifting on the surface of shallow seas. Tentacool can blend in the water, making it very difficult to spot. It will sometimes wash ashore and shrivel up due to dehydration, though it remains equally as dangerous. Tentacool may be revived if thrown back into the sea. And then for its stats, they're all pretty crap. Except for that special defense. Like, special defense is at 100. Speed is at 70. However, special attack is at 50, and then you have HP and attack, which are tied at 40, and then 35 defense. So I find Tentacool to be annoying. Nor have I caught a Tentacool. Here's the thing. I caught a Tentacool in Moon, and I evolved it into a Tentacruel. However, I don't really use it, because it's not useful. It's not particularly strong. Like, it's a tank, but it's like, again, what's the point of having a tank if I'm not competing competitively? There is none. And again, it's not like Pokemon games are regularly, like, tough as nuts. They're not. It's the competitive scene that makes it tough. But I don't play competitive. So it's going in the C tier. Tentacool. Alright. Next up, 73. Tentacruel. Alright. Tentacruel, it is keeping on with the water poison dual typing. It is still known as the jellyfish Pokemon. However, its Japanese name is Dokukurage. However, it still has the same abilities as Tentacool. The biology is as quoted.
Tentacruel is a large Cnidarian Pokemon. It has a clear light blue body that has 2 large red orbs on either side and smaller orb in the center. Its eyes are visible in its round lower body, which is black. Extending from its lower body are 2 blue beak-like appendages and numerous grayish tentacles. Its red orbs glow whenever it is excited or agitated, communicating with its own kind and may alert others to danger by stridently flashing them. They are also capable of refracting sunlight, storing energy, and firing ultrasonic waves. Tentacruel's primarily light blue body helps it camouflage in the water. It has a total of 80 tentacles, which it can readily extend during hunts to ensnare its prey in a net-like shape before immobilizing it with poison. The tentacles can grow or shrink with ease. Its tentacles can absorb water to stretch even further. Most of these tentacles are hidden and kept short, leaving up to 14 exposed. However, it tends to lose tentacles as it ages. While Tentacruel are rarely seen, they can gather in large groups, which scares away any nearby fish Pokemon. Tentacruel lives in underwater rock formations and can be found throughout the ocean. As for the stats, so special defense is still high up there in 120, speed is at 100, however the rest of its stats are actually not that bad. We have 80 HP, 70 physical attack, 65 physical defense, and 80 special attack. So while this thing can't necessarily hit for shit, it can definitely outspeed you, and it can definitely be a good tank in terms of special attacks. Now, the only thing I know about Tentacruel here is the fact that like in the anime, its episode where it's attacking like a freaking like you see it in the opening where it's attacking a building got removed because I don't know if it ever aired in America, but because of the fact that it was kind of similar to 9/11, they had to remove that episode or at the very least make it not air in America because of that. I mean, I can tell you for a fact, I don't think I ever watched that episode. Actually, there's a lot of episodes of the anime I never watched. But listen. I don't know. I don't necessarily like it. I don't think it's cool, but not cool enough. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even think it scrapes by on a lower B. I think this belongs in the C tier. Alright. 3 more. Oh, shit. Oh my god, there's a part of me that is just like, I want to skip, because I fucking remembered these are also Alolan Pokemon! No, it's like, there's a part of me that wants to skip, but it wouldn't be fair. So next up is Geodude. Alright, Geodude is the first rock-type, dual-type ground Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Graveler at level 25, which then evolves into Golem when traded or when exposed to a linking cord. However, it also has a form in Alola where the ground type is replaced with Electric. It evolves into Alolan Graveler at level 25, which then evolves into Golem when traded. These Geodude can also be found in the Blueberry Academy Terrarium. Fuck this. Geodude is known as the rock Pokemon, and its Japanese name is Ishitsubute. Alright, its abilities in Cantonian are Rockhead or Sturdy, with its hidden ability of Sand Veil, whereas Alolan Geodude has Magnet Pull or Sturdy, with its hidden ability of Galvanize. The biology is as stated. Geodude is a brownish-gray boulder Pokemon. It has bulging rocky eyebrows, trapezoidal eyes with brown pupils, and a wide mouth. Its arms are muscular with 5-fingered hands. Geodude uses its arms to climb steadily up steep mountain paths. As a result of their physical appearance, Rhyperiors sometimes mistake this Pokemon for actual boulders and fire them through their hands. Sorry. Oh my god. Geodude is proud of its sturdy body and will bash against others of its kind in a contest of sorts to prove whose body is harder. It will even go as far as to compare itself with other species such as Roggenrola and Carbink. The longer it lives, the more chipped and worn its body becomes. Long-lived Geodude are completely smooth and round, and they have a calm demeanor. However, Geodude's heart remains rugged and tough, no matter what. Geodude can be most often found on mountain trails and fields, with a scholar counting about 100 of them on just one route. It will sit still in these areas, which is why it is often mistaken for a rock. It is often stepped on and will sometimes swing its arms in anger when this occurs. When Geodude sleeps deeply, it buries itself halfway into the ground. Once buried, it will not awaken, even if someone steps on it. In the morning, Geodude rolls downhill in search of food. And in terms of the Alolan form, in the Alola region, Geodude is made from a magnetic rock with a more silvery appearance. There are areas on Alolan Geodude's body that are especially magnetic and attract in iron sand, creating the appearance of black eyebrows and strands of short black hair. Its fingers are fused together, leaving only the thumb and index finger free. Stepping on Alolan Geodude results in an electrical shock and sometimes an angry headbutt. Like regular Geodude, it competes with others by bashing their bodies together. The iron sand sticks to the one with stronger magnetism. The Alolan Golem will fire these Geodude from its back if real rocks are absent. They can also be found in the canyon biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alola's island life is simulated. Alolan Geodude and its evolved forms are the only known Pokemon that can have Galvanize as an ability. As for its stats, they're shit. Across both forms. I mean, defense is great at 100, with physical attack at 80, but HP is 40, special attack and special defense are tied at 30, and speed is a garbage 20. I mean, granted, then again, ground/rock type Pokemon being known as fucking speedy? Hell nah. Hell no. At the very least, you can count on them having good defense, physical defense at least, and maybe good physical attack. Here's the thing. I'm just gonna tell you right now. Geodude. Honestly, this is probably where all the lines are gonna be. Geodude, Graveler, and Golem. I don't care for these Pokemon. If anything, I find Graveler particularly annoying. Because of fucking explosion. Speaking of which, let's move on! We're so done! I'm tired. I'm speeding through this right now. Like, we're so close. Alright, next up at number 75 is Graveler! Alright, let's just rapid fire this real quick. So, Graveler is another dual type rock ground Pokemon, basically keeping the same typing as Geodude, and it follows the same pattern as Alolan Graveler with the Rock Electric. It is known as the rock Pokemon with its Japanese name of Golone, Gorone or Golone. Same abilities, it seems like, and the biology is as follows. Graveler is a bipedal boulder Pokemon. Its round body is covered with small bumps and it has a rocky crest above its small eyes and mouth. It has 4 arms, each with a 3-fingered hand. Its second pair of arms is typically kept tucked against its chest. It was shown in Pokemon Snap that, despite having legs, it can revert to a legless form. This grants it the ability to float. What the fuck?! What do you mean it can float?!
You float too!
I'm going to lose my mind.
Graveler's preferred locomotion is rolling, specifically because it is a slow walker. It often rolls down mountain paths at high speeds exceeding 60 miles per hour, crushing objects in the way and stopping by running into huge rocks should it build up too much speed.
God, how are we doing this?
However, it will explode if it rolls into a river instead! Okay, Graveler is known to be generally free and uncaring, not minding if pieces of itself break off, as it can restore itself over time. Graveler climbs a mountain from base to summit, feasting on rocks all the while. Graveler's favorite rock to eat is moss-covered rocks. It regularly consumes tons of moss-covered rocks and makes loud noises while eating. Upon reaching the peak, it rolls down to the bottom. Graveler live in horizontal holes that they gouge out in sheer cliff faces, and they are capable of withstanding volcanic temperatures. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Graveler is known to rock back and forth while sleeping. It is believed that Graveler is dreaming about rolling down hilly paths.
Moving on to Alolan form.
In the Alola region, Graveler looks similar to its regular counterpart, but with a silvery sheen. It lacks defined digits on its upper limbs and has 2 toes on each foot rather than 3. There are several small yellowish crystals scattered across its body and iron sand attracted by magnetism. This black sand creates crystal-like formations above its eyes, across the tops of the upper pair of arms, and on the sides of its face. Alolan Graveler has a very quick-tempered personality. Alolan Graveler feeds on Dravite, which creates the yellow crystals on its body and grants it electrical abilities. It often fights with others over food, and when two smash together, it creates a flash of light and a booming sound. For this reason, people refer to it as the fireworks of the earth. Similar to its Cantonian counterpart, Alolan Graveler rolls down mountain paths. However, instead of flattening obstacles as it rolls, it sends them flying by zapping them with electricity. They can also be found in the canyon biome of the Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alola's island life is simulated. Alolan Graveler and its evolutionary relatives are the only known Pokemon that can have Galvanize as an ability. In terms of these stats, as we quickly rapid fire this, physical defense is at 115 with physical attack at 95. However, the HP is 55, special attack and special defense are tied at 45, and speed is at 35, basically marking it still a shit, and I would still never catch it. And I should keep in mind, but both Alolan Graveler and Alolan Geodude had the same stat blocks as the Cantonian versions. And I think we all know where Graveler is going to be, because I find it so fucking annoying whenever it does freaking, explosion. So fuck this thing, I'm out. We're on the last Pokemon, guys. And I think we all know what it is as soon as we can get to it. Number 76. Listen, we are going to be rapid firing through this. Last but not least for tonight, we have Golem. And it is keeping on with the rock and ground typing that Graveler and Geodude have, as is the Alolan Golem with rock electric. It is known as the Megaton Pokemon with its Japanese name as Goronya, or Golonya. With the same abilities as always in the biology is as follows. Golem is a bipedal tortoise-like boulder Pokemon with a spherical body covered by a shell of plated green rocks. Its body is so hard that even dynamite cannot scratch it. Its head protrudes from the center of the shell. The head has a flat snout with 2 pointed teeth in the lower jaw and red eyes. It has short arms that have 3 claws and 2 legs with feet that have 4 claws in front and 1 in back. The head and limbs are light brown. Golem grows bigger by shedding its skin once a year. The discarded shell immediately hardens when exposed to air, crumbling away and returning to the soil. Farmers are known to collect Golem shells. Golem soil is spread across fields to promote crop growth. However, it stops shedding with age and moss grows over its shell. As shown in the TCG game, Golem's shell is hollow. As shown in the Bridge Bite Gang, Golem can withdraw its head and limbs into its shell and roll at high speeds. It is dangerous when doing this, as it is unable to see and may crash into or run over anything in its path. To prevent it from rolling into the homes of people downhill, grooves are dug into the sides of the mountains to divert the rolling Golem's course. It is seldom seen in the wild. However, it can be found living in mountainous regions. Golem are known to detonate their own body. It uses this explosive force to jump from mountain to mountain. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Golem is known to occasionally sleep upside down. It is believed that Golem rocks itself into a deep slumber similar to a cradle. However, there's a chance a sleeping Golem may roll into anyone nearby it. Hence, it's best to stay clear of Golem while it sleeps.
We're almost there. In terms of Alola... Playlist, please. I need you to not do this.
In the Alola region, Golem has shorter forearms with 2 claws. The feet have only 2 claws as well. Its face attracts iron sand, creating the appearance of a mustache, eyebrows, and a large black beard. Jutting out of the top of its body are 2 large black rocks with a smaller rock in between, forming the shape of a cannon. On the inner edge of the larger rocks are 3 golden dots. The cannon prevents them from easily rolling into a ball like its Cantonian variant. Alolan Golem has a grumpy and stubborn personality. Should anyone make Alolan Golem upset, it will roar with a voice similar to thunder, discharging electricity from its body at the same time. Alolan Golem is capable of firing the small rock by using magnetism. The rock will be electrically charged, creating shocks across the whole area of impact. Numbness and fainting can occur with even a glancing blow. If rocks are not available, it will fire nearby Geodude instead. They can be found in the canyon biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium where Alola's island life is simulated. Alolan Golem in its pre-evolved forms are the only known Pokemon that can have Galvanize as an ability. What are the fucking stats, please, Alex? Fuck you. Alright. There's two stat blocks. Alright, so defense is at 130. Its physical attack, there's a difference here. Generations 1 through 5 is 110, but from Generation 6 onward is 120. However, the stats of everything else is the same. HP is at 80, special attack is at 55, special defense is at 65, and speed is at 45. So honestly, pretty normal. However, this does not change anything. It is going into the C tier. And the reason why this whole entire line is in the C tier is because I could not give less of a flying fuck about this line. It is annoying. I don't like it. I don't like the type. I don't like it. I don't fucking like it. It's annoying. And now... We did it. We have half of the Kanto decks ranked into tiers, and it only took us 8 hours and 47 minutes. So, let's do a quick recap of which Pokemon is in which tier. So, in the S tier, we have Bulbasaur, Charmander, Charizard, Pikachu, Vulpix, Growlithe, Arcanine. A tier, Ivysaur, Venusaur, Wartortle, Raichu, Clefable, Ninetales, Wigglytuff. In the higher B tier, we have Squirtle, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, Nidorina, Nidoqueen, Clefairy, Jigglypuff, Gloom, Poliwrath, Alakazam, and Victreebel. In the lower B tier, we have Charmeleon, Blastoise, Caterpie, Pidgey, Pidgeot, Spearow, Arbok, Sandshrew, both Nidorans, Venonat, Meowth, Psyduck, Mankey, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Abra, Kadabra, Machop, Machoke, and Machamp. And in terms of the C tier, we have Metapod, Weedle, Kakuna, Beedrill, Rattata, Raticate, Fearow, Ekans, Sandslash, Nidorino, Nidoking, Zubat, Golbat, Oddish, Vileplume, Paras, Parasect, Venomoth, Diglett, Dugtrio, Persian, Golduck, Primeape, Bellsprout, Weepinbell, Tentacool, Tentacruel, Geodude, Graveler, and Golem. Why did that sound like I was rapping for a moment there? And we're not done, people. We're not done. Oh no, we're just beginning. However, we are going to exit out. I did save, so we're not going to have to worry about losing our place here. Alright. Thankfully, I kept the live stream tab open the whole time. We can listen out to Kanto. I do need to text I do need to fix the text here real quick, so Jotamate. Because I didn't realize it was going to be this long.
That's fair. Alright, we're about a minute. We have about a minute or so delay. Alright. So obviously, I am tired. I am exhausted. And the Kanto music playlist I've been... It makes me want to do my head in. Like, I cannot listen to more remixes of Lavender Town, Pokemon Tower. I just can't. Please. Please, God. Give me something, please. But yes, we did it. We got through at least half of the Kanto decks. I just wish this was shorter, because I didn't mean to come out with another 9-hour stream. Well, we're gonna end it before it gets to 9 hours. I know that for a fucking fact. Alright, so what does this mean? Well, we're going to be doing the second half of the Kanto decks next time. And honestly, I am thinking we'll do it Wednesday night. We'll do it on Wednesday. We will do it on Wednesday. And the reason for that is I want to have next week be Johto. For God's sakes, let me have Johto. Let me have Johto. Let me have Johto next week. However, in order for that to happen, we need to finish off Kanto first. And hopefully, now that we're done with some of the more annoying Pokemon in the first half, we'll have a better second half because there's a lot more Pokemon that I like in the second half. Thank fuck for that. So, Wednesday night, which is what, May 1st? Is it May 1st? I gotta check my calendar. I'm gonna check my physical calendar. Is it May 1st? Yeah, it's May 1st. May Day. May 1st. However, we'll be starting that off an hour later at 1 o'clock. At 9 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, and hopefully, now that we have a bit of a system going on now, we'll hopefully get through that. We'll hopefully get through half of that within, what, 6 hours maybe? Come here. Can you hear the cat? Sushi. Alright. I know. It's bedtime. Well, not quite, but it's close. Where did this come from? Where'd that tuft of fur come from? Anyway, so yes, we'll be getting through the second half of the Kanto decks on Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. So that way we can dive into Johto with music that isn't going to make me want to kill myself after an hour. And hey, at least we have at least that'll have more variety in terms of the freaking places. But in the meantime, I will also be taking both tomorrow and Tuesday to finish up the single playlist as well as start the Unova playlist, because now that I know that these streams are going to take a lot longer than I anticipated, that means I have a lot more time to compile playlists for Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar. So, with that out of the way, thank you all for joining me. I'm sorry for how long it was, but hey, at least it was probably fun to watch me lose my freaking sanity, right? And I hope to see you all again on Wednesday for part 2 of the Pokemon Tier List stream series in general, covering the second half of Kanto. So, until then, Have a good rest of your night. Have a good morning, because it is almost 5 in the morning over here. Have a nice couple of nights. Stay safe. And I'll see you all again. Excuse me. And I'll see you all again next time. Good night, everybody.